It's 4:37 on Monday, July 11th. I hereby call the meeting of the Special Affairs Committee to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 5 present so far. Reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for additions or changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I would like to add a discussion for pay for the ARPA that we submitted to pay for the bonus. This is for our police officers.
Okay. Under discussion items.
That would be fine. I'm still looking for my glasses to read the agenda, so I apologize. So yes.
Okay. Are there any others? Okay. All right. Hearing none. Is there any discussion on that agenda change? If not, we'll vote on it right away.
Oh, I'm sorry, I really didn't understand what was being requested.
If it's my understanding, and I guess I should have restated it as well, that's on me, to add a discussion item for ARPA dollars regarding the premium pay for police officers. Okay. So we'll vote on the amended agenda. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no.
Okay, vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That's our amended agenda. All right, that brings us back to public speaking. Are there any public speakers?
Hello, ma'am.
Are you on?
Oh, it's,
There you go.
oh yeah, now I'm on.
There you go.
Hello, people, my name is R.L. Mitchell, and I'm gonna speak on this money pot situation where we got over there by Red Lake, where Red Arrow Road at, with Chevrolet dealership. About the money pot, we the people don't appreciate or stalling with the money, with the opera money, on the other side of town. Instead of putting it in the black community, you're putting it in over there, wasting money, and we don't appreciate that. We want this for the record to be known all over the United States, Madam Chair. And about the grass cutting situation over and people's half cutting the grass and don't know how to solve the situation, and the lack of form, you council members is like you can see now. Look at the many empty seats. Before I got here last time, the neighbors was talking to me about the meeting made me late, and they get attitudes, taking it out on me like I'm the Councilman Mays. But I tell them to come to the meeting instead of trying to take it out on me and making me all debobulated. And about the school project over there in the middle of Court Street, they on the outskirts of the city, and that's why they got Jap slapped inside the Board of Education, dealing with the Flint money, but outsiders coming in, running the city of Flint like we the peoples of Flint don't know what we're doing. And we don't appreciate that, Madam Chair. That's all for the record.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay? I am Michelle Young of the 6th Ward, and today I want to talk to my problem solvers. Yes, I have a challenge for my problem solvers. So, Councilperson Priestley and Councilperson Burns, you are of the Finance Committee, and I have some ARPA fund things that I just want to address. First, I want to know, Council did agree to give money to the police officers for their work during the COVID crisis, and that money was from the ARPA fund, and you guys did agree to provide that to not only the police officers, but other city people that worked during the crisis. And I wanted to concerns, which are on the Finance Committee, if you guys could look into that, because it is part of the ARPA fund, so I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are there, okay, here we go.
Ward, and I just wanted to, I've been up here before, but to raise the agenda item of the zoning ordinance that'll be up for public hearing and final passage later this evening. I want to thank everyone on council for getting it to this point. And tonight, I mean, this body has the potential to pass for the first time in 50 years, almost 50 years, the first new zoning laws in our city. We should be doing it every 5, so we have some catch up to do, but this is a real opportunity. And this ordinance really is an opportunity to see investment in all parts of our city, and really done by everyone, but more easily done by residents of the city of Flint to invest in their own properties, their own businesses, their own neighborhoods. And thanks to the voice of a lot of residents who were involved in the shaping of it, that includes investments in green neighborhoods, in green innovation zones, allowing people to invest in their homes no matter where in the city that they are, and making it easier for businesses to start to invest in neighborhood centers. So many parts of our city deserve a code that makes it easier for us to have investment in our communities. And this code in particular prioritizes investment in neighborhood centers. Just a few that it prioritizes are places like Davison and Franklin, Martin Luther King and Pasadena, Atherton and Fenton, Welch and Chevrolet, Court and Grand Traverse, all these kinds of places all across our city, so that we don't just see investment in our downtown or in our core neighborhoods, but that we see it all across our city. So this is such a unique opportunity to advance an equitable and inclusive vision for our city's development. I implore this council to pass it this evening, to respect the will of thousands and thousands of residents who put their heart and soul into getting this together, and help us move our city forward so that we can be the kind of community that attracts and welcomes investment, not only from people from outside of Flint, but from Flint residents who want to do it on their own as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just got in, so I won't be off the top. Is this open? Is this? Okay, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in the city of Flint. And I'm here this afternoon, to speak about the horrible incident and tragedy that happened on West Pulaski Street. It's sad that the city of Flint, 2 firefighters went to the scene on Pulaski and DuPont and did not go into the house. Subsequently, 2 black children died. The call went out, a black firefighter came, he went inside and rescued the 2 young men. Subsequently, they died from smoke inhalation some days earlier. It's a sad that when you try to get information about it, being blocked by Mayor Neely and his office, the city attorney, the Flint Fire Department. I sent a FOIA today and was told that we cannot respond to that, and I got the email back. This is terrible, this is sad, and the Flint City Council should hold a special meeting today during the regular council meeting and address this issue. Those mothers and parents are grieving today, and Flint is grieving. How in the world do two white firefighters come on the north side of Flint and didn't go into the house, and then the clarion sound went out, all clear, twice? When the black firefighter came, he did what he's paid to do, protect and serve, and I'm wrapping up, and went in the house. So I think in the council meeting that's coming up, it should be a special order, because we have I filed a complaint with the national office of the NAACP and with the Department of Justice. Let's see if folk be hiding from the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Elizabeth Jordan. I'm a resident in the 8th Ward of the City of Flint. And I wanted to speak with you today urging your support for the final passage of the new zoning code for the City of Flint. This code is very important because it addresses the realities that we have today, whereas the existing code addresses what we thought we were going to need 50-some years ago. It didn't plan for what our neighborhoods need, what our economy needs, what our climate needs. And so equipping ourselves with a new zoning code helps us meet these really important needs and challenges that we currently face. So I definitely hope that you will support passage of that today. I also want to note that there was an unprecedented level of community involvement in creating this. As somebody else alluded to previously, there were thousands of people, most of them Flint residents, involved with creating the city's master plan that then served as the vision that led to the land use plan and the zoning code portion, which is before you tonight. There was also unprecedented consensus within the political leadership. I realize it's been a few years now since the master plan was passed, but it passed unanimously by council, and I think even thinking in years past, having something that passes with that level of unanimous support is really significant and underscores how broadly based the consensus and support of this vision truly is and has been for quite some time. The zoning code that's before you tonight was passed unanimously by the City of Flint Planning Commission, and it also had a significant level of support from residents. And I think that comes through because residents were so involved at every step of the process, that there were so many community meetings held in every single ward of the city to talk through what would this zoning code look like, what are your needs, and to make adjustments on that basis. So it truly is a document reflecting the people's voice. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Kehoe. I am the real estate development manager with Michigan Community Capital, and we are partnering with URC on the Carristown housing implementation for new housing in the neighborhood. I just wanted to come to say hello to you all and put a face to the organization. We do housing work across the state, and it's primarily targeted for working class and middle class households. So the housing that we build statewide focuses on those types of households that can afford the product that we build. So we're not doing LIHTC developments, and we're also not doing luxury high-end houses. We're serving that middle market that a lot of times gets overlooked. So we're really excited to be asked to support URC's work and partner with them for this project. We've had a lot of great feedback from the Carriagetown Neighborhood Association, going over the designs and the kind of the overall feel for how it fits in with their neighborhood. And I just request that you take a look and hopefully support our brownfield request. And thank you for the opportunity to do work here in the city. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are there any other public speakers? All right, this is the final call for public speakers. All right, public speaking is now closed. That brings us down to council response. Are there any members of council who wish to respond to the public? Ms. Priestley.
Yeah, there was a time 50 years ago when you could walk into GM and get a job. We never dreamed 50 years ago that GM would basically be gone from the city. So yes, I do support the zoning, and it's time. In regards to radar guns and things, we don't have information right now, obviously. The big thing is, do we have the personnel? This is the whole thing with the city of Flint and reckless driving. Where are the police? How are we going to fund the police? How many more police can we get? That's what's going on in this city. And I want as much police as we can possibly afford. And it's getting people to apply as well to our open positions. So we need to do something. In the last 2 weekends, I have traveled the entire 4th Ward, spoken to many residents, and biggest complaint outside of blight and the burnt houses, because that's what I was reviewing, was reckless driving.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I want to say thank you to all the speakers for taking your time to come here so that we can listen to the issues that you're concerned about. To Ms. Young in the 6th Ward, I have inquired about the number of radar guns that we do have. I have actually asked about that. The ARPA fund money for the hazard pay, they were paid. What officers were not paid was the sign-on bonuses for the new officers that we did receive, that we did pass as a council. So those are 2 separate things. That is why I did ask for a discussion so we can figure out what's going on, because we don't want to lose officers. When you sign a contract to come work for the city, we have a responsibility to make sure that we uphold our part of that bargain. So that part. To you, Mr. Dumas, in regards to the 2 children on Pulaski that lost their lives, it's inconceivable. I have asked for information. I have been told that at this time that is still under investigation. If I get further information, there's a process to it, to where they investigate it along with the state and then the other departments, and I believe the family has now gotten an attorney. So I will keep you updated, but we do need to look and see into this and see what happened so this doesn't repeat itself. I understand that when an all clear is issued, because I was married to the fire marshal, that's issued, you go in the house, it's every floor. That means that you check every level, 1st, 2nd, 3rd basement, you check everything. So something has happened and we need to let the process, play its course, but make sure it's more of independent so that it's done properly. My heart goes out to the grieving parents to lose 2 young children, and I have seen on social media where some of the people were so mean as to blame the parents. No parent's going to sit idly by and have their child perish in a fire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public? Are there
Yeah,
any?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
point of order, where are we at on this agenda?
We are on council response to the public speakers.
council response to the public speakers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other member of council who wishes to respond to the public? Going once, going twice, all right. So I will take the time just to very graciously say thank you to all of our public speakers who have not only done the work on the zoning passage and the development of that plan, but also for continuously coming and keeping it on our radar and making sure that we help pushing the city of Flint forward. So thank you so much for all of the hard work. Thank you so much for everyone for being here. Okay. So this brings us down to the special order regarding Ernst & Young as requested by Councilperson Mays. Councilperson Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, is anybody from Ernst & Young here? Mr. Whittigan is not from Ernst & Young. Madam Chair, I'll let you address Mr. Whittigan because based upon what he did last time, I don't fool with him until he publicly fixed what he have broken. Same way I do with the mayor. Until they fix it, they do it publicly. Let them try to fix it publicly. I don't know why he's up there, but I didn't request him. I asked Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, can you come forward?
He's coming.
Mr. Edwards don't dictate who I deal with.
Mr. Edwards is coming.
And when he decide his brain, let him figure out how to fix what he broke. It's a way to do it in
Council
public
members are
and
reminded
society.
of decorum and respect.
Beg your pardon?
I said council members are reminded of decorum and respect.
Decorum. You are reminded of decorum and respect to this council person, ma'am. I'm keep telling you over and over. I know what decorum means. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. That's the proper decorum. Mr. Edwards, is Mr. Jarczynski or anybody from Ernst & Young here, and why? Do you know why or why not?
Madam Chair, to Mr. Mays, it is my understanding that they are en route right now, so they will be here as a part of this meeting.
Okay. Madam Chair, we're in committee meeting. Mr. Edwards tells me that Ernst & Young is en route, and I'm going to ask that we table this until they get here, till later on in this meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to table the special order until later in the meeting when Ernst & Young arrives. I'll order that without objection.
You ordering it without objection?
Yes.
Yeah, before this meeting is adjourned. And Madam Chair, I'm trying to start out a certain way. I'm going to remind you of proper decorum when I speak and who I ask to speak to, and I'm saying it to you publicly, just like you figure you checked me about decorum. Madam Chair, I know what decorum is. So you do your thing and be proper with decorum, and I'll do mine. If you don't, I won't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. So since that's been tabled without objection, that brings us down to our first resolution. The chair will entertain a motion to send resolution 220266 to council.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to move 220266, change order number 2, contract, DTS Contracting, Phase 2 Rehabilitation, McKinley Community Center to council.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
You know, I've seen these special affairs committee meetings go on way too long. These resolutions can be sent to council without objections. If there is any objections and or separations, then we could deal with those. But I'm trying to help this council understand that we don't have to do motions on every resolution that we vetted in committee. If there are some separations and discussion. So that's my suggestion. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, and you know, they could be ordered to go to council without objections in a committee meeting. They also can be ordered without objections and separations. And other than that, I'll vote to move this resolution to council. I think I asked Ms. Wilcox about the amount that has gone up. Through you to Ms. Wilcox, Ms. Wilcox, did you find out the amount of money that the insurance company paid off for this McKinley Center? That was my question in committee. That's one of the reasons that it stopped by Special Affairs. I want to know the amount of the money that the insurance paid off to see how close to we in putting $1 million into this center. And Mr. Edwards, if you have knowledge, I don't have any objections to you as well.
Are you there yet? What about that? Ms. Wilcox?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, there actually were no insurance proceeds paid against the work done on this facility, which is located on on Pier Avenue. The address is 249 Pier, as I stated last week.
I know we was trying to get the, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Wilcox, I know we was trying to get the address straight. Is that in Ms. Worthing's ward? Do you know?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
I believe so. I would ask her some questions if she was here, but I mean, that's kind of regular. Let me put it this way. You telling me no insurance proceeds have been paid? Did the insurance cash in? That was a fire claim, right?
I don't know about the claim, and I don't know about whether a claim was filed. I just know that there were no insurance proceeds paid to repair this building.
Let me do it this way. Hold on a minute, Ms. Wilcox. Through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim. Do you know if the insurance paid off any fire claims or damage? If we had insurance on that building and a fire hurt it, before I put close to $500,000 in it, I want to know what the insurance paid off. Do anybody in City Hall know?
That would be a question for the Finance Department.
Beg your pardon?
That would be a question for Mr. Whittigan from the Finance Department.
Oh, well, I'm not going to deal with him. He owed me an apology and owed his public an apology the way he disrespected. I'll let some of my colleagues deal with him. I'm just that way. You know, when Mr. Neely issued a false press release about Murdoch, I didn't talk to him. When Whittigan flip us off, kind of, not literally, flip it and walk away in the middle of me talking, I want him fired until he apologizes or do something. And gonna make a point of it till the cows come home. A chief financial officer acting a fool with folks who control the purse strings. So, Ms. Wilcox, I thought that I asked in committee that information be here by Special Affairs. Have you found it difficult to get the answers?
No, it's Special Affairs, and I have the information for you.
Beg your pardon?
It's Special Affairs, and I have the information for you.
How much?
So the total amount was 400, I was just adding it up, but it was 402,000. You saw your contract amount, 402,206.13. There was another 100,000 that was allocated to the repairs initially. That was the first allocation, and that was through a contract with Balfour. And then there was an architect and engineering contract with CHMP that was approximately 25,000. I'm waiting for that exact amount right now, but it was approximately 25,000.
If I may, let me try to sort out what I've heard you say. Are you telling me the insurance company paid off after the fire? We had insurance on McKinley Center. Are you telling me the insurance company paid off 400,000?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
As I said, I'm not aware of any insurance that was paid towards this building at all.
So you don't know if we got money from an insurance claim?
My understanding is no.
So what kind of insurance did we have?
You'd have to speak to someone in the finance department. I'm not sure. I mean,
Okay.
oftentimes decisions are made on whether to file claims or not. So the city may have made a decision not to file a claim. I don't know.
If somebody here, like the deputy chief financial officer was here, she seems to be a nice lady, I would talk to her. If my colleagues want to find out and talk to Mr. Whittigan the way he acted a fool, they can, and I might hear it. I'm not going to talk to him. He owed his public an apology. He owed me an apology, and I ain't studying. So my position is this. I can't vote until I get the details. I do understand that y'all want us to do a change order to put more money in McKinley Center. I think I'll use this, Mr. Edwards, to find out what type of insurance are we buying around here. If a building catches fire, we should be able to file a claim. Then we should know how much, what they can do before we keep dumping money out of our pocket into these rehabs from a fire claim. Now that just makes sense to me, and I'll listen and I'll make a decision on this motion. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilcox.
Sure.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Suzanne, before you leave, please, through you to Ms. Wilcox. And Mr. Whittigan, could you please come forward too, please, sir? The building over there, the McKinley Center, there was originally the fire, which I believe, I forget the name, it was a drop-in center for individuals.
The Vista Drop-In Center.
Correct. And there, I've been to the building. So I'm not understanding, because I was told at the time there was an insurance policy that only paid for, there were 2 new furnaces that were put in, which someone went back and stripped them. If you're facing the building, the left-hand side and the exterior was burnt. It was burnt, and it had to be rebuilt. Then the back part, I believe back where the deck, the fire had taken that part off, which was repaired, along with the corrugated metal that was around it. And I've got pictures of the repairs that were done for that part. But then there's the other part where they came, and I was there the day, which was a good experience, with the contractors when they bid on the property. And the contractors came. This is when, I forget his name, he left and went to Oregon, who was, I believe he worked with you.
Adam Moore.
Adam, yes, yes. And they were there bidding on the property because the one there, because of the humidity and the moisture, had damaged the part that had been done.
Correct.
It's where things started to buckle. So there was the one part that was restored, which I was told by the insurance, and I believe that check was almost $200,000. Then there was the side where they were trying to get repaired, which was, and I've got pictures of it, and I sent the pictures to my colleagues because I still have them. And those pictures, you had, there was mold, ceiling tiles, the floor had buckled, they had broken into the building numerous times, broken out the entry, the door, the glass, and so they had secured the building as best they could, but the building had been stripped on that one side. So where did we get the money from to pay for that part? I was told it was insurance.
And I think everything you just stated is accurate, except for the insurance part, and that is not my understanding now. I reached out to the current parks planner who did some research, and he said there were no, insurance proceeds paid on that. I think Mr. Whittigan has different information in terms of where that original amount was paid from, and you said it was close to $200,000.
Yeah.
My understanding is that it was actually $100,000 for Balfour, for the work that was completed, essentially to deal with the damage that was created by the fire. So everything you said is correct, but I do not have knowledge or information regarding to an insurance payment for that. And maybe Mr. Whittigan does, or someone else in the finance department, but my information at this point is that there were not insurance proceeds paid out on it.
Okay, so you don't, well, I'll ask Mr. Whittigan then. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Whittigan.
I have the same answer as Ms. Wilcox. I'm messaging with our team. We're looking into the history on if and when there was insurance paid out. The city hasn't always owned McKinley Center, so it depends on when the fire was and if it was on our policy at the time.
Um,
No, McKinney, not Kennedy.
So, and that's my concern, because how are we keeping track of things? Because I was there. I mean, there was one fairly really good side and one really, really bad side, to that. So how would the finance department not know?
I'd have to look it up. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, do you, because I've seen it, and I can send you the pictures, unless, would you like to take my word for it? Or,
No, I can look it up.
yeah, because one side was, it was finished, and the exterior and the interior were both damaged to that building. And I believe it would be well, I don't want to get to the south, but how it's facing Thread Lake. And I was there, like I said, when the contractor, so how long would it take for you to find out? Because we still basically don't have the answer if there was insurance. I was told it was the insurance paid for it. And that was what I believe our last CFO, and then also with, I believe Adam, who worked for us, every department said that. So I guess we have to give you some time to figure out how much was paid. And because you can look at, there's two different, there's a good side and a really bad side to that building. So I guess we'll have to give you, I can't move this forward right now because we don't have the information on it. So how long do you think it will take you to find out, Mr. Whittakin?
We'll look it up this week. I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other Is there any other discussion in the first round? First round. Okay, is there any discussion in the second round? In the second round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
make a substitute motion to send this back to Finance.
There's a motion on the floor to send Resolution 220266 to Finance. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as I listen to this communication about the very important business of the city of Flint that affects the people's, their livelihood, their quality of life, I'm going to support this motion to send it back to Finance, because this administration and others must understand we can't just continue to rubber stamp financial dealings. It was in committee. We asked for specific information. It's been time past. We're here. And it's repeated during the budget process. People didn't show up. They don't come. To me, it's a disrespect of this council who controls the purse strings. And sometimes, you have to do certain stuff and then get information and then move forward with good information. Ms. Wilcox, we had the block grant money come forward. Nobody was here. Mr. Murphy had wanted to make some changes. I knew about the switching money from one category to another. When I voted and hired chief financial officers, lawyers, city administrators, and appointed people, I thought they were working seriously for the people of the city of Flint, the whole city, not just the mayor's office. This administration and these department heads and others, and maybe this ain't the case here, but it's just happening all too often, a lack of communications, details, financial dealings. The block grant money was $5 million. I would agree with some of the changes Mr. Murphy wanted to make. Nobody was here. And then when people show up, they showing up with half information. If I was the day-to-day operations person, I couldn't tolerate that. I want people to respect this council. I want people to get information to this council. I don't want people coming up, going through the procedure in what you call a perfunctory manner. Look up that word, perfunctory. Just going through the motions, waiting for yes votes and approvals. I'll look forward to getting this information in committee meeting. I'll see if the motion passed, because we don't work as individuals. I'll support this motion. I support who seconded it, and we'll see what the majority of this body does. We can only function as a majority. We can't function with people fractured and broken, and then ask for respect from this community, and then run this city like a true board of trustees and or managers. So I'll be voting yes to send it back to committee, and hopefully it'll get better from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, through you to Suzanne Wilcox. I went to McKinley Center yesterday. I happened to be go over there with Paul Jr. to look at the park. So I happened to see McKinley Center next to the park. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I put two and two together. With this phase two, how much of the renovation percentage-wise of that facility will be completed? Or in addition to phase two, is it going to be a phase 3, 4, 5? How much additional dollars, or will this complete the renovation of that building to get it up and running?
This will complete the renovation. My information from the parks planner, our lead planner now, who is working on this is the final change order to complete the work at the McKinley Center and to complete work that had to be redone initially. So his communication to me is that this work will be completed with this change order, and it will be done by the end of the summer.
So are you guys completely out of the phase one funding?
Yes, phase one, I believe, was the money that I referenced for Belfour, the contract with Belfour, which was $100,000. And that was work that was initially planned to just address the repairs created, as I said, by the fire damage. It did not address the rest of the building. Councilwoman Burns talked about two sides to the building. So initially, I think the plan was just to repair the fire damage. And when it was determined that that would not, the Building and Safety Inspections Division would not be able to issue a certificate of occupancy for anybody to use this building, there was additional work that had to be completed. There was a period of time where there was funding being sought, and then there was work that had to be redone. And so it's taken this period of time to really get to the point where we're at kind of the final stage of getting all the work done, and that's what this phase two does.
Also, is this the area where they doing the housing, the phase two housing development around that area?
This is, I think you're referring to Choice Neighborhoods and
Yes.
Clark Commons. So this is part of the Choice Neighborhoods target area. There is some discussion, and it's likely that housing will not be built in that phase 3 or phase 4, whatever you call it. But there are still improvements being planned for that area as part of our initial commitment to the project, and this is part of them.
So the housing that you guys were planning on doing around that particular area, that's not going to happen now?
I don't think we're going to be doing any new construction in that area. I think all of the construction is going to happen in phases 1, 2, and 3 in the Smith Village area, mainly due to some site control issues and some land assemblage, and we've had some conversations with HUD, so it's unlikely that we will actually be doing new construction in that area, but we're still going to be doing some owner-occupied rehab, some neighborhood improvements, some demolition, some park improvements, some vacant lot reuse, et cetera. There's still some neighborhood improvements that will take place, but I don't think we're building any new homes there, or any new units there.
Because when I was in that area, I remember that was going to be, I think, phase 2. So y'all redirected the scope of the housing development to concentrate in the Smith Village area. So you guys were able to find some land in the Smith Village area.
Correct.
To do phase 2 and 3.
And I think it was initially phase 4 that was being planned for South Flint.
Okay.
So we've kind of reconfigured our phasing, and so there's actually 3 phases, although this is probably too much in the weeds, but phases 3A and 3B is being combined, and the number of units has been reconfigured, and all of the construction will take place in the Smith Village area.
Okay. And then I do remember Councilwoman Burns sent me some pictures of the McKinley Center. I don't know how old those pictures is or whether they was recent, but they looked it bad. I won't be supporting sending this back to finance because I want to see this project completed. You guys in the middle of it, and I think you guys should just go on and continue and get it done and get it completed. So I won't be supporting sending this back to finance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, Ms. Wilcox, this is the final goal of this building is to be leased out, is that correct?
To be utilized, leases, potentially some community space. And as I said, we've had some conversations with some potential lessees for this space. But it is, potentially leases, potentially shared space. It's a community center, so we want to make it available to the community.
Okay. So, with that being said, I want to have more discussion on it, but I don't know if I will ever support this because our parks are a mess. I think everybody on this and everybody in this room knows that our parks are a mess. And to potentially spend money from the parks account and put it towards something that may not be 100% community benefit, I think is a horrible idea. Putting down $400,000 total in this money pit when it's for all intents and purposes, it's a small metal building, and we're putting $400,000 to renovate it. It doesn't make sense to me when all of our parks are dilapidated, and we're going to spend money to potentially lease out and not have 100% community benefit. I'm struggling with that.
I just want to clarify, there will be 100% public benefit. This is not, when I say leasing space, there might be, some shared cost associated with it, but we are looking to 100% make this a benefit for the community. We're not looking at it as a revenue generator for the city.
Well, if we're leasing it out, it would be a revenue generator, right?
There might be some...
Because we're taking money from the property tax that is the allocated towards the parks, and we're going to take income off of that, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're still in
No,
discussion.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not correct.
So when we lease that out, those payments go back into the parks?
They would go back into the parks, but we're not looking to lease it to, if you're thinking of for-profit business or something, no, we're not talking, as I said, there might be some shared...
For-profit, nonprofit, to me, we're the land of nonprofits, so it really doesn't matter who it is, but we're going to take income off of that leased property, right?
That is not, at this point, that is not to be determined, and that is not our goal at all. It's 100% to be for the benefit of the community.
So I just asked you if it was going to be leased. If
I
we're
said
looking
that
for a
there's...
leasee, you said we're looking for a...
That is possible, but it's really just, like I said, it might be shared space, it might be some trade-off. Those conversations have not even happened yet. There might be some trade-off just to manage the city's utilities of it. That is something that's very premature, but again, we're not looking to lease space to, get revenue for this. We're looking for this to be a public benefit for the community.
I guess I'm 100% confused. Because you just said that you're looking for a leasee. So if we're looking for a leasee, that means that they would have potential control of that property.
So maybe leasee is, I should say tenant. We're looking for tenants. So maybe leasee is not the correct word for you. We're looking for tenants for this building, and we've had some conversations with some preliminary tenants.
So we're looking for a tenant to manage the community center? Is that a fair statement?
No, the city actually manages the community center.
So what would the tenant do for me?
The tenant, unknown at this point. There's some options that are out there for tenants that are interested in this space, and as I said last week, I'm really not ready to speak on them, but they would be providing a benefit for the city of Flint.
Okay. I think this is a much bigger conversation, and I don't want to necessarily get into it right here, so I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Suzanne. Through you to Suzanne, you said this is phase 2, right?
Yes.
We're missing a whole phase, because there was the phase where the fire, then it was the phase where the contractor began the work. Now we're in this should technically be the third phase.
I think that you can't really, I think it's being defined by the scope of work versus the phases. And so when I think of phase one, when I'm talking about phase one, I'm talking, and you mentioned work that was done by an insurance company. I have no knowledge of that.
It's pictures. If you go there, you can see. I've got them all.
So
I'll send them
I'm
to you.
talking about phase one
But if we
being,
have phase one, and we're talking about a building that was on fire.
yeah, and that's what I consider phase one of the renovations, are
Okay,
the
so
building
phase one
repairs.
would be the fire, which
Yes.
would be the interior and the exterior of that building. Phase two would have been, I believe, in 2020. And then now we're asking for this next one, that would be phase three. So we don't know about the insurance money, so we're off a phase, we're missing a phase.
So this actually says complete phase two rehabilitation. So this is my understanding, is that phase one was the work that was done for the fire damage, the fire restoration. Phase two began with this other DTS contract and started work on the other side of the building and also redoing some of the work that had to be redone because of the dogs that were installed and water damage and moisture, et cetera. This is completion of phase two, which includes some of that additional work on the other side of the building that you just showed me, that needs to be completed in order for the building to get a certificate of occupancy. I don't think that there's a phase three or a phase four. I think this is just completion of the entire building on the side of the building that was previously started.
Okay, so you're stating that this is the completion of phase two,
Yes.
but we still don't know about if we even, how much we receive for insurance, which Mr. Whittigan said he's going to check into that.
My understanding, and I'm saying it's been, portrayed as we don't know, my understanding is that there was not an insurance payout. I hear what you're saying, and we will look into that,
Yeah,
but
but who paid for it then? Because it's turned into a money pit it is a metal building. It's a metal structure, and for the price that we're paying to keep repairing it, could have built a new one.
yeah, the problem is when you get into contracts and you're using federal funds, if the work is not completed, you have to finish that work. Otherwise, you repay those federal funds. So there was a large CDBG investment in this project that was part of phase two, and that work, as I said, has to be redone, and we cannot use CDBG funds to redo that. If we don't complete the work, which is certainly your prerogative, we can repay that CDBG investment, and that is certainly your decision.
No, and that's a kind of a flippant answer, because I would absolutely not agree to do that. But I would like to know how much was the insurance money. If it was there, Mr. Whittigan didn't know if he had received it, and he said he would check into it. Of course, I don't want to repay CBD dollars, but I would also like that when you come before council to have a prepared answer.
My answer was no.
I'll speak, Ms. Wilcox, I've worked with you. I've been to that building. I'm very clear on it. I want the project to succeed, but I think that we can't keep throwing money at something because a contractor didn't do something correctly, and then you say, well, now we need the and was it $90,000 for the bathrooms? And then you won't divulge the money for the rent. So when we're asking questions, we have a right to ask questions. We have a right, we're supposed to ask questions. And to not, when we ask questions and people flip us off and have smart answers, that's not what we're here for. If something is a benefit to the community, it benefits the community. The community is the voters who elected us. The voters want us to ask questions. So when you come to that podium, we don't ask questions. I get emails and I get calls. And it's just the basic thing. If we have questions, it's construction. I've built a house before too. And in each process, in each phase, then you talk about it. And if it goes over, if there's overages and so on. We're just asking questions. And that's it. I would like to see if Mr. Whittigan can get us the information on the fire damage to the building, and if we, who paid for that, because it was done. And it was exterior and interior damage that did occur. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? Okay, I just want to have a brief discussion here too. So I think that the waters are getting muddied a little bit because this resolution right here that we have is the change order for it. It's not necessarily the whole new contract. I will not be voting to send this back to finance. I think this is a tremendous benefit to the community. Being relatively familiar with the Choice program, excuse me, I understand that there's been a lot of really, really good work that's been happening, especially at McKinley Center and in the southern part of the city where the phase that my colleague in the 3rd Ward was referencing earlier. So I will not be voting to stymie progress, so I will not be voting to send this back to finance. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I'm listening to the position you and Councilman Murphy has taken, and I was in and up out of my seat taking care of the city, of the Flint business, even some of my own. And I would caution you and Mr. Murphy, who I've both heard say what you won't do. Because if I listen to Ms. Burns, myself, and Mr. Piper, and I don't know, maybe they said something different, but the positions y'all take on this council could mean something. In other words, I can't count to 5. Ms. Worthing ain't here. Certain folks on this council usually vote in a block. Ms. Winfrey Carter will be a swing vote here. And I don't know if you've talked to her. And I don't know if Mr. Murphy and people talking across the aisle. I'm talking to her now. I'm curious as heck to see what she gonna do. But I can't count to 5 right now. And I'm here to tell you, y'all better understand what this council is. If a council member want information, other council members need to compromise. As a council member, I'm not going to keep rubber stamping projects. Mr. Murphy, $5 million in block grant money. Ms. Wilcox wasn't here. Now, people can think every issue is an individual issue when this mayor and this administration come to us. But for me, it's an overall relationship. This project is a change order. You're talking 400,000. Ms. Wilcox, the block grant money was $5 million. We sitting on $74 million of ARPA fund money that people calling me. They want roofs on their house. They want public safety. They want the detective bureau fixed. They calling me about speed bumps. And Mr. Murphy, Ms. Herkenroder, I'm gonna say it to you publicly because I don't speak privately. I'm a public figure. Y'all might want to pay attention to your colleagues. I don't know what Ms. Priestley and Ms. Liddell Lewis gonna do, but I've noticed a pattern. And if Ms. Worthing was here, I almost put my political reputation on the line, but she ain't. She got the worst attendance record that I've known for the last 4 years. And I'm serious about the council. I'm serious about this administration who sits in the mayor's seat, and I'm serious about taking care of the business of the people of the city of Flint. I take pride in Hasselbrink Center in my ward. I take pride in Brennan Center. I'm taking pride in McKinley Center. But I want stuff done right. I want full disclosure. I want to know where the money at, the insurance claims. I want to know. So Ms. Herkenroder, this is round 2. I've heard what you say. I won't vote to do this. Mr. Murphy, I've heard what you say. I won't vote to do this. Guess who I'm going to be listening to see who say what? Ms. Winfrey Carter. Because if you can't count to 5 and you don't send it back to committee on the wishes of maybe 3 council people, Ms. Winfrey Carter going to decide what happens to it overall. Unless I'm reading Ms. Priestley and Ms. Lewis wrong, and I might. They might not have said a mumbling word. I just know voting patterns. I'm supposed to know voting patterns. I'm supposed to understand the council, the mayor's office. That's my job. I get paid to do it. So it is what it is. And for those listening out there in YouTube and TV land, those here in this chambers, I'm very serious about the business of the city. And I'm very serious about the department heads, personalities, and members of this council. May God bless the residents of the city of Flint, and may God bless us who controls these dollars, millions of dollars, to do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley, then Mr. Murphy.
Ms. Wilcox, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Wilcox. I have a couple of questions because...
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I need to probably get closer. You said that, I'm not into alphabet soup today. CBG, whatever.
CDBG.
Yeah, whatever that is. Money was used on the first phase?
I believe it was second phase.
And the second, okay, whatever phase we're. How much money was that?
I think it was 270,000. And this is from this resolution, the staff review, because it recognizes that if there is, if this project is not completed, there's a repayment potentially, and that amount that's referenced in that is $270,438. So I'm assuming that's the CDBG portion, but I would have to verify that for you.
Okay, and we have a contract with DTS contracting to do this work, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I will not be sending it back to finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Yes. First, I want to thank you so much for attending our meeting with the Broome Center, with the project that we have going on at Dewey Park. Being that we received funding for $85,000 and we were short, and then some things came up and other things come up, I understand about projects. And to my colleague, Councilman Mays, that want to give me suggestions on which way I should vote or I ought to vote, I'm voting what I feel my heart think that, and what I think the right thing to do. I went over there, just happened to go over there to look at a park for a reunion that they having for the International Academy, those who went to that school for 10 years. So the Lord blessed me to go over there to see McKinley Center yesterday. So it was just ironic that I happened to go over there for the park, and then here go McKinley Center. So I was looking at it, and I saw the area. I drove around in the neighborhood. He took me down there by the water so that I could see all of that different kind of stuff. So I remember going over there years ago, but now that I see what you guys are doing, my heart is, I'm okay with my vote, regardless whether my colleague don't like the vote that it's going to be a whole bunch of, welcome to City Council, that there are going to be some times that some of us are going to agree, and there are going to be some times that some of us don't agree. I feel like this project needs to go on and get completed, get it out the way, and move on. I was assuming that the housing development, because I remember the Clark Commons Phase 2 were going to be done around that particular area. Now that you're saying that they redirected the housing development around into Councilwoman Winfrey Carter ward, now it makes sense on why I was being nosy down there trying to figure out what they was doing on Root and Martin Luther King. Now I see what's happening. That's a beautiful project that they got going on over there in Council Winfrey Carter ward. I'm excited to see that being completed. I was thinking that it was going to be around here with this McKinley, so I want to see both of them be successful. So I'll be supporting this project. I won't be supporting it to go back to finance. I'll be supporting it for it to go to council so that you guys can continue to do whatever that y'all trying to do down there. I didn't know that the housing development had been redirected to Councilman Winfrey Carter. I wish y'all would have brought it to the 3rd ward somewhere. But okay, my time coming one day, but I won't be supporting this to go back to finance.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I am interested in all of the projects here in the city of Flint, I'm interested that all projects succeed. I think that if colleagues have questions and they want to send a resolution back to committee to get their answers, I think as council members, we should listen to our colleagues. It's not going to be a problem to send this back for a couple of weeks, get the questions that we need answered, and then vote on it. So with that being said, I'm going to vote to send this back to committee so that my colleagues can get their questions answered. I have questions too. So I think everyone sitting here, I think we all want every project here in this city to succeed. So I'm just saying, I don't want this project, I don't want this resolution to fail, and I can count votes too. And my vote is to send it back to committee. So I'm just asking.
Point of information.
We need to compromise.
What's your point?
Point of information. If they don't get 5 votes, or we don't get 5 votes to send it back, then they come with a motion to pass it. That's a different vote than sending it back.
That's an improper point of information. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Isn't it, Ms. Winfrey Carter? Look, point of order.
What's your point?
Ms. Herkenroder, I'm talking to Ms. Winfrey Carter. We've been talking 4 years before you got here. Your
Mays,
little
that's
caveats and trying to discredit me in the middle of my business politically, I wish you would cut the crap.
Okay, Mr. Mays, that's an improper point of
Point
order.
of order. You say it's improper, I'll ask for an appeal, but you need to leave me alone. I ain't studying what you're talking about.
Is there an appeal?
And to answer Councilman Mays' question, yes, Councilman Mays, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to vote to send this back to committee. However, I mean, if it fails, then we'll go back to the original vote. And if that fails, then it'll just go back to wherever. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? In the second round. All right, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220266, change order number 2, contracting with DTS for Phase 2 rehabilitation of the McKinley Community Center. That brings us to the vote on the motion to send to Finance. Roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That brings us back to the original motion, which was to send Resolution
Madam
220266 to council. We're in our second round of discussion. Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to do 2 things in this second round. 1, I've been on this council for 9 years. 2, I probably got a better relationship asking Ms. Winfrey Carter a question than you do. 3, I'm tired of you over and over trying to make me look like a fool in front of the public, talking about it's an improper question, point of information. It ain't. You improper. Number 3, Ms. Winfrey Carter, and I believe it, and made it clear. This whole thing finna fail because y'all don't want to compromise. Now, if Ms. Burns and Mr. Pfeiffer don't change, y'all can bring back for reconsideration. Because with Ms. Liddell Lewis, Mr. Murphy, you, and Ms. Priestley being stubborn, Don't want to listen. You don't even want me to talk to my colleague. I knew her before she was a council person. I don't know you. But you keep fooling with me, the public gonna know you. Because I'm gonna highlight you. I dealt with this with Kate Fields and others. Is it a cultural difference that you think you can make this North Side brother look ignorant? I'm not. I went Beecher, Mount Morris, Northern, and Michigan State. I don't know where you went, but you need to cut that crap every meeting. Mr. Mays, that's improper. No, it's not. Now you're sitting up in some of them seats in my position, and I won't ask us for another day. But you can back up off of me, because if you keep coming at me, I'm gonna come at you twice. I done seen certain folks try to make other folks look ignorant and bad. I was talking to her. She's answered me. She understood it. In every meeting repeatedly. You can't discredit me. I'm who I am. You've been here 9 months, and I've been sitting here for 9 years. I'm asking you to cut the crap out and appeal to you before. It's going to get a little funky if you keep it up. That's to you, the chair. Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm sticking with what I'm saying. But 4 people on this council don't understand what's being said. Call it political immaturity, set in their ways, don't want to compromise. When it fails, the Senate, the council is dead. Now, I'll do a substitute motion and really mess it up. But I want y'all to learn something. It took me a while to become a seasoned politician. And Ms. Herkenroder, I don't know who in your area cheering for you, but you're not going to get your reputation on my back. If somebody telling you to go down, come down here and try to put me in order, I don't know who you're talking to, your block club association, but I got mine too. And they far north on the north end. And they talk about you. Get your knee off my neck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? Final call in the second round? Okay. As a reminder, we're on the motion to send Resolution 220266 to Council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
Okay. The vote is 3 yes and 5 no.
Point of order.
That motion fails. What's your point?
Point of order. Did somebody abstain?
No, sir.
Because it would be 4 yes and 4 no, not 3 yes. She didn't vote? Oh, you voted no. So it was 3 yes and 5 no.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Okay, well, that motion failed. So that brings us down to resolution.
Point of order.
What's your point?
No, it can be a new motion.
Okay, is there a new motion?
Let me see what my brain say.
Okay, well, the chair will entertain a motion to pick up from the table the special order regarding Ernst & Young.
No, let me do it this way, if I may.
Would you like the floor?
Yeah, the chair might want to entertain a motion and you might get it, but I don't want to waste time. My motion would be, whether the first motion was to send it back to Finance Committee meeting. The second motion, who chairs governmental ops? Ms. Winfrey Carter. After this, I'm going to just let it go. And then, you know, Ms. Priestley says she don't want it to fail. I don't think Mr. Neely gonna call a special meeting, and I ain't finna call one. If Mr. Murphy and them call one, I decide whether I show up. So my position is this. I'll try again if Ms. Priestley is feeling that way to do a motion to send it to Ms. Winfrey Carter's committee, governmental op.
Okay.
And I so move.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send Resolution 220266 to Government Ops. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Hearing multiple seconds.
I'll support
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Now, we need to get out of special affairs. After this motion pass, fail, or draw, I would like to move this meeting on. We got people here in the audience. We should have been out of here by 5:30. I would like all this stuff sent to council without objections, and y'all can sit here to 10, 11 o'clock at night. But I don't want to just waste this time with all of this stuff. When we post a meeting to start at 5:30, we used to have the integrity to get in and out of special affairs in an hour. Since I'm the oldest senior council person, somebody filed a complaint on me talking about age discrimination because I said they were young. When I say I'm the senior and older council person, I mean it. And I asked the ombudsman, is that age discrimination when they talk about, he says he's the senior council person, I am. So my point is this, let's see what happens with this motion. I'd like to see all this other stuff sent to the council without objections. And then when we service the people and stick with our 5:30 time, we can do all what we need to be done in council meeting. So I'll be voting yes, but I also want to get this council moving. That's our job, to facilitate timely meetings and take care of the business of the city. Ain't nothing we can't do there that we doing here. And it's getting to be a little much, every special affairs meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call, is there any?
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy?
Just briefly, we, as the council, we all need to look in the mirror when we talk about trying to get the meeting moving forward. And before, at our last council meeting, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter talked about us being able to do our homework before we get to the meeting. Let's look and see who is dominating the meeting when it comes down to speaking. While we talking about we want to move the meeting forward, I don't see none one of my colleagues dominating the meeting besides one particular council person.
Point of
So when you
information.
talk about,
What's
I'm
your
done.
point?
If you talking about me, say my name. Would you do that if you're talking about me?
Okay. Mr. Murphy, you're finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? In the second round, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Real quick, Mr. Murphy, I'm a politician. I have no problem with you saying my name. Don't imply. If you think I'm talking, then I'm going to send you back to school because the clock go off at 5 minutes with everybody under the
Point of
council.
information.
What's your point?
I graduated from Northwestern in 1993 with a high school diploma.
That's an improper point of information.
Yeah, that ain't a question. That's a statement. A point of information is a question, and then I decide whether I answer. I come out of Beach of Mount Morris, northern and Michigan State. Don't just stop at high school. So, you know, I want you to say my name. My reputation, just like I'm telling Herkenrode, means something. Everybody in the city of Flint pretty much know what I'm in the middle of right now. So you ain't finna screw my political reputation in the middle of a voting cycle. And when you try, you'll bump your head just like the rest of them. I'll help you bump it. So for those who don't know, that's Mr. Murphy playing a game. A 5-minute clock, everybody get 5 minutes. It's one person up in one person. I ain't studying what you're talking about. Say my name, and I'll say yours twice. I done had 6, 7 people on this council play games like what you and Ms. Herkenrode are playing. They gone now. Want me to name them? I spoke on them. I wanted them gone. You keep it up, it won't be no 5-year term. You'll be gone. So don't play politics with me, because I know it well. These seats ain't automatic. When you hinder the business of the city, you and Ms. Hurton, that's what recalls and other stuff is. So don't play. This is very serious business. People dying in fires, they dying in the street, grass is 2 feet tall, rodents and rats running around. Don't get up here and act brand new, because you are. When they go low, I go lower. And so far it done worked. And I'll be 64 in September. If you want to play with a child or want to play a game, go to Toys R Us. I'm not the one. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? Final call in the second round? Okay. That brings us to the motion on the vote to send Resolution 220266 to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk. To Government Ops, I apologize, thank you. Motion to send Resolution 220266 to Government Ops.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Abstain.
There we go.
I don't have to.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes with 1 abstention, 3 no.
3 yes?
3 yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. The vote is 3 yes. What? Oh, there was. Are you trying to change your vote?
No. If it was 4, I was going to
Madam
change my
Chair,
vote.
I'll change my vote.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so 3 yes, 5 no? Is that right?
It's 4 and 4.
It's 4 and 4. Okay, so it's 4 yes and 4 no. That motion fails. Mr. Mays? Okay. All righty. The chair will entertain a motion to pick up the special order from the table regarding Ernst & Young. The chair will entertain that motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I will make a motion to send 220284 to council.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the, excuse me, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220284, Settlement Donnie Houston versus City of Flint et al. To council. Roll call, please.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. That motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion to send Resolution 220285 to council.
So moved.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion? All right, that brings us to the motion on the, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220285, settlement with Matthew Baker and Selena Juarez versus City of Flint. Roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm going to do a point of order.
What's your point?
When a member abstains, they must state a reason. The charter say you vote yes or no. If you abstain, you must state the reason. So I'm going to abstain properly according to law. Since I listened to that last vote, got up out of my seat, tripping off of it, I'm going to abstain because right now, I'm not even knowing what y'all on. This council tripping me out. For those reasons, I abstain.
Okay. What's that bring us to?
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, with 2 abstentions.
2 abstentions. Okay, that vote was 3 yes, 3 no, 2 abstention. That motion fails.
Yeah, that motion failed. Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
what is this on? The settlement for Donnie Houston?
Mr. Mays, we just were on the motion to send Resolution 220285, partial settlement with Matthew Baker and Selena Juarez versus the City of Flint to council. That
Okay,
motion
so the
failed.
first settlement moved to council, and now you're on the second settlement, and you got a problem moving it. I'm still don't want it to move to council yet. It ain't gonna settle.
Point of
Okay,
order.
what's your point?
We are on something else on the agenda
Correct.
item. What he is talking about, we done already voted on and moved on. Now we on the next agenda item.
That's correct, and
Thank
as
you.
such, the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
The chair will entertain a motion to send
Madam Chair.
Resolution 220.
Point of order.
273. What's your point?
point of order. When I say point of order, it's stop. Mr. Murphy ain't got to parrot me. I said what I needed to know and asked the question. He's still trying that little game.
Mr. Mays, what's your
I'm
point?
going to deal with the point of order. You talk about decorum. Check it. Check it. Rather, oh yeah, he's right. I already speak for myself and 8,000 people. I don't need you in here. Oh, we don't know where. I said on the record where you're at.
Thank
That
you,
was
Mr.
my
Tays.
point.
Point
So
well
you and
taken.
him go ahead, and when y'all go tit, I'm going to
Mr.
go
Mays,
tat.
Mr.
Go
Mays,
ahead.
thank you. We're trying to keep this moving along. The chair will entertain a
Point
motion.
of order. Rule on my point of order. That's what you do. You think it's funny. That's the rule. It's the law. If you don't do it, you'll be removed.
Okay, Mr. Mays, I'm ruling that your point of order is not it's not a proper point of order. The chair will entertain a motion to send Resolution 220273 to council.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
so moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
A point of information. What's
your
the
point?
motion to do what?
The motion on the floor is to send Resolution 220273 to council.
Okay, and the first motion on this same resolution was what that failed?
This is the first motion on this resolution.
This is the first motion. So the other settlement that we went into closed session about, it failed going to council. Okay, now we on the second one that we talked about in that particular matter for 78,000, and we'll see. The first one, I don't need you talking when I got the floor, Ms. Herkenrode. This is getting to be a little much, you and Mr. Murphy. You can laugh, and I'm here to take care. Point of order.
What's your
When I got the floor, keep your mouth shut, don't you out of order. Now, I'm going to tell you this. This is my point. You can't just take the floor when I'm talking. So rule whether you can take the floor and laugh and do your remarks when I'm talking. That's my point of order. Can you do it?
Mr. Mays, you are out of order, and I'm issuing.
Point of order.
I am issuing.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I ask you to rule on my point of order whether you can take the floor. If you say yes, I'm appealing it. If you say no, then you can't. But you did.
Mr. Mays, as I just stated, you are being ruled out of order, and I'm issuing you your first warning.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? The ruling of the chair stands. As
So
a
who
reminder-
got the floor now? Me?
Mr. Mays, I keep trying to explain where we're at, and you keep
Point of order.
interrupting me. What's your point?
You gave me the floor. Just because my colleagues didn't appeal my second and you laughing, I had the floor. Now my point of order is who got the floor. I want to hear you say my name.
We are on the motion to send Resolution 220273 to council Mr. Mays currently has the floor.
I had it when my colleagues didn't second my appeal, you ruling me out of order. And so I'm going to use my 5 minutes to speak on that. We used to say in the NAACP, when folks sit there and condone wrongdoing, they just as wrong as the person. Now, I knew a motion was made and seconded, and then you gave me the floor. Next thing I know, I hear your voice laughing. You were out of order. I appealed it, and you ruled me out of order because you interrupted me when I had the floor. I don't even know what you be saying up there. You and Mr. Murphy seem to be ignorant to some rules. Now, I wouldn't care if you're rude.
Point of order.
What's your point?
He's out of order calling us ignorant to the rules. Ignorant is a derogatory word to use to define a colleague.
Thank you. Colleagues are remembered to treat each other with decorum and respect. Mr. Mays, you've already been issued your first warning.
Did you rule that I was out of order saying y'all ignorant to rules? Your job is to rule on whether or not it's out of order to say you ignorant to rules. That's what he did a point of order on, and you trying to skirt that. So make your ruling, yes or no.
That was a proper point of order. And
Okay, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Mays, you still have the floor.
Beg your pardon?
You still have the floor.
I should have been second out of order according to you and removed. Let me say this. I can be ignorant to somebody's wife's name. I can be ignorant to the street headed south in San Diego, California. Y'all can be ignorant to them rules. Now, I don't know what school y'all went to, but I'm here to tell you, you can say some folks is ignorant to the rules, and it caused chaos. And what y'all doing here is proving to me that you're ignorant to the rules. Now, this stuff get out of hand because of you and Mr. Murphy, in my opinion. And you sitting up there like you the Queen of Sheba just making bad rulings, in my opinion. And it's getting on my nerve. And Mr. Murphy keep interrupting with point of information and point of orders when I'm talking, and I could interrupt him repeatedly. Then he throw his hands up. I done watched this stuff. That's what's not proper. Now the business at hand is whether I'm gonna vote to send this lawsuit settlement to council. But something funny, Ms. Herkenroder.
Mr. Mays, as I tried to explain earlier, that's not the resolution that we're on.
Let me say this, Ms. Herkenroder. The partial settlement for Matthew Baker and Selena Juarez, that ain't what we own.
No, sir.
Both of them failed.
Yes, sir. One
So
failed.
It's the so now we own Joe Davis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the earlier resolution was Joe Davis named Joseph Davis. And has that been corrected? Mr. Neely and them put Joseph Davis on there. His family says his name is Joe. Through you to the clerk, Ms. Brown, or to Janelle, was Joseph on the first resolutions and had to be corrected? Yes. It was. So Ms. Herkenroder, before I got here, I do my homework. Both of them settlements in closed session, I asked specifically in the record, did you do the first settlement? And I thought we was on the second one. And then somebody made a motion. So you can laugh and do, but that's my job. When I walked up here, I say, point of order, where's we at? I got up. So the Joe Davis resolution has been corrected, Janelle. And it's Joe Davis Jr. and Fire Station number 1. That's what I wanted to know on the Joe Davis thing, because I got texts and calls that the family hadn't even really talked to Mr. Neely, and he was parading that name around, trying to use it for political purposes, and had the man's name spelt and pronounced wrong. And probably, if I know anything about the politics of this city, Herkenroder and Murphy probably met with him in his office before he did it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? Final call on the first round. Okay, in the second round, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, Miss, if I may.
Sure.
Look, Miss Herkenroder, you ain't the first council person. Kate Fields, I'm gonna name some more. Jackie Poplar, it's all kind of people that tried to rule me out of order, put me out. See the police back there? You can call them up here now. But I'm getting tired of you and Mr. Murphy. Y'all make your own reputation. Don't make it off of me. Go back and review the tape. I asked you what resolution we was at, and I got the right to do it. And all these fake point of order and all that old mess that Murphy talking about, that ain't 5 minutes.
No, that was...
Y'all need to cut the crap. You know, sitting up there trying to, you out of order. Mr. Murphy say something ignorant. Oh, that's proper. It ain't proper. If you're ignorant to the rules, and he is too, I can say that. You're ignorant to the rules. And you seem to be ignorant to the rules. So in my second discussion, since this stuff coming up in motions, cut the crap. Because if y'all want, you and Murphy want to go toe-to-toe with me, I'm up for it. I'm up for it. I've been in meetings for 9 years. And by you illegally throwing me out of one, fooling around with Mr. Murphy, ain't gonna faze me one way or another. It's gonna get me madder. And then I'm gonna come back at the next meeting and talk about you more. But it's a waste of time. You and him. And I'm up for it. So you can sit and look perched up there like I'm a fool, but at the end of the day, you gonna be the fool. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I just want to say to my colleagues, I am here to try to do the business of the city of Flint. I want to focus on this agenda item. We want to get out of here. So whatever we on resolution 220273, name change fire station number 1, Joe Davis Jr. That's what I want to take care of the business. I'm not going to use my platform to go back and forth with my colleagues, so I want to move forward. So I'm
Point of information.
What's your point?
Then why do, when I speak, you do the point of information and point of order? What you're saying now sounds hypocritical, doesn't it?
Okay, Mr. Murphy, proceed.
Thank you so very much. So to my colleagues from this special affairs meeting to city council meeting, I'm gonna do my best to keep myself with some dignity and some respect while I'm here. To do my best while my colleague down there throwing shots.
And in the middle of it.
And we done went down this road before. Y'all already know, me and him done went down whatever road, but I just wanted to do my best, what I was elected to do, and that's to come here and take care of the business of the city of Flint and deal with this right here. All that he talking about is irrelevant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? In the second round. Okay. That brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220273, name change Fire Station Number 1 to Joe Davis Jr. Roll call to sending that to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis is absent.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Okay, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to move 220270 to council.
Okay, is there a second to send Resolution 220270 to council?
I second.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this.
Okay.
There's clear evidence that she violated building code. She built a group home. She lives in my ward. And she did renovations and didn't pull permits. And she's going to be on the Board of Appeals on top of making racial comments towards my opponents in the election. I will not support this. I will not. So you guys can send it to council, approve it, whatever else, but there was racial comments made by this woman, and she's also a violator in building permits.
Point of
Will not-
information.
What's your point?
What did she say?
So she made comments on Facebook calling my black opponent, Mr. Billy William Harris, a boy. So I will not be supporting this. So, and I believe it's probably a conflict of interest because she's on the zoning committee too. So it's just, I'm just going to stay far away from this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I will not be supporting this because words matter, and especially for me, I'm a black woman. It is you cannot call a black person, a grown black man, a boy, and then double down on it and call him a big boy, and then double down on it to degrade him. Social media matters when you're out there being a social media keyboard thug. And this stuff started floating around this past weekend where her actual posts were there. People don't apologize for cussing you out. My colleagues haven't apologized for cussing at me, but then they want respect. We've been called ghetto. We have to have a standard. We have to have a standard. William Craig should have never been called that. He shouldn't have been called that. You cannot call a black woman a gal, for people don't know, and you cannot call a grown black man a boy. It's not acceptable. My great-grandmother was called a gal down in Georgia. It's not something to be respectful. When you disrespect a person, and we keep just saying and passing it like it's not nothing. And the sad part is, we got the black people on here disrespecting the other black people. That, to me, I don't get. I serve respect to everyone on this council. I say, sir, ma'am, and I respect the community. I do that. And we have to make sure when we're putting people on these boards, because they're working with other people of other colors. That was so disrespectful for William Craig to be called boy. You don't put a person on the board that you know has made racial remarks, and there's proof. It's all over social media. That is not an appointment that you want. And if I was to do that, an appointment, I would hope my colleagues would challenge me and correct me. But because how I was raised, my values, my parents have taught me to not accept that. And we have to quit saying, oh, let's just, they didn't really mean that. No, that was meant, she had to type it in a few times. You don't call no one a boy. He's a grown man. You may disagree with his comments. You may disagree with his position. But at no point did William Craig deserve to be called a boy. At no point. That's not acceptable. It's not. And if you don't understand what the ramifications is of that, then I suggest you Google it, or you have a friend of another ethnicity to tell you what it means when you're called a boy or a gal. We are in the age, the information stage, or age. We know better. We should be doing better. And having this, and to have this appointment, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Because this came from Mayor Neely, who was a grown black man, and he wouldn't allow no one to call him a boy. He would not allow that. And the part is, I know William Craig supports Mayor Neely. He supports him. I don't know if he knew that she made all these comments, but you don't call a black man a boy. Not in front of me, and I'm gonna think it's okay. And you don't call a black woman a gal. So I will not be supporting this. And I remember when your brother, it was across from his house, where he had the issues with the permits. I cannot support this because we keep just letting things go down this slippery slope like they don't matter. But we can't expect other people to be held to a higher standard when we call each other's names and we sit in these seats and we don't apologize. Ghetto, F you, all this, and I'm not apologizing and double down. You can't expect the public to expect us to do better when we're not doing better. I'm not approving this. We have to do better, and you have to call it what it is. Now, she wants to change, that's fine, but right now, I don't even believe William Craig received an apology. He didn't receive an apology for being called a boy. You put it out there publicly, and when you call someone a name publicly, then you need to apologize in the public forum for in which you insulted the person. That has not been done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me say this, because remember I already said we should be out of here by 5:30. And Mr. Murphy, in my opinion, implied it was me. But listen to what Ms. Burns just said. On this particular council, Ms. Worthing, who is constantly missing in action, referred to y'all over there, the black females, in my opinion, is ghetto. It made national news. Ron Fonga locally said, white woman calls black women ghetto in this professional setting. Mr. Whittigan, who is white, flipped me off and walked away in the middle of multi-million-dollar business, the finance chair. Ms. Herkenroder, who is white, steady disrespected me. I'm the black North End council person. And it ain't just white folks. You got some black folks, Mr. Murphy, will disrespect. And y'all sound hypocritical, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Murphy stood behind me and made a gesture. And if I had seen him and turned around and elbowed him and knocked him the hell out, they'd have thought I was wrong. Ms. Worthing said ghetto. Mr. Whittigan flipped me off, and then she acting a fool constantly. Y'all condone it. You don't say a mumbling word on an appeal. Y'all didn't censure them. The vote to censor Quincy failed. The vote for the censor Eva never happened. Y'all don't appeal this white woman. Mr. Whittigan sitting back there laughing now. I ain't particular about who I call out for bad behavior. Some stuff is said and some is implied. You got a bunch of good white folks and a bunch of good black folks. You got some ignorant and nasty white folks, and you got some ignorant and nasty black folks. Mr. Pfeiffer, I went over there and bust my butt somewhat, political consultant paid, to try to help get him elected because Griggs and Kate Fields was nasty. Within months, he done voted the sis and throw me out. So this board is messed up. This board has condoned wrongdoing repeatedly. They condone Quincy Murphy. They condone Herkenroder. They condone Whittigan. And then Lynn Sorensen's appointment come up, who I already know can be nasty. And we like all hell breaking loose. Don't pick and choose when you want to be the NAACP. I go to first vice president, be the NAACP all the time. If you're going to fight for civil rights, fight for it all the time. Don't discriminate on who you pick and choose, because y'all politicians. Y'all talk good, I can talk good, and you're fooling the people. Be an activist and for what's right all the time. Now I'm in court next week, representing myself. Attorney Kim then filed an appearance, and he shouldn't even be there. It should be two different appointed attorneys paid for by the city, office of president, because he's conflicted. He lied and told y'all wrong, intentionally, unintentionally, to get y'all to turn and vote against me for his appointment, in my opinion. And here y'all sit, the city council hypocrite board, picking and choosing which fights we'll take on for civil rights. It's so ironic to me. particularly when you are a victim. When you are a victim. I've been a victim of y'all hypocritism and discrimination. November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. We're in the 9th month. It don't take me long to learn politicians. After 7 or 8 months, I knew who y'all was. Worthing should have been censored like the black man Mays. Quincy should have been censored like the black man Mays. But remember, he played that game. He'll go to white folks and others, I done seen it on this council, talking about who and how should talk. I done seen that game before. In the old days, we called them Uncle Toms. Now, I ain't saying who is and who ain't. I said in the old days. Now, I'm going to wrap up because remember, Herkenroder threw me out and had police arrested me for speaking 30 seconds over.
Mr. Mays, your time is up. Your time is
I
up.
know.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you still want the floor? No? Okay. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion in the
Madam
first
Chair?
round? You've already spoken in the first round. Is there any other in the first round? Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just a few things, because I don't want to jump to any conclusions without seeing information. And so they said that the lady said that, I guess, made racist comments. Well, I would like to see the entire post. I would like to see it. So through you to Mr. Pfeiffer, is it possible for you to get the entire post and submit it to your colleagues?
I'll send it.
Okay, so is it possible that we can have this? And it looks like I will be asking that we make a substitute motion and send this back to committee, because I would like to see the entire post, not sound bites, but the entire post, because I want to be fair. I want to be absolutely fair. And then, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, through you, Madam Chair, to the attorney. Will it be a conflict of interest if we were to appoint her?
If you appoint her.
No, there's no conflict of interest here because the board that she's been nominated for here doesn't review or supervise the other board that she's a member of, and vice versa.
Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Kim. So I would like to make a recommendation that we make an alternative motion to send this back to committee so we can have the information. Because one thing I don't want to do, and I'm talking about information in its entirety. So, you know, when you're on Facebook, they have the topic and then individual replies, and then they condense those. I want to see the whole thing just so we can be fair, starting from the title of the post and everything. So let's really delve into this if we're going to hold this up because of that. Because if it's not right, then I won't vote for it. But I want receipts, and I don't want anyone saying that we operated or we acted unfairly. Because again, I've seen it many times on Facebook, people can take something and exaggerate it and go the wrong way, and I don't want to be that person. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Did I hear a substitute motion in there?
Please.
Okay, so what committee?
Government Ops.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send Resolution 220270 to Government Ops. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I won't be supporting that either. To answer Mr. Mays about this being a racial thing, I didn't vote him out of president because he was a black man. I voted him out of presidency because he's acting a fool. So, has nothing to do with, and I would vote Ms. Herkenroder out if she was acting a fool. And this is a white woman. So, and I voted to censor Councilman Murphy. So I don't know what hypocrite we're trying to be or being accused of, but it's nonsense. And I feel dumber for hearing that. So I will not be supporting this either. I think we have enough division and divisiveness. I'm not going to attempt to put it on a board. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I will not be supporting to send this back to committee. And I will not be supporting this appointment, period. I saw what was said. It's on Facebook. And to put it on Facebook?
It's been for a year.
Yeah, I mean, come on. This has to stop. It has to stop. And then, you know what? No. Point blank. Because she said what she said. So there are tendencies. There's tendencies of racism to call a black man a boy, and then she circled back around and called him a big boy. Come on. And then you want to dive deeper into this? For what? For what? No. I will not be supporting this appointment. No, to go back to committee, to go to council. As far as I'm concerned, we can throw this appointment out the door. It's over.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Well, I'm going to read, and I do, through you to Councilman Lewis, I text those to you. So you should have them in your possession now. But I'm going to read them. So it says, William Craig Harrison.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Are you about to read the entire thread, starting with the title of the post, the very first post, all the way to the end of the post? Because, again, these are the sound bites that I'm referring to. I would like for this to be on record. So your reading does not state that this is the
That's
title.
an improper point of information, Madam Chair.
So the question is, again, are you going to read the post in its entirety from the title of the post to the ending of the post? That's my question.
Madam Chair, I'm going to read what I want to read, and we're going to keep it like that. So, William Craig Harris, you know your facts, big boy. Telling a room full of people that a group home must have 1,500 square feet per client. You know your facts, boy, in all caps. Then she states to another person, Chris Caleb, he claims that there is not enough transparency on the council. So I think it's important that the voters are aware of his budgetary boundaries are. Then she also made another comment. Here's some transparency. Living at home with mommy and budgeting a minimum wage paycheck, not getting my vote. So that's enough for me. So it's not a sound bite, that's her thread, those are her words. There's no point where you call a grown black man and you want to defend it. People on this council want to defend it. Hey, boy, you never called a grown man, definitely a black one a boy, not even a white one a boy. They're grown men. You don't do that. So if there's every excuse you want to find, read the whole thread. No, you find a reason to say her remarks was racist. Do that. Work as viciously hard to fight racism, or you are trying to defend it. Are you going to send the whole thread? No, her words were boy in all caps. Big racism. Not little. Not little. That was hurtful to him. That was hurtful to a grown man. He living at home with his mommy to demean him, his minimum wage paycheck, so he don't make enough money as a black man. He got to live at home with his mom. No. And as a black person, stand up for somebody sometime. You didn't speak up for us being called ghetto.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I didn't want to start because I worked my way backwards. Yes, I didn't stand up when that ghetto comment was made because guess what? What happened, that was not directed at me. And the behavior that day, it definitely was defined as such. So let's not go ahead and play this racial game. We want to talk about standing up for our people. I stand 10 toes down. Ask my ward. And so I don't want to play a racial division card here. I don't want to play that card unless it's a true, absolute card to play. You said, Councilwoman Burns said succinctly, I'm not going to read that. I'm going to read what I want to read. That's the problem. We out here doing what we want to do.
Point of information.
What's your point?
To you, Madam Chair, do you know I read the entire thread that I text you?
Proceed.
Verbatim.
Proceed.
It's not about what I want. It's about what's right and what's true. And I don't see anything wrong with me asking for the entire post in this context. Because as you all know, side comments can be made before or after. You don't know the conversation or discussion that led to this. So, again, in all fairness, I just want to make sure if we are going to put the brakes on someone on grounds of racism, I want to make sure that racism is there and it's on the books, and whomsoever would like to see the thread, they're able to, because everyone, they're not privy to certain posts. They're not. So I just wanted it to be on record. I wanted it to be pointed out and taken into context. Because if you just take a sentence here and a sentence there and you forget the sentences in between, then things will get a little muddy. So again, I don't play this racial game. I don't do that unless it's racism in the building. And being someone that has been accused of stealing from a hair store here, I know what that looks like to be identified in a racial way. I can really get into my activities and what I do to help fight racism. I can talk about the conference that I spoke on about race. I can get really deep into that, but it's not my place, and I don't want to waste your time. But what I will say is I want to make sure that it's fair. I'm not for racism in any shape, form, or fashion. I'm not. But I'm also not against discriminating on someone based off of some evidence that we don't see in its entirety. Let's be thorough. Let's be right. Let's stop going off of our feelings. That's the problem. And that's why this city's in the state that it's in. So if we don't want to vote for Ms. Lynn Sorensen, that's fine, but let it be something concrete. I'm okay with that. But I want to make sure that everyone has their due process. And if you're not for that, then I don't know if you're fit to even serve the people, because you're not being right and being fair by the people. So again, I just ask humbly, can we have the whole entire thread so everyone can have it and take a look at what was said from beginning to end? Doesn't that make sense?
No.
Forget your feelings. Let's do your job.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? In the first round. Okay, I will say this in the first round. I will be not supporting this motion to send to government. Actually, I'm confused. I will be supporting this motion to send to government ops. I do think that we need to, this is the first that I'm hearing about this, and I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and I would also appreciate the entire thread. I'm not saying anyone is omitting anything. I'm just saying we need to see the whole context, and as stated prior in this meeting even, we discussed how if colleagues have questions about other things, then we should make sure that we keep supporting that. I will be voting to send this back to government ops, and we can go from there. I will also remind the public and this body that if we want this appointment to officially die, we have to first send it to council and then vote it down. So just continually sending it back and forth to committee won't necessarily kill it forever, because it can come back 30 days later. Could be, emphasis on the could. With that being said, is there any discussion in the second round on the motion to send resolution to appointment 220270 to government ops? Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Okay.
We're in the second round.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me be very clear. I'm not giving nobody a whole thread. If you print void in any part of social media, that is enough with the person's name. I am not the FBI, the CIA, the MSP, or the Flint PD. That is not my job to be a detective. But what I do have and what they put on there, don't put it out there if you don't want other people to read it, and then double down on it. period. It's out there. You got it. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do, paint you a picture? So when it comes to who I represent, it's not feelings. I'm doing what I feel is right. Because I come from a black woman and a black man, and my daddy is not a boy. And when you know where you came from, you know where you're going. My great-grandfather would roll on in his grave to sit up and hear this conversation. She said it in multiple ones. I sent it to you. Then that still wasn't enough. Well, let me move the threshold again. You moved it again. You represent a ward that's 91% minority. Go in that ward and pick out black men and start calling them a boy. That's not going to go over very well. It's simply not. It's respect. Now, defend the appointment if you want to, but this came from the mayor. He's a black man. We're supposed to respect him. William Craig was not respected, nor was he apologized to. You don't need a whole thread to where you go back and forth. You can see, you got it. Now you want all this extra. Nobody doing all these extras. Stop the nonsense. She did it, you see it, and it was a year ago, and she said other things. She said other things about him. So, but I'm quite sure she erased him. So if you want a forensic information, then you would have to do that yourself. That's not my job. As you often say, we're part-time. I don't have the time for that. I gave what you needed, what she stated, and she said he was a boy, a big boy. She also doubled down on his parking tickets or something before. And forever said he's living at home. How much more can you degrade a person to make them feel as low as possible, and then you want to try to hold and create a new bar standard? And you black. I don't understand that. I wouldn't care who it was. And William Craig, he supports Mayor Neely. He supports him. His mother does. His father is a bishop. You cannot call black people and grown black men boys. You can't do that. So I'm not giving a whole thread because you want to keep moving the threshold to meet your criteria. I'm not doing that. She put it on there, and as a black woman, I would think you would understand right away. Because if someone called even to someone an equally disrespectful term, I'm not going to support racism or disrespect on any side. Boy has never been something that was a positive term. They called Emmett Till a boy. When you know civil rights and you know better, and you are a very intelligent woman, there's no way you can ever say or justify that calling someone black, a grown black man, a boy, is okay. I want a whole thread. You don't need a whole thread. Those are her words, her thread, unless somebody stole her Facebook page and wrote it. It's got her name, first name, last name, and then it also has her words. You have them, I sent them to you. Well, I want to see the whole thread. You don't need, those were her thoughts. If you want all that forensic stuff, you go get it. My vote is a no. You need to recognize racism, and if you don't want to be called a racist in our community, don't say racist terms. Simple as that. Y'all sitting up here pretending like, oh, it's okay. People come here and say anything they want to these council people and sit on these boards, and you justifying in a very black ward. I'm befuddled. I am. And with Roe versus Wade, things are turning back. What is happening? I don't get it. And Dr. Lewis, I'm puzzled by some of your decisions. You asked for it, I sent it to you. You want a whole thread. I don't know, what would he have said? If you want the whole thread, what would he have said? And you can see her remarks in his. That's what was sent to me. That's what was sent. He didn't go back to attack her. Number one, he may be a minister, but his daddy is a bishop, Greater Holy Temple. So I just can't.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in
Madam
the
Chair.
second round? Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Again, we're being caught up in emotional politics. Questioning my intelligence. No emotional politics. Let's stick to the facts. And yes, she want a whole thread. I do. So I can be fair. So I can be fair. The title of the post could have been Name a Song That Has Boy in It. I don't know. As someone who has been attempted to be defamed on Facebook, someone saying things about me that's not true, I understand how things on Facebook, how they can get muddled.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to this. What have I said about you on Facebook? I blocked you. Who are you?
Proceed, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So the point is, again, whenever we accuse someone of something, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. Even if, but guess what? It's supposed to be for all folks. Innocent until proven guilty. Only thing I'm asking is for us to take a look. Get the post in its entirety so we can see. I never seen someone you're talking about who his parents are. Guess what? That's not what we're talking about. That's not where I'm at. If she said it, let us see it. Let's put it on the record. We have these thick packets of stuff, of things that we proof and this information to help us support our decisions. Only thing we have to do is just add that to it so we can see exactly the name of the thread, what they were talking about in its entirety, so we can make a decision. That's not a black or white issue. That's a please be fair issue. And I stand for fairness with everyone. With everyone. I'm not here to put on a show. I'm here to move on so we can get on with the city's business. But again, if my colleagues have a problem with me asking to have this information brought forth, so guess what? So even the citizens can see it. The rest of the colleagues can see it. Mr. Mays, he doesn't even do he doesn't do, what is that, email? I don't know if he does social media, but so everyone can have it. And it's a problem with me just asking, hey, can you print it out for the record? Can we look at it for the record? That's the problem in Flint. We're misinformed. Too much ill-informed information. People are not informed or ill-informed, and we take what somebody else said or read as the gospel and we run with it. Let's stop that. If they said it, present the information and we will rule accordingly. But I'm tired of doing things the wrong way here. As a black woman, I'm asking for fairness for all. So if we're going to cut down Ms. Lynn Sorensen, let's make sure we have the information in its entirety so we can do our job correctly. Again, emotions, I don't have them. I don't want to catch feelings. I want to catch flights. Let's let's do our job. Take us out the equation and put the citizens first. What I'm saying is not anything against black people or white people. It's about all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? Final call in the second round. Okay, that brings us on the vote for the motion to send appointment 220270 to government ops. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes and 3 no.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That motion fails. That brings us back to the original motion on the floor to send appointment 220270 to council. We were in our first round of discussion. Just as a reminder for everybody, the colleagues who have already spoken for ward numbers 8, 6, 1, 5, and 2. Is there any other discussion in the first round? in the first round? Okay, I see none. In the second round, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion? There is none. That brings us to the vote on the motion to send appointment 220270, appointment Building Code Board of Appeals Lynn Sorensen, to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Rickman-Roder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
Vote is 2 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to send ordinance 220272 to council. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I support that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm going to support this. And I know that they need all the help that they can get in Blight, but we can pass a million ordinances. Until we have people enforce them, they're not going to do anything. So I'm going to support it, but until we overhaul Blight, none of these ordinances are going to be ever enforced. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call for discussion. In the second round, is there any? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to the motion, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send ordinance 220272, an amendment to the Article 3 blight violations, to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Rickman-Roder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion to pick up the special order from the table as requested by our colleague in the first ward.
No, Madam Chair? Could you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
Yep, the chair will entertain a motion to pick up from the table the special order that we tabled because Ernst & Young was not here.
Madam Chair, not seeing my friend in the first ward in the chambers, I would say we put that on discussion item for council, but I would entertain the discussion item from
Open.
Ms. Trent.
The chair entertains the motions, but I would also entertain that. So. All right, so that brings us to the discussion as requested by our colleague in the 6th Ward regarding the premium pay for police officers out of ARPA. Ms. Burns, this was your request. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Whittigan and Mr. Whittigan, because I need finance. And just Brian J. Ernst & Young, yes, you, sir, in the light blue shirt, gray jacket. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Janelle.
Mr. Whittigan, we passed a resolution to pay officers that were hired who have been working for the city of Flint their bonus, sign-on bonus pay, and I don't have that was a couple of months ago. It has been brought to my attention because I stop and talk to officers to thank them for their service, to make sure that they know that they are appreciated in our community. And I've had a few of them state that one of the issues is that those who signed on have not been paid that bonus pay yet. What's holding that up?
So that you're referring to Resolution 220116. It was presented to council in March, or presented to committee in March, was passed, went to council on March 14th. So a couple things with that. One is we can't issue any payment until we get the fully signed, executed resolution from the clerk's office. We're still waiting on that at the moment. Also, two, we have to draft, legally, we cannot pay the premium payout, or sorry, it was the incentive pay, until we have an executed MOU between the city and the bargaining agreement. That's just state law. That's finalized by the Williams firm. I believe the bargaining unit has signed off on it, but at the moment, so that was some delay, but at the moment, we're waiting on the signed resolution from the city clerk's office.
Okay, so we're waiting on, because two steps. So first, we're waiting on, you're stating that you're waiting on the signed, what again, Mr. Whittigan?
Just
Don't go
the
away.
resolution, it just needs to
So
be
you're
signed
saying
by
that the
council
clerk-
president.
Okay, so the city clerk's office did not, Madam Clerk? Did you,
Yeah,
Madam?
I'll have to check with the council secretaries because, quite frankly, those should have gone through some time ago. Usually
Okay.
about a week or less after the meeting itself. If the meeting was
From
in
March.
March,
Okay.
those should have been executed already, but we will get on top of it
Thank you.
tomorrow. In fact, I'd like to get on top of it this evening.
Okay, and that will be good. So there's not a holdup with Mr. Jazinski?
No. Stuff like that comes to you that's involved with ARPA, we vet through E&Y first before you even get it.
Mr. Jacinski, could you please come to the podium? Because I won't be able to hear you from your seat, sir. Thank you.
The resolutions, when you get it, it's already been through compliance review, and it's ready to
So
go.
it's already been approved. We can pay the officers. We're in compliance with for your
With Treasury, yeah, with the
Okay,
regulations.
Okay.
Yep.
So our holdup then is not on you, thank you, Mr. Jazinski. Just because you were here, I appreciate you. Mr. Whittigan, sir. So this is March, we are now in July. Are you aware of these officers? Some have been working for up to 2 years and since COVID and did a sign-on bonus and have not been paid?
Yeah, so far, we've given our amazing public safety team bonuses twice under this current administration, one round in 2021, the $2.7 million in 2022, and now we're just waiting on this so we can pay it out.
Yeah, this is a sign, so this is something different. We are short-staffed. There are 6 officers right now who are being sued with the city of Flint by the county. There's one officer or a couple who needed this money to pay for an attorney that are now facing legal fees, not legal fees, a writ of garnishment for over $25,000. So if this has been approved through Jazinski, through Ernst & Young, we shouldn't have been dragging our feet. If you knew that there was an issue with the clerk's office, call her up, go upstairs, send an email. Now, we're holding out for the bargaining with you said the bargaining with the police union? Because I'm going to sincerely hope we're not holding out for a political endorsement their pay when we got a risk of 6 officers who might quit, who now have garnishments because we didn't get this money to them. We passed this. The compliance firm passed it. You dropped the ball.
Sure.
You should have called Ms. Brown, her staff, email, come up the elevator, send a smoke signal. This is important to these people. You have one officer who is a mom, has kids, and guess what she got? Was a writ of garnishment when her father is in the hospital and her grandmother, because we didn't get her the money. And she works the worst shift it is a mom. She shows up to work. We didn't show up for her. This shouldn't have happened. 6 officers are being sued by the county because they chose to come and work here. And we're not making sure we do what we told them and we have the money. We sitting around with the money making sure it's not getting to them. And you are CFO?
So again, as I've stated, we've paid out almost $3 million.
No, you don't know, and
incentive pay.
let me tell you, I'm
Council
speaking.
members are reminded of the
I don't need
quorum
I'm
and
fine, I
respect.
talk loud.
With all due
It's not
respect,
decorum.
Madam
Don't give me,
Chair.
Madam Chair, don't give me that decorum, because these people are suffering right now. And it is my order.
Ms. Burns, I understand. We also need to treat everyone with
Oh,
respect.
and I'm treating him the way, but you don't get to tell me how loud I use my voice.
I did not.
You
I said
did.
decorum and
Please
respect.
remind that the decorum. No, because these 6 officers might quit.
Madam Chair.
You keep trying to spin this and state that, well, we gave our amazing officers. They are absolutely amazing. But you didn't give them the sign-on bonuses for those who came in to work. You didn't do that part.
Okay.
Don't spin me on that.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The speaker asked to get your attention, and he had said, Madam Chair, and you did not respond to him. Thank you.
Correct. Mr. Whittigan?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, I'm the CFO. I'm here to give you information as you asked for it. I am standing here to politely give you information. Politeness is not being returned to me. I would like to either be allowed to stay what I'm trying to say or take a seat.
Say what you need to say, Mr. Whittigan.
So again,
Point of order. This was, I had the floor. No, that's not how that goes.
Okay.
He doesn't direct how he's going to answer questions. It's the CFO. He works for everybody in this city.
Ms. Burns, there is tremendous amount of disrespect being shown right now.
No, you don't understand the disrespect that you're giving to me right now.
Ms. Burns.
Because I get to talk at whatever tone I choose to.
Ms. Burns.
When he's going through you and he's flipped off people before,
Ms.
these
Burns.
officers are going to quit.
Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, your behavior is very disrespectful. Mr. Whittigan is trying to answer the question. I will be issuing you your first warning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, but who has the floor?
Okay, Mr. Whittigan is about to answer the questions and explain.
And that's not what I asked you. Who has the floor?
Mr. Whittigan
But
has
it's
the
me,
floor.
it's the council person who I asked him a question.
Ms. Burns.
I have the floor.
Thank you, and I'm giving the floor to Mr. Whittigan to answer the
No.
questions that were
No.
asked.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay. I'm giving the floor, there's been a motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair. Ms. Burns, you seconded that?
Yes, I did,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. As a reminder, in the appeal process, the chair speaks first and last. Each member of council has 5 minutes to speak. Janelle's not here, and neither is Ms. Brown. I have 5 minutes on my phone. Okay. I do believe that there was a tremendous amount of disrespect being shown. It had nothing to do with the tone of one's voice. It was the way in which Ms. Burns was speaking to our CFO. I understand the frustration, but we still need to be an example for the city on how government should be done. We may disagree with each other, and we do in this room. We all know that we disagree with each other, but we have to do it respectfully. And when the person who is being questioned is trying to answer the questions, and then they're not being allowed to answer those questions, it does not turn, it's not a discussion anymore. It's just a one-sided conversation. I was giving the chair to Mr. not the chair, excuse me, I was giving the floor to Mr. Whittigan so that he could answer the question that had been asked by Ms. Burns regarding what had happened. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
We're in an appeal right now. Yes, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
The floor was Ms. Burns. It was on her. You had no right to give him the floor. He can wait. This is our meeting. This is the council's meeting. And see, this is a problem. The administration, they come up here week after week, unprepared, can't answer questions, can't be transparent, can't be forthcoming. They come up here with their flippant attitudes and think that we should give them respect, and they can't respect us. And then you give him the floor? This is our meeting. Councilwoman Burns had the floor. And no one up here should have had to appeal that. We're wasting time. How dare you? This is not right. And this is why they come here and run over this council. I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of the attitudes. Come here prepared. Come here to give us the answers. This is every week. And I'm going to say one other thing. I will not be sending emails of questions that I have for a council meeting, because come prepared. You get an agenda with resolutions on here. Come to us prepared. That was all wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, yeah, I agree with my friend in the Fifth Ward that it was Ms. Burns' floor, and the chair cannot just take the floor away and give it to a speaker. That's what the appeal was. It wasn't the conversation. It was that emotion is what I appealed, because it's her prerogative when she gives up the floor, then the speaker. But we can't interrupt her when it's her time to just randomly say, no, just because you're speaking loud, I'm going to take it away and give it away. That sets an awful precedent. And I also, it's humorous in my opinion, Mr. Whittigan, that you're saying that decorum or that respect isn't given back. You are the most arrogant, disrespectful person of this council and the entire administration. And for you to say that it's not given back, sir, you are giving it back in low regard to this council. And I try not to get in the combative things, but when you said that, and after your disrespect a couple weeks ago, that's humorous to me. So, Madam Chair, my appeal was that, and that's why I appealed the ruling of the chair, because it sets a bad precedent, and Ms. Burns had the floor, and you give it to the speaker, and that's not the way this goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion
Madam
on the
Chair.
appeal? Yes, Ms. Burns.
I want to say this. Freedom of speech is something I take very serious. You don't have the right to tell me that I need to speak in a calm, smooth, low, melancholy voice. It's not your place. Simply not your place. Something that you may be passionate about, I will respect that. When I'm listening to these officers, they're showing up for these calls, they still haven't gotten their pay. I've given Mr. Whittigan respect when he didn't deserve it. After he flipped and walked off, I've never seen a CFO in my entire, it was a little girl coming here with my father to city council, a CFO flip off the council. There's etiquette. And you want us to give him all this undue, give him this respect and this decorum. Don't speak to me like that. If my voice goes up, it's because I'm serious about it. I didn't cuss him. I didn't call him out his name. You need to understand what decorum is. I don't have to speak in a tone that is pleasing to your ears. Because what they're doing is not pleasing to those officers who have been waiting for 2 years for a sign-on bonus, and he's trying to spin me. I know when I'm being spent. He spends his whole time right now disrespectfully on his phone. It's the council members, each and every person talk, and he doesn't look up. Not at one council person. He could have said, hey, let's redirect this. How can I start over with you, Councilwoman Burns? That's what he could have. He didn't do that. He laughs, he jokes, he flips us off. It's not funny. Professionalism and etiquette matters. I give it to you when you give it to me. But I'm going to give you the business when you're giving the officers of the city of Flint the business. I hope we're not holding out Mr. Edwards for an endorsement, political, because these officers have been working. You know what they're going through. Don't play this game with them. We got the money. It's been approved through the compliance firm. Give them their money because they're showing up. They're risking their lives. They're willing to do a job I'm not willing to do. I won't change that part. Give them their money. We have it. Don't hold it up. Now they got garnishments because they couldn't have the money to help pay for an attorney. Who gonna pay for their garnishments? They were given $5,000 to $7,500. Now they're facing almost $30,000 garnishment. The city need to pay them that. Pay that for them. I wouldn't work for a place that promised me something and they holding it up to keep moving and dangling the carrot. You don't take public safety and play with people's lives. It's not political. It's not political. You got an officer who has been garnished. She has parents, a grandmother, and a father in the hospital. And we didn't put this on her because she didn't have the money to get an attorney with a bonus she should have got a long time ago. She did what she's supposed to do. All of them. They showed up. They show up, they get in those cruisers. They working 12 hours a day, running from call to call. And I went to the 911 center. I know what they're doing. I put the headphones on. So I don't say things to talk out of order that I don't know what I'm talking about. But to find out we're not paying them and we have the money is egregious. Because when we call 911, I expect them to show up and the officer. You can't expect an officer who puts their life on the line to value their job when their employer doesn't value them. The employer isn't valuing them. And to come and to be spent at the podium again and again by our CFO is wrong. I don't know where y'all, this is election season. If y'all winning votes, don't play with the police. Because you're playing with public safety. Don't ever play with the police. These officers making it to these calls, they working 12 hours, they tired, they didn't get their sign-on bonus, and they telling people. So you wrecking the reputation of the city by not giving them their sign-on bonus. And you got the money. It's been approved. You don't hold out. That's not poker. That's not a game you play. Y'all playing go fish when this shouldn't be happening. Give them people, those officers, their money. And that should be done in a resolution today, no later than tomorrow. Get them paid.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the appeal? In the appeal. Is there any other discussion in the appeal? Okay, then I will, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Oh, excuse me. Like I was saying, I'm not for flipping anyone off because that's wrong. But what I'm also not into is not utilizing the whole context of the situation. See, although we might not agree with administration because they do a lot of things that they ought not. They do. I disagree with a whole lot of things that I hear. But that doesn't mean that I issue disrespect. I would like to see, I remember during that time, it was heated and words were being exchanged. See, you can only say or talk to someone in a wretched way so many times before they react. It is really, I mean, it's rare that I see a mutual exchange going between us two, between the council and administration. It's always really, really aggressive. And when you continue to belittle, berate somebody, the average human, they lash out with either words or gestures. So what I would challenge all of us to do is, let's stop with the beratement. Let's stop with the hostility, the aggression. We can have passion, and yes, we can, but we don't have to attack. And so I'm not making any excuses for anybody's behavior, but again, I want to make sure that we point out context. Context is everything. And I would like to challenge us to let's fix our attitude when we speak with one another. Because us continuing to degrade someone when we speak, you don't know how that will impact future relationships, and it shouldn't. But the fact of the matter is we're all human. We all would like to be treated with respect and dignity. So let's treat others the way that we would like to be treated. And let's look at the overall big picture. Yes, was he wrong for flipping, for throwing his hand up? Absolutely. But the exchange that he was going through was out of order too. So let's get in order. How about all of us get in order and be civil? If we don't like what Mr. Whittaker is doing, we don't have to yell at this man at the top of our voice. Guess what we can do? We can put together a vote to get him out of here. And our voices can become just like this. No need to fight or get mad. But we must be careful of the image and the aggression that we give off, because people are human and they will react, whether it's with words, whether it's with hand gestures, because that's what humans do. So let's be mindful of that.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays, and then
Yeah, it
Mr.
sounds like we're in an appeal of the decision of the chair. It is probably an appeal that Tanya Burns or Councilwoman Burns made based upon something, or Mr. Piper made based upon something you ruled on. And so it's been seconded, and it sounds like we're in discussion. You could nod, right, Ms. Burns, Ms. Piper? And, you know, I've been talking about it. So I know I'm going to vote no, probably in favor of the chair, and don't know what's happening. And I'm listening to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, I was the one talking to Mr. Whittaker. And since you've been on the council, I've heard you allude to the way I communicate. I don't see eye to eye with Mr. Edwards, but we talk a certain way to each other. That's got something to do with him talking to me and me talking to him. What you alluding to, you missing something. When people talk sideways to you, in some cases, we got the right to talk sideways back. Maybe you don't do it, but you won't be here long, because people will run over you in this arena from what I've experienced. This is the third group of council people I worked around, and the third mayor's administration. And I know from my knowledge and experience that council people talk sideways. Kate Fields did it, Jackie Poplar did it, they gone. Maurice Davis even did it on a podcast. So let me say this to you, Ms. Priestley, I've said it to Mr. Murphy, keep talking sideways. The public is way smarter than elected council folks give them credit for. Now, I don't know what happened up here, but I know it didn't have nothing to do with me keeping this meeting going long, because I stepped aside. But Mr. Murphy talked sideways. It's me that keep the meetings going long. It was poppycock when Kate Fields and Griggs and them said it. It's poppycock when Mr. Murphy said it. I don't want to be y'all scapegoat. And I'm listening to you like I was talking sideways to Mr. Whittaker. You know, when they was sideways, when Ms. Burns and them called the Finance Committee meeting, one of our most important yearly responsibilities, and they wasn't here. Some of y'all wasn't here. That's a problem. And I don't care how polite you talk, I don't care what doctor degree you got, I'm gonna give you some common sense political degree. Be careful what you accuse who of doing what. We got a multi-million-dollar municipality to run. Look at Ms. Worthy. If she was here, she'd probably be right with the side I'm different on. It's been a pattern. Y'all been here for a handful of months. I see a pattern. Ms. Herkin wrote, I didn't vote for her for vice president. You and Mr. Murphy and them did. As a matter of fact, I tried to get you or Miss Winfrey Carter to take it. Miss Winfrey Carter graciously gave it to you, and you didn't even vote for yourself. Ain't no way I'm a politician and not gonna vote for myself. So I know the history of this council. I know the history of the personalities on the council. And y'all ain't fooling folks. Something happened here. I reviewed the tape, but I just know people. You put the motion on the floor to punish Mr. Murphy, and the city attorney told him wrongfully he had to abstain. That wasn't true, but y'all believed it. You got to be careful who and what you believe. We call that naivety. You can't be naive in politics handling the people's business and millions of dollars. You'll get ran over. My job is not to be naive. My job is to speak up. My job is not to believe that I keep council meetings going. I'm thinking when I walked back in the room, y'all was in the regular council meeting. Unbelievable. For all of those accusators, people accuse me that keep meetings going. You said something right. We all the same. In some cases. I don't want to be like some of y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, here we are again. Like my colleague said at our last meeting, we're spending too much time. Here we is, 7:30, and we ain't even started the city council meeting. We should be coming in here, getting the meeting done, but it sounds like we being selective as far as who saying what and what we need to do when it comes down to whoever speaking on different issues. Now, if y'all wanted to come here and get the work done so we can get done, we should have been out of this and we should have been in a city council meeting. But here we are in an appeal on a subject matter that we are spending a lot of time on. So we can't have it both ways. We either want to come here and get the work done and move on so we can get out of here, because that's what y'all said. That's what I heard at the last meeting. We wanted to get in here, get the work done. Okay, so look at us. We right here, and we going through all of this right here. I will be supporting the chairperson because I sat up here and I listened. That's why I called the point of order, because of my colleague tone of voice in the way she was talking to the administration. Now, a Councilman Murphy, if you was talking to me like that, I would have a problem with it. Even Councilman in the 5th Ward, when she even got to talking, her tone was real loud. Even, she didn't have to talk that loud to get her point across. Both of them was wrong, in my opinion. While I'm just sitting here, I'm like, well, dang. One of them talking loud, and then here she comes, she talking loud, but we want respect. You
Point
want
of information.
What's your point?
Do you realize that you talk loud as well? I talk loud, but you talk loud as well too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. Because Quincy can clap back. I try not to, but I will. So I don't, and I try to check myself. But what I'm saying is I'm just sitting here observing it, and I see two colleagues over there talking in a loud tone of voice. But it's okay. But then if we get to it, if I go there, because one thing Quincy don't do, I don't start it, but I can finish it. So what I'm saying is we all could go there, but we don't want to have to be on council going there and talking loud towards one another, and we shouldn't want to talk loud towards the administration. I saw Councilwoman Burns talking loud to the administration, and I heard him trying to shine in. So I said point of order to allow the chairperson to shine in, because she was talking loud to him. And even if she didn't agree with him, she ain't have to be talking so loud like that, how she was talking loud. But she said that's the way she talked. That's her characteristics. That's how she talks. So what we saying is we setting the tone on council that, and I ain't saying I'm always right. Trust and believe, I ain't always right. But what I'm saying to you is we go set the tone that we go be able to talk loud when we want to deliver our message and talk to one another. So we go be on this city, we go be on council talking loud at each other or at the administration, because what we saying is that's how I talk. That ain't how you talk, but that's not fair for you to be talking to other people like that. Didn't nobody work hard to go to school to get a degree to come in here to be talked to like that. I just think it's wrong. I think it's inappropriate, and I would be supporting the chairperson, and I would like for us to be able to get this meeting moving forward so we can go into the council meeting so that we can get this work done. Like my colleague said, we want to come here and get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair, is this appeal on who had the floor, or how we treat each other? I am going to vote against the chair on this because I do believe that the Councilwoman Burns did have the floor. However, I felt that Ms. Burns was being disrespectful of our staff, of the city administration, by asking questions and not allowing the answer, and raising the voice, the tone of voice. I find that voice to be disrespectful to whoever it's addressed to. I don't care if it's addressed to Mr. Whittigan or Quincy or Mr. Pfeiffer. I just find it to be very disrespectful to raise the voice. I try not to do that myself, although I'm not saying I'm perfect, because I do. But I do feel that that Ms. Burns had the floor, but I also felt that she was inappropriate by not allowing Mr. Whittigan to respond. In matter of the, I'm going to go off a little bit off topic here, and if I'm being not germane, let me know. But the premium pay probably should have been approved by the union before it came to council. That apparently didn't happen. That's on the administration.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We on an appeal.
Yes. I will stop.
In my point of order, is this relevant to the appeal? Because y'all done ruled me out of order many times. She's saying she want to go
Mr.
off
Mays, it's
topic. What
sustained.
you say, Madam Chair? I don't
to-
want you to discriminate against the black and the white.
Mr. Mays, I'm trying to rule on your point of order, and that's sustained. Ms. Priestley, that was not germane to the topic
So
at hand.
anyways, as I said, I will be voting against the chair and to support the appeal, but I'm also imploring each other to maintain a respectful tone of voice when addressing each other, as well as the administration and the members of the public.
Point of
We are-
information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Priestley, do you know people can be disrespectful by saying nothing, gestures, walking away, talking quiet like you, and can still be disrespectful? Do you realize that?
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that was everyone, and in the appeal, the chair speaks last. Again, Mr. Whittigan, there was a point of order called because I did not see that Mr. Whittigan was trying to answer the questions which were being asked. This has nothing to do with the tone of voice that was being used. This has nothing to do with the volume that was being used, the words that were being used, and the manner in which my colleague in the Sixth Ward was addressing the CFO was disrespectful. And the only comment I made was colleagues are to remember decorum and respect. I believe that that's something that we as this entire body have to continually remember, because if we are to keep pushing this city forward, that means that we have to do it respectfully. Do we all get heated? Yes. Do we all get passionate? Yes. But we have to treat each other with respect. There are a lot of people up here who I don't like, and I try to treat them with respect. Some people up here I don't like, and they wouldn't know I don't
Point
like
of
them.
information.
What's
Am
your
I
point?
one of the ones up here you don't like? That's what I want to know, because that's my point of information, since you admitting it.
Okay. So, as I was saying, trying to give the floor to Mr. Whittigan so that he could answer the questions and provide clarity in the questions that were being asked by Councilwoman Burns. That's all we were trying to do. As a reminder, in the discussion, there are no time limits. So I was trying to help facilitate the meeting and move the meeting along for Mr. Whittigan to answer the questions that were being asked, and then the floor would have gone right back to Ms. Burns to be able to keep going. Discussion items don't have time limits. It's just a way of meeting facilitation. I apologize if that's not how it came through. That was not my intent. My intent was to be able to answer the questions that were asked. I apologize if that came through in a disrespectful manner. That was not my intent. That being said, we are on the appeal of the ruling of the chair to allow Mr. Whittigan to answer the questions from Ms. Burns. A yes sustains the ruling of the chair. A no overturns it.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Will you name a lot of people who you don't like that's up here?
No, sir, that's unprofessional. Go ahead with the roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
I got confused.
Speak into the mic, man.
Yes is sustaining your.
Point of order.
No.
The discussion period is over.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention.
All right. The vote is 2 yes, 1 no, 5 abstention. The ruling of the chair is overrules. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. So when it comes to,
Point of order.
What's your
Could
point?
you call that vote a little louder? I didn't hear it.
Yep, 2 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
And how many yes?
For the third time, 2 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention.
Okay, you talk a little light, so
Okay, proceed,
don't
Ms.
be
Burns.
point of information.
What's
If
your
you
point?
mad and don't like me because I asked for you to repeat it for the first time I asked.
Ms. Burns, you have the floor.
well, it's interesting that my colleague thanked you for those in this unnecessary debate. I wouldn't have to be here if they were paid. If they were given the money like they were supposed to be given. So yes, I'm gonna get loud if I have to make sure the police are paid. Because we expect them to show up. I'm gonna get a little loud, I'm gonna be very passionate. I'm not gonna come here and say, we need to make sure that we take care of our police, and why isn't this done? No, because it was some games being played and I was being spent at the podium. Big difference when you know game. That was game. When we have officers across the nation who you can't hire, there's a shortage. And then we are not paying those officers who have been on duty in uniform, in police cruisers working, showing up for calls, and we're withholding their sign-on bonus. They weren't paid. Their monies weren't given to them, and they continue to stay and they continue to work. They haven't quit yet. But you shouldn't be holding out on people's money. I'm not going to act like it's over. That's not a calm thing to be, melancholy in a soothing tone, because those officers who didn't get their money are pissed. They're angry, and they have a right to be. If they were paid, Mr. Whittigan, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If there was an issue with the clerk's office, it is the finance office to make sure that that resolution, which was done March 14th, to contact the city clerk. Not to come up here and spin us. Don't do that. Don't do that with me. I'm not going to be cool and refreshing and, hey, I'm not, Because you know what they show up to? Homicides, shootings. Some days they're running from homicide to homicide. They don't have enough officers to where they have to get mutual aid from the Michigan State Police. We now have Operation Arrowhead downtown because we don't have enough officers to properly man downtown, so they say. So we got a shooting, and we need more officers. But here it is, we're not paying our officers. It's hypocritical. I'm going to fight for officers. I don't don't care if y'all don't like me up here about this, because when you got to call 911, you never calling them to say, hey, come to my house, let's have some tea and crumpets. You calling them because you got a situation that's out of control. You need somebody to de-escalate it. And you're going to stop playing with people's lives. Don't play with the police. And don't play with fire. They're doing the job I'm not willing to do, and nobody in here is doing it. You don't play what they pay. They risking their life every day. They strap on their guns. They strap on their bulletproof vests. They kiss their families and their kids goodbye. And we playing what they pay? We should never be doing this. Don't be political with the police and fire, anything that pertains to saving a life. Give them people their money. Not giving them their money makes everything look questionable. Well, y'all didn't give us the money. I said, what do you mean y'all didn't give us the money? No, we voted on that, and I didn't know I said months ago. I was at a scene with Councilman Pfeiffer months ago when we first learned officers had not been paid, and there was a shooting. The shooting had a young mother who had her 2- and 4-year-old in her vehicle. 11 bullets had went through her vehicle. We were thanking the officers, having a conversation, because we actually care. I don't show up at scenes because I care about the people. It's just the resources we need to give them. People don't, I give teddy bears to kids if they're there at the scene. That comes out of my pocket. And we having this conversation to find out they hadn't been paid. And we were like, what do you mean? And I didn't have to say too much because Councilman Pfeiffer, he wasn't in a low tone, he was in a heated tone. It might not have been appropriate for this council. You don't play with police, you don't play with fire. Give them their money. They signed on expecting to get those bonuses, it should be given to them. That's like telling somebody, I'm gonna start you at $35 an hour, but hold up, I'm gonna pay you for the first 2 years, $12.50. You don't do that. So when we're talking being professional and etiquette, it was professional to make sure that they were taken care of. The fact that those officers are still with us in the city of Flint and working and patrolling our streets, I thank them, because they don't have to be. When we know Oakland County can take them, Mount Morris, Flint Township, the MSP, they can have an opportunity to go someplace else. It should not be pay when the pay is here. It's here. Get it to them. They show up, they put their vest on, they get in them cruisers, and they're kissing their kids goodbye. Get them their money. I shouldn't have to have this conversation. And if you didn't want to have it, you should have paid them their sign-on bonuses. Should have been paid. That's an easy way to avoid me having a loud voice to where some of my colleagues feel Ms. Burns' decorum wasn't respectful, because I could care less if you think it's respectful at this point, because when it comes to them officers, I want an officer to show up. And too many shootings, and I've been to with kids where bullets just went by their head, some of them in their bedrooms or in a room they were just playing in, and this officer gonna have to wait to see, hey, I didn't get my money. That give you a little feeling. Your police department ain't caring about you. How quick you gonna go to them calls? How quick you gonna get in your cruiser to get there? Let me see, am I gonna go? Let me finish my burger or my fry. Let me finish talking to my friend, because City of Flint don't care about me. Take care of the people who take care of us. Our Flint police are taking care of us, and we must make sure we take care of them. I'm gonna make sure we do. So if I get a little heated, you're absolutely right. There's nobody's calling the police to come hang out and do a Netflix and chill. That's not what's happening. Well, shame on this administration for not making sure our officers didn't have that money and us having to come to ask you to make sure that they get it. That shouldn't happen. I was hoping to say to them, because it was out there on social media. I was hoping to say, hey, we got that taken care of today. That's when you say, you know what, the gig is up, let's get them paid. Because it's all over social media that Flint doesn't take care of their officers. I just knew there would have been an amendment to the resolution to say we're taking care of our officers. That wasn't, you didn't do it. Y'all still doubling down on the silliest stuff. Get them their money. They deserve to be paid. They're showing up, and it's a sign-on bonus, which means they sign on to work, you sign that check. Get them their money. And I wouldn't want to be Chief Green right now, because I know some of them have had to come to you and ask, where's my money? Do you, Madam Chair, to Chief Green, can you come to the podium, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask at this point in time, and I have the utmost respect for council and everybody that's on council, but I think right now, from the administration standpoint, we need to take a pause to the next meeting. We've come here, we've come to answer questions, do it appropriately. There's a certain amount of political...
Point of order.
What's your point?
Ms. Burns asked for Chief Green.
And I'm allowing
And you
Mr.
entertaining Mr. Edwards. See, you got some people support Neely, some support Weaver, and I can tell you more.
Okay, this
I'm
is Mr.
watching
Mason.
and listening. Let me
Thank
finish
you.
my point of order. Your job is to rule him out of order and then entertain whether or not you're going to allow the chief to come up. If the chief come up, fine. Mr. Edwards, if the chief come up, fine, he's grown. And if he don't, remember, that's why we
Thank
got
you, Mr.
subpoenas.
Mays. Thank
So
you,
Ms.
Mr.
Herkenroder,
Mays.
you can sit and play your political game on whose side you on, but I'm calling the point of order to see if you rule that this is out of order.
Thank you. I am allowing Mr. Edwards and Chief Green. Mr. Edwards.
Point of
continue.
order.
What's your point?
You didn't have the flow. She had the flow. She didn't ask for Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
The role of the chair is to facilitate the meeting and to treat everyone with respect. Mr. Edwards is asking us nicely for a request, and I'm also entertaining Chief Green. It's
Point
not
of
a
order.
one or
What's
the
your
other.
ruling on my point?
My ruling is that Mr. Edwards may continue
Okay,
speaking.
no, you're wrong. Now, I'm going to see if my
That's your-
colleagues
that's your
appeal it,
opinion.
because you more political with who you support for a candidate than you are entertaining
Point of order,
properly.
Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, I have never once in this chair nor on any social media nor anything expressed who I align with politically. That,
I'm running and ain't
Mr.
did
Mays,
that. You ain't
Mr.
said
Mays,
nothing.
Mr. Mays, in the point of order.
It's illegal.
Mr. Mays, point of
To say
order. As I was stating in my point of order before I was improperly interrupted, the speculation that is being read into the record and into the public is incredibly false and has nothing
Point
to
of
do
order.
with what's
Point of
happening.
order.
What's your point?
If I call a point of order and you don't stop talking, you shall be removed from that chair. So I want to stop you talking because you called the point of order. If you rule that he gonna continue, we can appeal it. She asked for Chief Green. You trying to politic. I'm a candidate and ain't said nothing from this seat. So what you talking about, what you ain't said from your seat, is a bunch of mess to me. Right now, you allowing him to speak on behalf of the administration, and she didn't call for him.
Mr.
That's a
Mays.
simple thing I'm asking you to rule on, not
And
play politics with Edwards
Thank
and
you.
Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. And
How you rule?
as I'm trying to state, and as I have previously stated, because I have already ruled on this, Mr. Edwards may continue to speak as well as the
I
chair.
appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a
second that.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry.
You
Thank
get first dibs at it, don't you?
Thank you. I
Point of order.
understand
Yeah,
that.
you go
Thank
first.
Okay. That was seconded by Ms. Burns? Okay. Okay, so I'm allowing the city administrator as well as the chief of police to speak because as such, we have continuously been speaking at the administration instead of allowing people to answer their questions. Mr. Edwards was speaking. I was also going to allow Chief Green. It's my understanding that the way that the municipality works, that it's not the police chief who is the one who actually cuts the checks and helps make sure that that gets done. That comes down from the city administration, the CFO, the city clerk, et cetera. If we are to be an effective council, then that means that we have to stop talking sometimes and listen to what's going on. And if there's somebody from the administration who is trying to explain to us what's going on, we owe them the respect and the dignity to be able to allow them to answer instead of wasting everyone's time. We have to allow the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to allow people to answer the questions that are being asked of them. Mr. Edwards and Chief Green will be able to speak if this ruling is sustained. I obviously understand we're an elected body and one opinion doesn't matter over the other. We have to do better. We have to be better, and that means doing something different. We have to be able to seek to understand before we start saying other things. We've wasted too much time with 2 appeals on this discussion item already. I'm ready to keep moving on. And that's it.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
You know, I was ready to move on when I asked you to send all this stuff to council without objections 2 hours ago. I know how this council works. This meeting should have started at 4:30 and been over at 5:30. You wrongfully ruled me out of order. I got out your way because you were wrong, and everybody who sat here like church mice and said nothing was wrong. I got out the way. I come back, y'all still in this doggone meeting on stuff I don't even see on the agenda. Now, under our rules, the speaker, Ms. Burns, got the flow, and you acting like a dictator talking about who can speak and who can and what we should do and proper decorum. I'm going off of proper rules and law. You dead wrong. It implies to me that you support Neely and maybe not Weaver. I know who up here supports who. You say you ain't said who you support. I ain't said it neither, and I'm a candidate, and I guarantee you I know who I'm gonna vote for. But this ain't the forum for me to campaign. When you don't say it, you could be campaigning. Don't you think Mr. Edwards want to keep his job? We call them blockers. Every election, whether it's Whittigan, Edwards, she didn't ask for Edwards. She asked for the chief of police. He's a grown man. He can speak for himself. The chief of police, Mr. Murphy, a blocker. In my opinion, y'all can...
Point of order.
What's your point?
This, my colleague in the first ward is making accusations, calling me a blocker that is not pertaining to this appeal, and he's out of order.
That's correct. That's sustained.
No, I'm not out of order, and I'll get arrested and cuffed and taked out if you and Mr. Murphy do it. This is political. We 3 weeks before an election. I know who Ms. Burns take pictures with. I know what Mr. Murphy and them say and do as it relates to politics. We're in a political arena. You don't have to say I support Neely to block information. You don't have to say I'm against Mays to try to have the police throw him out in the middle of an election. Blockers. Ms. Burns don't have to say I support Weaver. We see it. So politics makes strange bedfellows, but it's real. Ms. Herkenroder, you don't have to sit in that chair and say I'm Neely. Mr. Murphy and Liddell Lewis and them don't have to sit in these chairs in a meeting and say I'm Weaver or Neely. I don't have to say I'm Councilman Mays in the mayor's race and y'all treat me wrong and differently. You don't have to say it. People know. We ain't stupid. Mr. Edwards has no business at that podium blocking the chief of police. Amen. But just like Whittigan, when Whittigan walked away, I immediately put a motion on the floor to subpoena him. Right now, I called the point of order to get Mr. Edwards out of there, quit jacking off our time, and then see if the chief of police want to answer that council's questions. Our greatest power under the charter is to inquire and ask questions of department heads that include police chief, fire chief, finance director, human relations director, and here you giving a long diatribe. I don't think that the chief of police, Mr. Edwards, can talk. No, he ain't. He ain't been asked for. But then y'all talking about proper decorum. You out of order, he out of order, this meeting is out of order. Because you got some elected politicians think they done something trying to help a mayor win. And then try to vilify me when I set the record straight. Bob, I appreciate that word, vilify. I know exactly what's going on here. I know who campaigning and acting on behalf of who. I know people be telling what issues to raise. The other day, when the fire chief was up here, and them 2 guys and 2 children in my ward, I'm hearing and I'll ask the question, did Neely say don't put them on leave of absence with no pay because I can't stand the heat in an election? White vice president, all clear, blacks found the people living. Never happened before in the history of the city of Flint. They overlooked living people and then the 2 children died. And y'all politicking and Neely too. This is politics. She asked for the chief. You shouldn't be filibustering and politicking because I believe you're going to vote for somebody. And I don't believe it's going to be me. I do believe I know who you're going to vote for. And I do believe I know why you politicking and acting a fool with me and others. Now he needs to sit down, let the chief speak for himself, and you need to entertain that. You and Quincy and everybody else. So I done put it out here. I'm gonna make it plain. Now I'm gonna vote no on your ruling because you done got out of hand. All that old polite talking, you ain't nothing but a politician like the rest of them think we stupid. I ain't near about stupid. I know Tanya Burns and her politics. I know yours, I know Quincy's, and I sure know mine. My job is to make it plain. Mr. Edwards needs to sit down and the chief will say whether he can talk or not. He's the chief of police. Grown man, speak for yourself. What he blocking for? What y'all blocking for? And then I want to adjourn this meeting and get on with the city business. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I didn't ask to speak to the CFO, Mr. Clyde Edwards. The chief is more than qualified to speak for himself. For you to entertain that and to take the floor, that wasn't right. I didn't ask to speak to him. My question was directly to the chief of police. He is a department head. He has about 30 years worth of experience, which I respect. We don't always fall on the same lines, but I can tell you behind the scenes, we work things out. If I'm gonna ask a question, I wanna ask the chief. That's his job. He's day-to-day operations. Mr. Edwards can't tell me what I need to know. Madam Chair, we need to block. No, Mr. Edwards needs to have a seat. I didn't ask, I would have called you respectfully. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards, if I wanted to speak to him, I didn't, and I still don't. I don't hear nothing he got to say, because now he's getting up here just to tell me what I feel a lie. I want to ask the chief, because that's his department. Those are his people. They answer to him. Now, Mr. Edwards is underneath the mayor, but I didn't ask to speak to Mr. Edwards. That's not what we do, and what you're doing is a dictatorship. I would appreciate that. I wanted to speak to Chief Green. We could have been done. If Mr. Edwards felt inclined to speak, you could have called him back up, but I had the floor. I had the floor. We could have been done, and there's some council people who are very time conscious. I'm gonna take however long to take care of the city business, and if I have PTSD tomorrow, then I will. But I wanna know why the officers aren't being paid. They answer to Chief Green. They don't answer to Clyde Edwards directly. It's protocol, it's procedure, and it's policy. And right now, we're not following our own charter and council rules when you took the floor. I don't want to speak to Mr. Edwards. I have nothing to say to him. He's not the chief of police. He can't tell me or answer anything about a cruiser, what is the average homicide rate, and how many 911 calls. He can't tell me what's the name of the vest they have or what type caliber gun they carry. Why? He's not the police chief. I don't need to speak to Mr. Edwards. If I wanted to speak to him, I would have called him up. We have to stop this. He interjects, and let me say, this is not politics for me. Nothing is political when I'm talking, and the officers will tell you, along with the firefighters, I stop and I always talk to them. I talk to the people in my neighborhood if they're outside. That's my job, a public servant. You don't get to block it because you may not like the answer. Y'all didn't pay the people. And if you wanted to avoid this conversation, y'all should have cut those new officers a check. Y'all did this to yourself. This is a self-inflicted wound by this administration. Amen. You should have paid them. We wouldn't be talking about it. We could have moved on down the road. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. But we got officers who have not been paid. You got another 6 officers who are in a lawsuit from the sheriff's department. And I'm going to tell you this, and I don't know if it's a conflict of interest because you have mentioned your partner is a sheriff. So you are intervening. That, to me, is problematic. So when we talk about who I want to talk to, I want to talk to the chief. You have voted, Madam Chair, no on almost everything with the police because you wanted to leverage funds or you came up with another reason. I support our police. And you letting Mr. Edwards to come up here to block this, and I work with Mr. Edwards. I ain't never seen him move so quick in my life. He was like a spry young man when he leaped up out that seat.
That's disrespect, decorum and disrespect. That's disrespectful.
So for me, it's important. I want to speak to the chief. Taking the floor, and you haven't supported our police the majority of the time. I do. And I want to talk to the chief. I understand what your reasons are, but I wanted to get to the reason that these officers haven't been paid, and Mr. Edwards is not the police chief. He's went to nobody's police academy, and Tanya Burns hasn't either. So since I don't have the answers, I want to ask the certified Flint police chief with almost 30 years of experience, not our CFO. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the appeal? Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, so, oh boy. I see this 2 ways. I would ask the attorney about the process, but he's not here. So I understand where Councilperson Burns is coming from because she asked to speak to the chief. She did, right there. But as the city administrator that oversees the city and that speaks on behalf of administration, from what it appears, what he began to say was that he's coming up here to defend the way administration is being attacked. So although he was not called, he's coming to make an official statement on behalf of administration. Because we see it's a very tense and heated environment. Things are going back and forth. Voices are escalating and et cetera. It appears to me that he's up here to stand in the gap and say something about the treatment before he bring up one of the people that he's over. So hopefully I don't have that wrong because we still haven't got that hierarchical chart to my knowledge, so I really can't tell you where the chief stands underneath the administration. But he is over administration. The chief is a part of administration. And so it looks like he's delivering a message on behalf of administration before we get started. So those are the 2 ways that I see. It costs us nothing to listen to what he has to say. Take it in. And if we don't like it, sit him down and bring up the chief. But he's speaking on behalf, from my angle point, he's speaking on behalf of administration. So before we call up the chief, which is under him for administration, I just must repeat this again, He feels as if he has something to say on their behalf. And the way things are going right now, it's very heated and intense. And he may have a point. So let's just be fair and hear him out. So, again, as far as the order, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. And I can't ask the attorney. But just in the name of civility, as the chief administrator, as the person over the city, it's a reason that he came to the lectern instead of Chief Green. So it must be a special message to deliver. Please let the man deliver his message. And if, when he's done, we can sit him down and bring the chief up. We can make things bigger than what they need to be. And again, I understand he is not Chief Green, but it's the reason why he's standing here. So let's just, as human beings, as people working on behalf of the betterment of Flint, let's listen to what he has to say so we can get Chief Green up here, if it's appropriate, after he makes a statement, and we can move on to the council meeting, because we're creating this problem. Going back and forth and stuff, he could have been at his seat, Chief Green could have been answered the question, we could have moved on. You all, let's not be a part of the problem that we're pointing out as the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Murphy?
Yes. All I can say, I cannot wait until this election is over with, because the closer it's getting to August and November, it just seems like it's getting more political versus us just coming down here and trying to do the right thing and get the work done and get on up out of here. To me, in my opinion, and one of my colleagues said it before, when we come here, let's get the work done and be done. We done heard Councilwoman Burns speak for probably 15, 20 minutes on a subject matter that she put on the agenda for a special order. I think we need to look at, when we put these special orders on, we need to put a time limit, because here we done allowed a special order to be on the agenda, and she went on for a long time, and you got 9 city council members that may want to talk on a special order. In my opinion, what Clyde Edwards is doing, or was about, or attempting to try to do, is to come in and speak and let us know at a particular time the administration will be leaving. We ain't even got into city council meeting. When y'all get into city council meeting and y'all get into the resolutions and all of that stuff, I'm gonna hear Suzanne is gone, Clyde is gone, Whittigan is gone. Yeah, they've been sitting here while we've been going on and on and on all day, getting nowhere. But again, let us sit up here and say something. Wednesday, when we was in our committee meeting, one of our colleagues said, y'all need to come in here and get the work done and move on. But look at today. We here, 8 o'clock. Ain't even got started city council meeting. We got public hearings. We got to still listen to the public. I have not heard anything yet about us moving forward to get the meeting done. I don't understand why y'all just won't come in here and get the work done, but it's political season. And if I don't care what the administration do, if they do something right, y'all still gonna find something wrong to say about them. It don't matter. It's so political. And now we finna have to sit here and suffer the consequences of some of our colleagues up here that's on city council, that's campaigning for, whether they campaigning for Sheldon Neely or whether they campaigning for Karen Weaver or Mays, whoever they is campaigning for, they are using this platform as city council to go and attack the administration.
Point.
Is y'all gonna check him for howling in his demeanor, or do you have to talk quietly? I mean, Ms. Herkenroder, you're slipping. Oh, I withdraw my point of order.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
You got this disruptive that come here and want to disrupt the city council. want to use the platform, sit here, get up, go walk around, come back, sit here, get up, go, just a mess.
Mr. Murphy, remember decorum.
I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, you've already been issued your first warning. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Mays, Mr. Mays, could you please, thank you, I'm asking you to leave. Okay. Thank you, I'm asking you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Okay, this is about principle. Councilwoman Burns asked for Chief Green, okay? This here is just way out of order, okay? She did not ask for Mr. The Chief of Staff. She didn't ask for him, okay? I don't even understand why you allowing this. It's, to me, from my lens, it's a total disrespect to the council person. The council person didn't ask for Mr. Edwards. So,
Mr. Mitchell.
It's just out of order. It's out of order, and I will be supporting the appeal, the councilwoman, Councilman Mays' appeal, because this is totally out of order. I mean, we have a right to ask questions of individuals that we want to ask questions of, okay? And for Mr. Edwards to stand there at that podium, Mr. Edwards, with all due respect, it's just, it's inappropriate. You know, it's disrespectful. You can have your chance after Chief Green. You can speak after Chief Green. But she didn't ask to speak to you. And that's all I have to say. It's about the principle.
Okay, I think that's everyone, so thank you. So as the chair, I'll speak last. I hear it, I hear both sides, I totally do. Mr. Edwards was here, I was gonna, after he was saying what he was gonna say, I was gonna have the police chief come up, that's all it is. I think that we're reading a lot of things into it because yes, it is political season. Yes, there are a lot of personalities. Yeah, we don't all like each other and that's okay, but we all have to work with each other. We have to. Vote your conscience. That's all I gotta say. Yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns it. Roll call, please, on the appeal to allow the city attorney to speak before the police chief. Or, excuse me, city administrator, not attorney. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
So Mr. Pfeiffer's not here. Ms. Lewis?
I abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
I abstain because I don't know what we're voting on.
I don't think you were here.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Vote is 2 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions.
Vote is 2 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. The ruling of the chair is overruled. Mr. Edwards will have you come up after the police chief. Chief
Madam
Green?
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you need to speak.
Yeah, the Chief Green, can you please come to the podium?
Chief Green, I'm sorry that this was completely avoidable if the officers had been paid. It's not political. It's not political for me, so when some of my colleagues stated that is so very untrue, and I know you know that it's not political for me. It's just not. This is simply, one, professionally, the city should have paid them. 2, you are over those officers. And morale has been an issue when you took over that department, and I know it. I know it. So to have a morale issue, and then for you to not be able to pay, or do you have the expectation that those officers have been paid? Can you tell me is the conversation that the overall officers are feeling?
Well, of course they're disappointed that they're banking on me.
My mic's not on. No.
Can you hear me now? All
There
right.
you go.
So obviously, they are anticipating and they're expecting the bonus pay. Majority of them left other departments to join the City of Flint Police Department with that expectation. But allow me to add this. Since the City Council, you passed that resolution for those ARPA funds to be used for incentive pay for recruitment and retention of officers, we had to prepare 2 documents. One document was a, so to speak, a letter of agreement that these officers, if they received this bonus pay, that they wouldn't leave. They would commit at least 3 years to the police department. So that document was completed by our legal department. The second document was a memorandum of understanding with the Flint Police Officers Association Union, that they were in agreement with these newly hired officers receiving this bonus pay.
Oh, there will be order in the council meeting. There will be. That was disrespectful, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Or I'll issue you a warning. I'll issue you a warning. You're correct. I'll issue you a warning. Members of the public are reminded all are treating with respect.
We trying to hear the police chief. We can't hear it with that noise back
Thank you. Will members of the administration please remember the acoustics of this room carry everything forward, and we can hear the voices in the background. Thank you. Police chief.
So those are the documents that have been drafted and finalized.
So the 3-year agreement, and if you've got officers who have been working maybe 2 years, there's 1 year left to that agreement that they have not, to stay. So they,
Yeah.
and I'm not laughing because it's funny, because it's not. It's, oh, wow. Okay, so.
Yeah, but those officers, you have a valid point, but those officers.
Hold on, Chief, I hope you are staying, aren't you? Because I see the entire administration is leaving.
I'm here.
Thank you.
But you make a valid point. Those officers, they pretty much have committed to staying here. They left another department. They're pretty much locked in. So that's a risk, but I have faith in that they want, once they receive these bonuses, those officers that have been here going on 2 years almost, they won't leave.
And that's a long time to have to wait for something. What would have been the normal anticipated time? Like 30 days that you hopefully would have thought once they started working to have been paid, that first pay period?
Yes.
And that's a reasonable expectation. You're still recruiting
Yes, absolutely.
and not paying the officers who are already working here is not a good look to help you in your recruiting efforts.
Yeah, I agree with that, yes.
Well, I want to tell you thank you for your service. For many people who think that I do not get along with you, we actually work it out. I respect what you do. I respect your years of experience, and you do the job I'm not willing to do. I don't want to talk to another officer who's saying, hey, when are we going to get that pay? And I know it's not you. That's why I want to speak to you to make sure, because I know that your intent, hey, they've passed it, is to get it into their hands, because you understand with being out there putting your life on the line that they're putting their life on the line. And I want to make sure officers have that and not leave, because you've got 6 officers who are being sued from the county. And those officers are being sued, and I know some of them officers needed this money to retain an attorney. And that's money that is needed. Now they're straddled and saddled with lawsuits, almost $30,000, that they have been for writ garnishment because they couldn't afford the attorney, that this money could have helped them. I don't want them to leave. So whatever I can do to help you to get this pay, to make sure that they stay, we shouldn't have to ask for it because we voted on it March 14th. We shouldn't have to have this conversation. It's not a waste of time. If you wanted to avoid this, then what they should have did was make sure that that resolution was done. Then it was kind of shifted on the clerk. Ms. Brown took to the back and quickly cleared that up. That's offensive to shift the blame. She wants to make sure that they're paid. The counseling office would not hold that up. I don't believe that, not whatsoever. But we do these meetings in transparency so that people know what's going on. I hope that we will have this. I'm going to work diligently. I hope I didn't offend you if my voice got a little loud and I was a little bit passionate about making sure those officers get paid. Because if those officers don't show up, I call you. I call you personally.
Yeah.
I'll text you, and I'll call the Michigan State Post Commander, Yvonne Brantley. I'll call her too. Because y'all doing the job that I respect. I may challenge you on some things, but this is one thing we should never have to discuss. A sign-on bonus means they're coming to work for the great city of Flint. We have the money. It should be given to them. They should not be working 2 years later on a 3-year contract and not being paid their sign-on bonus. They should be getting interest on that. And the officers who have got legal fees and needed that money, our legal department needs to be figuring out how we pay their legal fees because they put them in a bind. They put them in the bind holding up that money. Amen. And we need those officers. Thank you for your service, sir. Yep. I appreciate you staying here to answer my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in this discussion? I'm not seeing anybody move. I'll go and take final call for any discussion. All right.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second on the motion to adjourn?
I second.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
Okay, vote is 5 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 8:18. 8:42 on Monday, July 11th. I hereby call the meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Kirkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us down to the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Mr. Pfeiffer, would you lead us in the pledge? Before we give the blessing for the meeting, are there any requests for moments of silence for community members who have passed away? Dr. Lewis,
Thank you. I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Miss Angel Bailey, and also Gregory Burks. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
okay. Are there any other council members? Hang on, RL. Are there any other council members who have
Yes.
request? Mr. Murphy?
I would like to do a moment of silence for my cousin, LaGloria Shumpert.
Are there any other council members? RL, you had one?
Yeah, a moment of silence for the migrants in Texas that got 57 of them got burned up in the truck for the heat insulation.
Okay.
And the Cowboys down west.
Okay. And then I would also like to add, Mr. Michael Zelli, who is the former director of the Disability Network, and Mr. Dwayne Miller, who is the former vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, and the and the interim city administrator under former interim mayor Mike Brown. Their funerals have both already taken place. Let's stand for a moment of silence, then we'll go into the prayer, okay? Thank you.
Dear great Creator, we thank you for allowing us to gather today again to move our city forward, to conduct the city's business, to create a Flint better than any other Flint better than the past. We want to create a Flint that's so great that it will shine for decades and centuries to come. So we ask that you please be with us and guide us, that we will make the best decision, that we don't do our will, but we will do yours, so we can fulfill our goals. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. That brings us down to requests or changes. Man, I'm having a hard time reading today. Requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. Are there any? Okay, seeing none. That brings us down to our first public hearing for the night. We do have quite a few public hearings tonight. So our first public hearing is regarding the Brownfield Development Plan for Carriagetown neighborhood, and that is resolution number 220222.1. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing?
Hello, I'm Mr. Ariel Mitchell, and about the Carriage Town development, about the lawsuit, about building in the black community. We don't want to be a money pot situation like over at Red Lake, wasting the people money just to stall the situation in the city of Flint, like this emergency manager stuff, like down there early, like the instant in the last meeting, this fellow tried to block the police from talking down there early, already in court. Yes, last week trying to straighten up the situations ever since 1966. And he's trying to, everybody know in Flint he's supposed to go to emergency change before he interrupt to try to close the whole courtroom. This man downstairs, I can't call his name right now, right? This little administration guy trying to talk for the chief of police. And you know can't do that stuff down there earlier, right? You don't do no, I keep coming back, let somebody else talk.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing?
Hello, my name is Moses Timlin, and I'm a development coordinator at Uptown Reinvestment Corporation. URC is a co-developer in this project as part of the Flint Home Ownership Initiative. I want to first start off by saying thank you. I know this has been a long process to get us to the public hearing, and I appreciate all the council's engagement and just allowing the process to get thus far. So just to kind of recap this project, of why we're seeking a brownfield TIF funding is to create 4 structures for a total of 6 units of housing. They're all going to be developed on Genesee County Land Bank lots, which are currently producing $0 in property tax revenue. So the way we're approaching this is a public-private partnership between 2 nonprofit housing developers and the land bank. And because we're structuring it this way, we are actually not receiving a developer fee, a profit, or charging an overhead to this project. We are actually trying to reach households within the income group known as attainable housing seekers. This is looking at people who make too much to qualify for affordable housing subsidies, but not enough to actually purchase homes at market rate. So when we think of that, we're thinking about people in this missing middle income threshold. This could be as people as firefighters, our teachers in this city, and we're looking to do it for them in a way that is affordable to them. When thinking about the brownfield TIF, this is an economic development tool that is actually can be utilized by the land bank, which we're appreciative of their partnership, and they'll be speaking a little bit later. And I just want to lastly really point out that this is a performance-based subsidy. So in order for us to actually recuperate the tax increment financing, we have to complete the units and sell them as we are presenting them to you now. So I really do hope you look favorably when considering this later. And I just want to say thank you again. I know this has been a long process over the last couple of months, but I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing?
Hello, Joe Martin with Flint Home Ownership Initiative here, a colleague of Moses. Just wanted to again thank you for your consideration this evening. It's a project we've been working on, and it's a great opportunity to get 6 new units of housing available. It's a pilot program, so we hope that we can replicate this with our nonprofit partner and other parts of the community. Again, so thank you for the consideration.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this hearing?
Good evening to this honorable body, distinguished members of the Flint City Council, members of the administration, in addition to the public. I'm Alexandria Riley. I am the Sales and Development Director for the Genesee County Land Bank Authority. On behalf of Mr. Michael Freeman, our Executive Director and the Land Bank, I am here today to first thank you for the opportunity to address this body, but to ask for your support on what we consider to be a very worthwhile and worthy project. It is a true public-private partnership. As public officials, you all know, state legislation enables land banks to have certain economic development tools to spur economic development. And we see this as a unique opportunity, just the beginning for a continued partnership with the Flint Neighborhood Initiative Group, along with Uptown and the Carriagetown Project. And that corridor we see as a unique opportunity, and we ask that you, humbly ask that you vote in support of the Brownfield Plan, and we thank you for your continued support of our efforts to fight blight and reuse tax-reverted properties and improve neighborhoods and the community overall. So thank you again for your time, and thank you for your service, and we ask again that you vote in favor of the request before you. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public on this public hearing? Go.
How y'all doing today? My name is Richard Jones, resident of the 3rd Ward. I got a question for y'all. When y'all gonna stop letting land bank run over y'all? I mean, y'all give them property, y'all pay them to clean it, y'all pay, like right now, our city is a mess. And most of the mess is on land bank property. Yet y'all just, I don't get y'all. Give them the property, give them money, after they done let the houses sit there for millions of years to tear them down. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this public hearing? Going once, going twice. All right, this public hearing is now closed. That brings us down to our second public hearing of the night, which is regarding the zoning ordinances. The ordinance package number is 220225. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this zoning ordinance public hearing?
Yeah, Ariel Mitchell. The zoning situation over there on Pearson Road at St. Agnes Church, about the house, the Esther, and we should just take consideration and let the people have the money for they can help do what they're supposed to do with the zoning project before they tear the houses down and with the money pot over it. Like, for instance, Sister Ray, now listen here, lady, we ain't the people ain't allowed another emergency takeover. Like the little guy from downstairs tried to interrupt the police from talking, and you, Madam Chair, was responsible for the situation, but thanks to the voting, we allowed the police to talk. Like Ms. Burns said, don't play with the police, and they don't want the police to play with the public. Because I was in a situation like that in 1980 over on Russell Street. They played with the police and had me locked up for 8 hours in the police station in a cage because they were playing with the police. You don't play with the police because you don't want to see the other side of the police. The police, Ms. Byrne all know that. I think she was married to, and she getting all them calls, and the police weren't answering them dudes. One of them was, and now they got a lawsuit with dudes across the street, the county making fun just because that attorney don't know. And I let somebody else talk.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on the zoning ordinance public hearing?
Hello again. My name is Moses Timlin, but this time I'm resident of the 7th Ward. I just want to say for the zoning, again, this is something I do want to really commend you for your engagement. I hear all the comments about people taking the time to read the 700-page zoning book, which is much more than I would ever want to commit myself. And I really do appreciate the questions, the interactions. You know, I hear even the comments about in 50 years, and I do want to really emphasize this is very transformational time to pass the zoning code that was done with a planning process that was recognized nationally for being an equitable process and can really help Flint redevelop and regrow in a way that's accommodating for all people. I also want to say beyond just the zoning code, just making the development process faster, simpler, allowing very wide range of housing types. It also makes the city of Flint eligible for MEDC's RCP program, so redevelopment communities program. I butchered it, but basically having that passed with the new zoning code allows Flint to be open to more state incentives for redevelopment. So there will actually be change by passing the zoning code and having Flint be more redevelopment ready. So I just want to say that. Thank you again.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public to speak on the zoning ordinance public hearing?
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Morone. I live in Flint, Michigan. It's been long overdue, I'll say that. The major objection I have with it, and I hope council will take this into consideration as landowners come before zoning. And the major objection I have is that for some, they will end up being winners and some will be losers over this zoning. And the way that happens is that if you have a particular properly zoned one thing, and they have a building up there, and the change now is to change this zoning, they can continue their business. And on this other hand, you have a property that is zoned whatever it may be now, and it's changed to this new zoning here. Say they're across the street from each other. If this building burns down and is totally destroyed, as I understand it, they cannot rebuild there. But this property owner here will be able to. And in my eyes, that's picking winners and losers. This property, when it gets rezoned, it should always keep its zoning that it had, its operation that it could have on it. It should be able to rebuild. And if whatever it's zoned to, it should also acquire that zoning. Now, this property here may be a vacant property. And this is a second example. This property is zoned whatever it may be, and it's changed to something else. This property over here did not have that zoning and was changed to this zoning. So this person cannot build on his or her property because the zoning has been changed, yet this person now can build exactly what this person could have. But because they didn't build it before this change tonight, they will not be able to. Again, a winner, a loser. So moving forward, this property owner here should always be able to, let me say, maintain the zoning he or she had, or at least be able to get it changed rather easily and not pay some exorbitant fees to City Hall to get back what they already had prior to the change. To me, it's just fair. Because otherwise, basically, the city has taken the property from this property owner. They haven't physically taken it, but they have taken it for what it could have been used for. It's like when a city wants to put in a park somewhere, and they just simply take the person's property. They can't do that. They need to compensate that person fairly. And for the city now to compensate everybody who may run into that situation would be prohibitively expensive for this city, especially our city. So through this process, the city should not be picking winners and losers. Through this process, if it goes through as, let me say, written today, these property owners over here should always be able to use their property for what it's zoned for now, because it's a better zoning. They might be able to put up whatever they want to, whatever it's allowed, but moving forward, they won't be able to. So I hope council considers that. Otherwise, I could see where maybe some lawsuits might develop from this, which would be unfortunate for the city and for the property owner, just, you know, the expense and the time commitment. But, so I've spoke on this several times before. I think the best solution is to allow people to go back to the zoning they had, or to incorporate both zonings for any particular property. And if you look at the new zoning map, I mean, you can see that in several areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public to speak on the zoning public hearing? Going once, I'm not seeing any movement. Going twice. All right, that public hearing for ordinance 220225 is now closed. That brings us down to our next public hearing of the night, which is one of 4 ordinances for development. This is ordinance 220253. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak during this public hearing regarding development for Howard Estates?
Yes, Mr. Ariel Mitchell. Development for Howard State is no better than General Motors property over there at the St. John project. Like my Councilman Murphy, he's sitting around talking stuff about stopping these people from stopping us from building our projects in our city, but he don't address the right situation towards, like Holy Temple, for instance. Him and Miss Worthy was dragged out of the church because before he's not properly, and you, Madam Chair, you're not properly up. Well, let somebody else talk. On Murphy over there making faces at the guy at Greater Holy Temple. He ain't. I let him talk for himself. You and Miss Murphy continue, you're going to get what you're going to get.
Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing regarding redevelopment at Howard Estates? Not seeing any movement. Going once, going twice. All right, this public hearing is now closed. Mr. Mays, we're in the middle of a public hearing.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, we're in the middle of a public
Madam
hearing.
Chair, I know what we're in. I'm asking to be recognized.
Okay, for what purpose?
I'll tell you. You give me the floor. I guess you're talking to me. I'm going to move that the resolution be passed at this time.
There's a motion on the floor to pass ordinance 220253. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Don't assume I don't know what's happening. 9 years, you kind of knew. Madam Chair, that's the proper decorum. The proper decorum is Mr. Mays, and then I'll answer. But the demeanor and decorum that you constantly demonstrate is really turning into be problematic. I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I don't want them to have to stay in order to see the outcome. It's been hanging out there. The resolution number, Madam Clerk or Janelle, what is the resolution number? Ordinance, I'm sorry. 220253. And it's later on in the agenda, and that's what I'm moving that we pass now, and I'll be voting yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call for discussion. In the second round, is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, that brings us on the vote for the motion to pass ordinance 22.
Madam Chair, this would be for second reading and adoption.
As stated, this was for the motion to pass and approve ordinance 220253. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. That brings us down to our second public hearing of the night for this package. So this would be for Centerview Apartments, redevelopment at Centerview Apartments. The public hearing for ordinance 220254 is now open. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak?
Mitchell, about the Centerview apartment, I believe it's over there on Thread Lake Shore. It already was burned down already. All we got to do is start building, but they fooling around with the opera money, don't know how to, and messing with them contractors. Business coming to Flint, and the Motown boys coming up here talking about Detroit, trying to relate Flint with Detroit, and just because we're a General Motors town, and General Motors had left us, but they man up their word. They said, we'll give you 100 years, and they gave us 100 years, and they took off. So General Motors done what they're supposed to do, but we got the land, and like I say, Councilman Murphy filibustering around and making we the people look like we giving the business peoples a right to run over the peoples of Flint and messing with our money like down there early, trying to get out of it. But anyway, that's it. You ought to give him a pardon down there early because they trying to try the same thing now on people downstairs.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak during this public hearing?
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Morone. I live in Flint, Michigan. So it's not this development in particular, but I will talk about the developments in particular. So when you talk only about 3% on the rents that are collected, that's fine. But what happens is over the years, in general, the assessed values and the taxable values increase on any particular property. And what happens if you hold the 3%, because that's what it's for, 3%, on the rent that is collected, and the rent never goes up, or if the rent goes up less than the rate of the taxable value increase, the city actually collects less over the years because the rents are not keeping up with the taxable value increase, because the taxes on a property can only go up at the rate of inflation or 5%. So if the rates on the rent are below the rate of inflation, the city is losing. They will be collecting less in, let me say, inflation-adjusted dollars than what they could be collecting if the property was taxed at the rate of inflation. Again, inflation can only be, by state law, 5%, or the taxable value can only go up at 5% or the rate of inflation. So, you know, it's not about necessarily this property, this proposal, but I think, you know, I've seen many of these come before this council body and others over the years, and this has never been, let me say, looked at or considered. And you should be looking at it, because what happens is when you're not collecting that that tax, that base. People are living here in Flint or developing here in Flint, which development is good. But, you know, police wages go up, fire wages go up, wages go up in general for city employees, the cost of living goes up, and we're stuck here on the bottom collecting $22, and it might be $32 or something. And, I mean, we can just see what inflation's doing right now today to the people, to the economy. So consider that as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing regarding Centerview Apartments? Going once, going twice. Okay. This public hearing is now closed. The chair will entertain a motion to approve ordinance 220254.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Final call, is there any discussion? Hearing none, that brings us on the motion, excuse me, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve ordinance 220254, redevelopment for Centerview Apartments. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Ms. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain because it's, in my opinion, more communication and work needed on this ordinance.
The vote is 7 yes with 1 abstention.
Okay, vote is 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That ordinance passes. We are on our third public ordinance for redevelopment of Aldridge Place Apartments. This is ordinance number 220255. This public hearing is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this ordinance?
Mr. Ariel Mitchell again. The redevelopment of development apartments should go through without any debate, because on the other side of town, people's apartment is being burned down on purpose and rebuilt, like Trey Lake, for instance, and with and no fight, no politics involved, and there should be the same thing goes in Councilman Mays' neighborhood, because that's Ward 1, I believe, because it's right across from the graveyard, right in my backyard, almost where I stay at anyway, because in that school, Jefferson School, where Murphy went to as a little teenager, and the people don't want our buildings to be sitting down and being turned into black mold and stuff, and nobody doing nothing about it but grinning and talking about pickpocketing the peoples of Flint, bonehead the mayor downstairs, that's his new name. I keep coming back, let somebody talk.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this ordinance regarding redevelopment at Aldridge Place Apartments? Going once, going twice. All right, this public hearing is now closed. The chair will entertain a motion to approve ordinance 220255.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 220255.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, briefly.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this here. This is one of the first projects that, when I got elected, they came to me about doing renovation in Audrey's Place. I think it's for public housing. So this is one of them, and I'm excited to see the work get started over there in Audrey's Place. That's it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this majority council just passed an ordinance that will make certain permitted uses under the old ordinance and zoning code now have to come for approval, particularly in certain wards. And that's why I abstained, because this newer council, in my opinion, didn't do the due diligence on that master zoning code. And they passed it. People from planning should have come up, and the relevancy is.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, through you to Councilman Mays. Councilman Mays, do you realize we did not pass the ordinance for the zoning code yet?
The ordinance 220, and I was going to tie it into this remodeling, because that's what we own now. We own the ordinance to remodel the 4 apartment units. But prior to that, Ms. Winfrey Carter, if you look at the public hearing above that, as far as I'm concerned, this majority council adopted all of them changes in zoning, 749-page document.
Point of information.
We didn't vote on it yet.
We've not voted on that.
Oh, we didn't vote on,
No,
y'all
sir.
didn't vote on that
No.
after the public
No,
hearing?
point of information.
What's your point?
Okay.
Are you aware that you abstained on one of the apartments?
Say what?
You abstained on one of the apartments.
The brownfield one had passed.
Yes.
I thought I made the.
Point of information. We have not had a vote on the brownfield, because that's a resolution, not an ordinance. We have not had a vote on zoning. We've had a vote on the taxation, or excuse me, for Howard Estates. We've had a vote on Centerview Apartments, and we're now on the vote for Aldridge. We're in discussion on Aldridge Place.
Okay, so my city council agenda, because that's what Suzanne was saying. The first public hearing wasn't a brownfield,
Yes, sir, it was, but there was no vote on that.
and once the brownfield public hearing closed, didn't I make a motion to approve the ordinance?
No, sir, that was for Howard Estates.
Okay, give me a second. I want to show Janelle this agenda I got and see where I'm getting mixed up, if I may.
No, that was the third one. Correct. Correct. Mr. May still has the floor.
Okay, so right now, we're on the 4th public hearing, which is another remodeling. The first remodeling passed. Now, we're on the second remodeling.
No, Mr. Mays, we're on the 5th ordinance for ordinance package number 220255.
The first motion I made was after the 3rd public hearing.
Yes.
And the 3rd public hearing had to do with the Limited Dividend Housing Association, Howard Estates,
Yes.
the remodeling.
Yes.
That passed.
Yes.
And then the second one that I had mixed up with the brownfield, it passed. I abstained on it.
Yes.
Now we're on the 3rd one, and after
Yes.
that we have one more.
Yes.
So those gentlemen in the back will have been and completed their business by then. I understand. I'll be voting for all 3 of them. Well, this one and the remaining 2. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Final call. Is there any other discussion? Okay, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve ordinance 220255, the redevelopment at Aldridge Place Apartments. Roll call, please.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no on ordinance 220255. We are now on to our final public hearing of the night regarding redevelopment at Mintz Manor for ordinance number 220256. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak during this public hearing? Going once, going twice. All right, there were no public speakers for this public hearing. The chair will entertain a motion to approve resolution ordinance 220256.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I make a motion.
is your microphone on?
I'm not close enough. I make a motion to approve ordinance number 220256, that is in the fourth ward.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Hearing multiple seconds. Is there any discussion?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
It can be 1 second, and the second who seconds it need to be for the record. Multiple ain't good enough for the
Okay.
record. You
Okay.
need to state for the
Okay.
record who seconded the motion
Okay.
for our staff.
Okay, thank you. So it's been seconded by Dr. Lewis and Mr. Murphy. Choose whoever you wish. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I want the public and this council to know, Mr. Jazinski, or however you said, was here from Ernst & Young. We didn't do an agenda change to put him on. I met. He'll be here for this council at Finance Committee meeting. And so I thought that was an important enough meeting to meet with him. We went over some things. And so now I'm back on track with these motions. That's a very necessary meeting for the $74 million. And I'm glad to have it, but then I apologize. Now I'm on track. After this last ordinance for the remodeling, I'm going to call it, these 4 properties, Howard Estates, Centerview, and whatever, I'm going to also try to get them out of here from the land bank and the brownfield at the end of this last motion. I noticed it was no agenda changes. That's why I excused Mr. Jazinski, if I have that right, and I did. He'll be back for a committee meeting, and I don't want them to have to sit through this whole meeting as well. So I'll be voting yes on this. That'll get them out of here, and I'm going to try to get them out of here as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call for discussion. All right, that brings us on the vote to approve ordinance 220256, the redevelopment at Mintz Manor. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Rickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Piker?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Okay, the vote is 8 yes and 0 no. That motion passes. That brings us down to public speaking. Are there, Madam Clerk?
Point of order, Madam
What's your
Chair.
point?
So we passed 220256.6 as well.
Give me that number again, please. Which, yes, the last one as well. Yes, 220256 was also approved.
And that public hearing opened and closed.
Yes, there were no public speakers.
So all 4 of their projects have had a public hearing and has passed.
Yes,
Everybody agree on that?
yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would try to move 2.2022.6 for second reading and adoption.
Say that number again?
Say what?
Say that number again.
It's the brownfield redevelopment.
That's, okay, so,
2022.6.
okay, so that one, that's not in order because that's a resolution, not an ordinance. So that's going to be in the resolution package,
So you
not
say we can
ordinances.
put that on resolution?
Yes,
But it was a public hearing?
Yes.
But not an ordinance?
Correct.
Okay. And is it on the agenda as a resolution?
yes, it's right, it's on page 2.
Okay.
Okay, so-
And then, hold on one thing. The other ordinance, 220225, it's on the agenda later on as an ordinance.
Correct.
Then that brings me up to speed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at public speaking. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
Our first public speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
Hello, I'm Mr. R.L. Mitchell, and I want to speak on my father's burial. I had to bury him last year, and the house came under of authority of the judge, and the judge said every time they read the will, it's been 3 times now, but they come to my name, they dismiss it. But now I told Miss Worthy, it's in her ward, to go look at it, and I think that's why she absent today, because her daddy's house is on a dead-end street, and the judge put a letter in my mailbox Friday and said, come to the courtroom, and but I heard about this, when you talk about this racial situation, talk about boy to, and then big boy, and I figured the judge sounded like she talking about my daddy's shoes too big for the fit, but she gonna fill them anyway and put the house on land bank for the lady back there can take it and pocket the money. But I'm asking you, if I may, give this to the secretary. May I approach the secretary? Give it. Oh, just give, oh, right here. Oh, like I said, the people of Flint is not going to be another emergency management to get took over by people like the land bank peoples, and every time we do business, they absent because it's racial situation and nobody want to talk on it. And the address is 1505 Tacoma Street. It was his ward, but they keep cutting the master plan in the black neighborhood, but that's more white and more all kind of colors on that street. But I think she done ran into a situation. And the people's on YouTube, like Ms. Burns say, if you want to see, just call Ms. Worthy, and then you'll really see how Flint worked. Underhanded, all this stuff, just like they grabbing Murphy out of the church, and Worthy, one of them was dragged out Holy Temple on Dordt Highway with Murphy, because they represent the peoples the best way they can, but when they say the racial situation, nobody want to talk about it. Calling a black man boy and big boy and all that stuff, and nobody, and Madam Lady Lewis over there, like she ain't never heard, and here come the city attorney. And all, I let somebody else talk.
Thank you. Next speaker, or I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Joel Arnold.
He's not here.
I think he's gone. Michelle Young.
Good evening again. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, Michelle Young from the 6th Ward. Today I want to challenge our problem solvers again. 2 of the people I want to challenge are Councilperson Winfrey Carter and Councilperson Lewis. Recently, I was trying to contact the Fast Start program in regards to my water lines being checked and replaced if they needed it. Well, the number is no longer operable. The number is 810-410-1133. And I know this is not a problem just for me. There are people throughout the city who have not had their water lines replaced, and there should always be somebody that we can talk to. This was a major problem in this city. So I would like my problem solvers, which you guys are on the government agenda, to find out who I talked to in the city, because when I called the DPW, they didn't have an answer for me. They actually told me to call Roe. So I did call and leave a message. I haven't had a response yet, but I would like to know, do I have lines that need to be replaced? I signed the form, so that's one of my things with you guys. Also, there's a speed problem in the city. I know Councilman Murphy was talking about it today, but again, I would like Councilperson Carter and Lewis to find out I sent everybody on the council the data from Glendale Hills about the speed on Sunset Drive, which is an area that the Kettering students walk, the Crim people, that's where they practice because that's their route that they take. We have the people that do the Frisbee throwing. Now we have a cyclist club that runs up and down that street. Somebody is going to get hurt. Let one of those Kettering students get hurt trying to go back and forth to their homes from school. You'll see a change. We did ask previously from the administration and Chief Green. The administration had a ward meeting in every ward throughout the city, and we were promised that Sunset would be the #1 to put it in because of that data that was provided. The reason they couldn't give it to us last year is they did not have the anchors, had not been received yet. So they said we would get it. Well, now they're saying because we have 35 miles per hour, which is not. It is 25 from Kettering all the way down to Ballinger Highway. So if somebody could help me with that, because that was the solution they gave us for the speeders. Now, if they have another solution, I welcome that. Problem solvers. Also, can I just address one more thing, please? As far as the council goes, you guys are creating a hostile work environment by not addressing some of the things that are going on. I would suggest that racist terms like ghetto and colored be addressed. And Councilman Pfeiffer, since you weren't here, I watched it on video, I'm challenging you to hold people accountable and to put this, something should be done. It should be presented and voted on for those things to be addressed. And then later, you guys need to take some type of team building, conflict resolution class, and race sensitivity, because I personally took ghetto as a citizen and colored offensive. I took it as offensive, so I'm sure the public did. So please, don't let this go on. If you do, it's just gonna get bigger and bigger. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, that's my challenge for you. Thank you, problem solvers.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Jordan.
She's not here.
I think she's gone.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Mr. Wilbert Jarrett. Mr. Jarrett?
My name is Wilbert Jarrett. Effie's a baby boy. I stand before this council because I'm disturbed. I watched that last council meeting, and I witnessed something that happened to me when I stood before this council. In 1966, I came before this council with a business and a business plan. They turned me down. One of the council persons called me to the side after the meeting and said, let's break bread together. I said, what break bread mean? Bride. I witnessed that last council meeting with Quincy Murphy, asking these people for a bride, in my opinion. Now, he voted against them because he said they wouldn't break bread with him for $1,000. Then he come back with a resolution since evidently the man didn't meet with him and didn't break bread with him and didn't give him a bride. So then they upped it to $3,500. I'm gonna make that right with this man. All of y'all are corrupt because y'all went along and allowed him to rescind a vote of 5 people without even reconsideration. I'm gonna give this man a cashier's check from Chase Bank for $3,500 made out to the city to pay for that lot. It ain't gonna cost him a dime. The second issue I got,
Order.
the second issue I got is I was born in the 3rd Ward. I done had too many businesses in the 3rd Ward. I'm involved with a multi-million-dollar project right now in the 3rd Ward. And I'm not gonna kiss Quincy Murphy's ass to participate in that project. And if you council people support this breaking bread, bribery against Quincy Murphy, we'll move that project out of the city of Flint and take it to my development up in Haslett, Michigan. But I love the city of Flint, been here, been a businessman before any of y'all was born, and I'm gonna give back to the city of Flint if I'm allowed to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Saul Williams. Mr. Saul Williams.
Not seeing.
Next speaker, Mr. Ludus
Here.
Penton. Mr. Penton.
He's not
He's
here.
gone too. Chris Del Moroni. Mr. Chris Del Moroni.
Is her.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Moroni. I live in Flint, Michigan. I notice we have, well, this is the first I've noticed, it's other than tonight, but new speaker slips. And on that slip, it says that members of the public should have no more than 3 minutes per speaker. And the slips have to be turned in before the slips are picked up, before the meeting. And, you know, if 10 people walked in tonight, right now, and wanted to speak after me, well, what's the difference if they speak in that fashion? I hope you'll stop my time. Anyone else? I mean,
Mr. Del Moroni, I apologize. Please continue. Members of the public are reminded to treat everyone with respect. We have a member of the public speaking. If there are to be conversations, go for it out in the hallway. Mr. Del Moroni, you have the floor.
Okay, so that speaker slip says no additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. So my question becomes, as long as people have filled out slips and they are talking, if 10 people walk in or whatever number behind me or the last speaker, they should be allowed to speak. I believe the speaker slip is you show up early, you want to make sure you're the first one so you can get in and out. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But I guess tax bills will be going out pretty soon. We'll see an increase in our garbage special assessment. How does that happen? Fewer people, fewer homes, should be less trash to pick up, fewer stops, less wear and tear in the vehicle. You can probably get it done in less days than you did before, and it goes up. But I guess there's a story behind that. But you know, after every year, after the special assessment, if there's money left over in that fund, give it back to the people. It's the people's money. They are paying into that. It's not the city's money. It's not the city's to roll over to some other project or whatever. It's election season. I see the billboards are up in residential areas again, just like last year. Who's in charge of that? You know, you call Blight, they don't want to handle it. The police department, they don't want to handle it, even though it obstructs the view of traffic when you're trying to make a right or left turn? Who's specifically in charge of taking down these large billboards that are in residential areas or that are between the curb and the sidewalk? We're in a friggin' lawless society here. We can't enforce the simplest of things or the most major of things. I mean, what's it take? You know, someone said a Kettering student or someone getting, injured on University Avenue. Maybe that's what it needs to happen. I don't know. Let's try some preventive stuff. And council, sometimes we need to do a self-assessment in life in general. And after every meeting, different times, just go home and say, what were we trying to accomplish at the meeting tonight? And did we accomplish it in the most efficient way for the residents of the city of Flint? And when you get that answer, I think we all might see different behavior on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our last speaker is Mr. Rich Jones. Mr. Jones.
How y'all doing today? My name is Rich Jones. Boy, Quincy, look like you just been under the hot seat every council meeting. This is like the third person. I remember the last one, it was a guy named Craig came up here and got on you. Man, when is y'all gonna do something about this character? I mean, he standing up here telling people he gave them cars and doing all of this stuff because they're not communicating with him. So that's on y'all. Y'all can just let them keep getting up here feeling invincible and doing invincible stuff on y'all. We see it. We see everything. Like I told y'all before, we watching how y'all vote. We hear how y'all talk. A lot of y'all talk one way and vote another way. We see it all. And y'all gonna feel it. Now, I do have a solution because I don't just talk to Mr. Murphy when I'm trying to chastise him or express something, because otherwise than that, I'll be up here every week, every day. But I'm not going to do that. But we have had some positive conversations. And one of the conversations that we had recently was a 30-day cleanup, to where on garbage day, everything that put on the curbs in the city of Flint get picked up. 4 of them in a row. Get your blight team together, that way you can start pulling some stuff up to the curb. Talk to the land bank so they can chip in, because most of the property that we need to work on belongs to them. Chip in, get your little cleanup crews together, get your 4-man blight, and then let me talk about blight. Y'all done gave them, how much money did the last council give them? Gave them some millions of dollars. And their excuse for not doing a good job was they only had 4 people. The last time he came up here, I think he said the same thing. They had 4 employees. Why are y'all constantly giving somebody some money that's not going to get the job done? It's not going to get the job done. Our city, I remember last year, it was a Saturday, and we had a real big cleanup. Everybody was all about cleaning up for votes, And I woke up Sunday morning, and the city didn't look like nobody picked up, and I was even out there picking up trash on Saturday. I woke up Sunday morning, and it did not look like we did nothing. Like Liddell Lewis said, well, we stopped at Stewart and Clio. You still got Stewart all the way to Pearson Road and to Carpenter Road. Wasn't done. Like I said before, we have made progress. Some areas look better. And another thing, we got to get some kind of vision over these spots. Maybe get some drones, some cameras or something, and catch these guys when they're doing the dumping, because it don't make no sense. And once again, think about what I said, because I talked to the mayor, and he tried to play it off like it's a joke. How many large items do you got? I'm serious. Why don't you leave Burston and ride down Dewey Street and look at all them, at that time it was a bunch of mattresses on the curb. Let me say one more thing, I'm gonna get out of here. every Sunday, Burston has a softball game. The community cleans up behind themselves and put the trash on the curb. Guess what happened on Wednesday? The garbage truck ride by it, week after week. My neighbor, he goes down there and picks it up. Me and him get tired, and we'll drag it like 1 week here, drag it down in front of his house and let the garbage man pick it up.
Mr.
1
Jones.
week I'll drag it down to my house and pick it up. I'm done. But y'all need to seriously think and stop pump faking. That's a good idea, and y'all should try it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last of our filled out numbered slips, but go ahead, sir.
Well, I tell you, this has been almost like going to Cedar Point, but, because it's been a ride. I want to say,
Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Donald Dover. Yeah. That was wonderful what Mr. Jarrett did. That was wonderful. But he didn't have to, you know. I didn't even know he was going to be here. And these are people, you know, that I kind of, when I was a little guy, he was a big time, pretty much a big time business guy in the community. Am I right? Everybody knew him. He had the big towing company. And I said, dang, you know, Mr. Jarrett's here, you know, wow. So I was kind of surprised. And I didn't know what he was going to do. But I want to say this. I don't look at y'all like, what was the word? Corrupt or anything. I didn't take it because we didn't call you when you wanted us to call you that you was trying to hit us up for something. I didn't take it like that. I didn't take it from none of that. To me, you guys been all nice people. Mr. Pfeiffer, you know, I was just as surprised that one day you told me about that as you were when you found out. I mean, I found out about, maybe you found out before I found out that day. All I want to say, all we wanted to do is, I grew up in that community. My dad, he used to drive us down Saginaw. There was a whole bunch of thriving businesses in Flint. And I came back to Flint, and there's nothing going on. And I say, boy, look at all this vacant stuff. I see like there's a building that just fell down across the street. I like, boy, somebody ought to just say, if somebody tear it down, they'll give them the land to do something, you know, positive. If they want to do something positive and grow, why not? You know, that's all we're trying to do. And when the economic development lady told us it was 5,000, we said, okay, you know. And it was a nice gesture when they said, okay, we'll give it to you for 1,000. We were like, oh, that's really nice. Then it became an issue with that. And we never came here trying to get something for nothing, okay? Never came here trying to get something for nothing. I just want you to understand that. All we want to do is do something nice, something that, you know, will make us proud in Flint. And that's all we want to do. And I hope you guys, you know, I hope it's not the last thing we do together. Okay? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays, for council response.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I want to say this in the quick time I have. The young lady, I think you said you was from the 6th Ward, or the resident from the 6th Ward. I noticed Ms. Herkin wrote in the council when you wanted to wrap up, they allowed you. I noticed they allowed Mr. Dover to speak, Rich Jones. I'm elected. And do you know I've been ruled out of order, arrested, and removed from meetings for, the record will show Ms. Herkin wrote in the council, 30 seconds over. And I'm elected. Hypocritism. I was glad you was able to say what you had to say. I like your challenges. I'm glad they broke the rules and let you speak. And Mr. Del Morone, don't check me. They fighting at the school board. You over there. Check the school board. I'm going to talk to Mr. Dover and Mr. Jarrett, and you make light of it, I'll do it again. There wasn't nobody trying to be rude. Something good had happened for that businessman. And so I'm used to people trying to vilify me. Seems like it's some of the folks' greatest pastime, Mr. Dover. I guess they feel they enriched their political career trying to vilify me. And I'm saying, it ain't working. Speed bumps. I'm used to Mr. Neely lying and telling half-truths about what he will do for the residents in Sunset Hills First. I'm used to it, half-truth and lies. I ain't down with that in politics. I'm used to honesty and truth. I told Papa, I can't speak for this council, but I'm not corrupt. I wanted to vote for the 3,500 in order to get this man's business moving, not coming back and forth arguing with folks talking about they want to break bread. So just like I said to you, Mr. Chris Del Moroni, I'm used to the public. I got thick skin. I'll check them, I'll say stuff and make stuff right. When I first became president, I said suspend the rules, treat people with dignity and respect. And about the third meeting, they said, we don't want to suspend the rules and treat people with dignity and respect. All hell broke loose. And it's been broke loose with this crowd ever since. Maybe one day in the city of Flint, we'll treat people with dignity and respect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to respond?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Oh,
I'm sorry.
sure.
Were there others?
Yes. Let me, y'all want to speak first?
I can be quick. Mine will be very quick.
Go,
Well,
I'll
hang
yield.
on,
I'll yield to Councilwoman Burns.
Okay. So we'll do Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilman Murphy, for yielding the floor to me. I want to say to all the people who stayed this late, you're here, thank you. To the two residents in the 6th Ward, thank you for engaging and coming in. I know you could be doing other things. To Ms. Michelle Young, I did get an official answer about why Sunset did not, we won't be getting them. It's because it was not the 25 miles per hour. And they were promised at several meetings by the mayor. And I will let Sharon Bradley know also. But it's because Sunset is, in University Drive is considered to be a main thoroughway by the state of Michigan. So I'm waiting on my official response from the DPW so that Glendale Hills, which I know you are a member of, and it's a very active association, will now understand we can't get them there. And it was promised a year ago. So we can't get them. We need enforcement. Enforcement will slow down the speed. I mean, nothing replaces that for me, but I know I got a list of where speed bumps went down. And I questioned one of them, and I will share that at our Glendale Hills meeting because Sunset didn't get it. So I appreciate you giving the challenges and engaging. And Mr. Del Moroni, I'm listening to you. We do need to reflect on the meetings afterwards. We do, and I do. And I jokingly tell people I have PTSD the day after because it's a lot. You're dealing with a lot that's up here. And there's a lot going on that we're processing. So I'm just glad we're moving on. And I think most of us at this time of night, we're tired. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers for your input. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I would like to thank Ms. Michelle Young for the challenges, and I do want to speak on the number for the Fast Start program. I believe the number that you can call is the 810-410-1133. And so we're saying that number is disconnected. Okay, so there's a problem. There's a problem because we got this list right here of individuals who need their pipes looked at. Did you get that? This? Yeah. Is that the list?
The email.
Point of
Yeah.
information.
What's your
So,
point? Hang on, what's your
And-
point?
and
Hang on,
restorations,
there's a
right?
point of
Is it
there's a point of information. What's your point?
Do you know if that is what that list is for?
I'm assuming
That's-
it's for,
We don't know.
yeah. It might be restoration, to check the lines, whatever. The numbers should be working. That's my point. The numbers should be working, okay? There should always be someone answering that line. If we're saying to the residents, call so that you can get your lines replaced or your restoration, someone should be answering that number. That number should not be disconnected. And so I want to make a referral. We need a number so that we can give out to the residents if they need to call.
Point
Because-
of information.
What's your
Yes.
point?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you do understand that this Neely administration, they ain't even completed the bid on that yet.
Proceed, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, but I mean, we should have someone answering that line to even start a list of those who need the line replacement and the restoration. So I want to thank you for that challenge. I'll look into that. Mr. Del Maroney, point well taken, and thank you to all of the other speakers. And that was such a nice gesture, Papa Jared. That was really, really nice. Thank you, Papa Jared. I know you're not here, but thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
Thank you so much for allowing me to respond to the speakers. I would like to thank all the speakers for speaking, but I want to get specifically into Papa Jared's remarks about me. One thing for sure and two things for certain, Quincy don't go, and I didn't get this far in life by making backdoor deals. So that what he alleged that I did as far as trying to cut a deal, that's absolutely untrue. That's not my characteristic, that's not my morals, that's not my values, and I didn't get this far by doing anything like that. What Quincy Murphy, Councilman Murphy, is working on, for those who are listening and want to participate in any work that we got on July 23rd, which is on a Saturday, we're doing a community-wide cleanup in the 3rd Ward for the residents that would like to do cleanups in their basement yards, including me. It's going to be an opportunity for you to go out and clean your own property. For volunteers that want to come out and help, that feel like they want to be part of the movement in the 3rd Ward, one of the things that we're going to do, this is our first annual community-wide cleanup where we cleaning up. We're going to be following the garbage truck, so we're going to need people to drive. If y'all want to help donate gas to the drivers, food, y'all want to come volunteer, we're going to be meeting at Dewey Park at 8 o'clock in the morning behind 4119 North Saginaw Street. Not only that, we also is working on, we got a grant for $85,000, and we had to come up with $25 additional $1,000. We putting a soccer field up at Dewey Park in collaboration with the Sylvester Broom Center, ESPN. So we're gonna need some volunteers to help with that right there. If anybody wanna help on that, Rollingwood neighborhood doing a lot of community work over there. Annette Reynolds doing a lot of great things over there. So we're doing a lot of great things despite this young man coming up here at the podium trying to accuse me of some things. Because remember, when I ran for office, they put out literature and said that I was a drug dealer.
Hang on, what's your point?
Point of information. Mr. Murphy, you said you was at one point, but the point is this, you don't know what he's standing at the podium to do you?
What's your point,
I
Mr.?
need to excuse
My
myself
point of
because
information is, Mr.
I
Murphy,
need
you
to
don't know what he's
woosah
standing
and
at
get
the
myself
podium.
together. Thank you very
I'm on a point of information. Ms. Herkenroder, you should allow it until Mr. Murphy's out of order. He done accused this businessman of standing at the podium attacking him, and my quick inquiry is, you don't know why he's standing at the podium, do you?
Okay.
And he don't have to answer it, but I'm gonna take up for him.
I was just gonna say, excuse me, Donald Dover again. I was just
Okay,
gonna say.
hang on, Mr. Dover. We don't do back and forth.
Oh,
When we get to the resolution, we'll be able to have an opportunity to clear the air, okay?
okay.
All
got
right.
many
Is
days
there
ahead
any
of
other council member who
You
wishes
don't
to
know what you
respond?
stand at the podium for.
Is there any other council members who wishes to respond? Okay,
And I got
hearing
points of
none.
information to say, quit accusing.
There will be order.
You don't know what he's standing there for. I know he didn't have no ill will.
All
towards
right,
you
so
when
that
you
brings
was
us down to our first resolution of the night, which is resolution 22.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
It says on my agenda that you got petitions and unofficial communications.
Yep.
And then you got communications from the mayor and other city officials.
Yep.
And additional communications. And did you go through that?
We don't vote on those. We're on our first resolution, our first order of business, which is resolution
Madam President, point of order.
220. What's your point?
I've been on this council 9 years, and we always refer to the clerk on that. And so I've got some additional communications, and I'm a city official. And so I don't want you skipping the agenda talking about what we don't do. You just got here. So I'm calling a point of order for you to go through this agenda properly and quit saying what we don't do. You just got here. I've been doing this for 9 years. So will you go through the agenda in its proper order?
The communications are there. We are on our first resolution. The chair
Point
will
of
entertain
order.
a motion for 220222.1.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Ms. Herkenroder, is you refusing to refer to the clerk and petitions and unofficial communications and skip over this agenda? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Mr. Mays, there is no motion that ever goes along with these communications. They're always adopted by consent. They're informatic purposes only. We're on our first resolution, which is for the chair
Ms.
will entertain a
Herkenroder, I'm
motion.
gonna appeal to more of your sanity. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Browns. Don't we always say on the record, petitions and unofficial communications and others? We don't just skip over that and go resolution. From the time you've been here, haven't that happened?
Yes, that's correct.
Beg your pardon?
That is correct.
And that is correct. So, Ms. Herkenroder, don't say what we always do. I'm asking you, before this get out of hand, to follow the agenda with these agenda items, ask and talk to Ms. Brown about petitions and unofficial communications, then talk to her about communications from the mayor and other city officials, and when it get to the proper time, I'll try to get the floor back. Do you refuse to do that?
Usually, Mr. Mays, there's no action required except to just indicate.
I understand.
Right.
There's no action, but we say it and do it for the record.
That's
Been doing it for years, and there has been a few occasions where I've had some communications as other city officials, and this would be one of them.
So point of information, are you asking for me to just simply
I'm
read?
asking you to follow the agenda and refer to that before we get to resolutions.
Okay, so we have a petition from the entire
No, I-
Tribunal property tax petition.
Madam Chair, point of
Mr.
order. What we do, you get to the agenda after council response, and you say petitions and unofficial communications, Madam Clerk, and you turn it over to her. You can laugh, and you can do it the way you want, but you've already stated on the record that we don't even do that, and that ain't true. I know it, Ms. Brown know it, so laugh your butt off. I'm like Papa.
Mr.
I'm about ready to cuss. This ain't no joke. This ain't no child's play business.
Mr. Mays, as you just stated, as the chair of this meeting, I am able to chair how I need. You and I chair differently. We all chair
I'm
differently.
going to chair differently and have chaired differently, and I don't lie.
Mr. Mays,
Point of
respectfully,
order.
Mr. Mays, I did not interrupt you. I'm
Point
trying
of
to know
order.
What's your point?
So I don't have to argue with you. When I say point of order, your job is to stop or you shall be removed and Ms. Burns can chair the next official in order. Now, my position is this. I've said to you that we don't skip and go to resolutions. You say, is there any petitions and unofficial communications, Madam Clerk? And she'll do her job from there. And then after that, you go to communications. Any communications, Madam Clerk,
Mr.
from the
Mays.
mayor or other city officials. That's what we've been doing.
Okay.
Quit lying to the
Mr.
people talking about
Mays.
what we ain't did. I'm
Mr.
just going to
Mays.
call it a lie. You're making
Okay.
stuff up. So will you do that and quit trying to rush the resolutions?
Mr. Mays, again, if you would please allow me the opportunity to respond to the questions that you've asked. As I stated previously, you and I chair a little bit differently. That's okay. We're all allowed to chair a little bit differently.
No, you ain't. You going to follow the agenda. Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
Now, if
what's
I
the
can
point?
rule against your decision not to simply say petitions and unofficial communications, this ain't no agenda that's just made up for you to do what you want. You follow the agenda. Now, don't tell me I'm chairing like I want what we do. You only been here a few months. I'm telling you what's been done.
Okay, thank
Now,
you,
you
Mr.
want to
Mays.
skip through it, I'm going to appeal the decision.
Okay, there's a
Lou-
motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair to move along with the city business. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll support that.
Okay, there's been a second. I've already said what I need to say. There's no point in belaboring this point. Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
It's so easy to just follow the agenda. We've always just followed the agenda. We've wasted 10 minutes going back and forth when we could have just went through the agenda. Yes, everybody do facilitate their meetings differently. However, we have an agenda for a reason, okay? And with that, we need to follow each category of the agenda. So, I mean, I don't see your reasoning for not, going through this agenda and just following it. And it's a simple question. You ask the clerk, are there any petitions and unofficial communications? Are there any communications from the mayor and other city officials? Just simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Is there
Madam
anyone
Chair.
else? Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me say this. It's a reason that these petition and unofficial communications have numbers. It's a reason we have a clerk and a record keeper. Now, when you look at the minutes, this stuff is accepted with consent. They got numbers, the clerk keeps them, it's on the agenda, and you want us to believe this don't even need to be on here. Well, then get it off. But for 30 years or 20 years before you got here, and then you gonna sit up there and say in front of this public what we do. No, you ain't, you're lying. That ain't what we do. You wasn't even born when I started coming to council meetings. Don't tell people what we do to try to belittle what I'm saying to you. You chair your way, I chair my way. No, we chair the city of Flint's way. And your job is to say, Madam Clerk, is there any petitions and unofficial communications? And she'll handle that. You don't just skip over that. This is what we do. That's a lie. You've been here a few months and talking about that's what we do. And then arguing with me. That's a little much. Now, that's easy to do. But if I let you talk and vilify and communicate with me any kind of way, I'd be a fool. And that I'm not. Now here we in an appeal because you don't want to say any petitions and unofficial communications, Madam Clerk. If it's none, she'll say it's none. But here we got listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they numbered. And they're going to go in the record. It's part of the agenda. And it's going to be in the minutes. And then next you got communications from the mayor and other city officials. I'm a city official. You don't know what I got. And you're going to skip that talking about what we done. Quit lying. and trying to make me think I don't know what I'm talking about. That's a lie. It ain't what we always do. It ain't I can chair like I want. You can't. This ain't your city. It's the city of Flint, a municipal corporation. And then when you get to that, it's 1, 2, 3 items. And you say, Madam Clerk, any communications from the mayor and any other city officials, and she'll tell you that they are. Sometimes there's none. And so that's how you chair. If this council allow you, you can swing and lean your head like it ain't important. I wish he'd shut up. I wish he'd go away. It's a lot of people on the council I don't like. That's what you said. Hell, it ain't but 9. It ain't but 9. How many do you like? 2 or 3? Worthing, Priestley. Who do you like? It's a lot on the council I don't like. That's what you're on record of saying this night. I don't like your ways. So I like people. I'm a people person, but I don't like your ways. But you say it's people you don't like. Who are you? This is about following the agenda. I'm going to vote no that you can just do what you want when it comes to an agenda. Ignore the clerk, ignore procedure, ignore agendas. It ain't that simple. I can chair the way I want, and you chair the way you want. I sure hope Judge Bell looks at this, not next Monday, but the next Monday. Attorney Kim shouldn't be representing the city. I shouldn't be representing myself. He's conflicted. Both sides should have council-appointed attorneys. But I'm up for it. Cut the crap, Ms. Herkenroder.
All right, is there anyone else in this appeal?
Madam President.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Through you to the city clerk, I would like to know, are we at liberty to skip over things in the agenda, the chair?
Normally, it's done in such a way as to ask the question, are there any other petitions and unofficial communications other than what's listed on the agenda itself? And normally, there's not. So it's just a procedure that we've used. I mean, it was in progress even before I came to work here. The same thing would be true with communications from the mayor and other city officials.
Okay, so I can't really make that out over here. So did you say yes or no?
I indicated that when I came to work here, this is how it was indicated, the agenda was put together in the beginning, to show any petitions and unofficial communications that came to the council. Did you hear me? So we put it on the agenda for that particular 2-week period. And the same thing would be true for any communications from the mayor or other city officials. And if there's no communications that would come through, it would not appear on the agenda. And there's no action required. It's just things that we have to keep for historical purposes. They came in that particular week.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just trying to clarify because my question still isn't answered, unless I just haven't heard it. And Madam Chair, please feel free to, so I can hear. So, is it mandatory to go over things that, such as what you just stated, the petitions and unofficial communications and the communications? Do we have to read those things, or does the chair have the privilege to skip over those?
You don't need to read them. She would just indicate, are there any other communications or petitions or unofficial communications that came through the office? And all of them would appear on here. It's not individually reading them.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Kim?
If I could, council member, I believe clerk is telling you how things have kind of traditionally been done in regards to that item. I just wanted to clarify that the rules themselves basically just specify that the petitions and unofficial communications, official communications from the mayor and other city officials, and additional communications are simply listed as an agenda item in the rules. So essentially how that is addressed is essentially a matter for the body to decide as a matter of how to apply the rules.
Point of order, point of information.
What's your point?
This ain't a debate between the clerk, the city attorney, and my point of order is Attorney Kim, the council gonna decide it whether they decide right or wrong. The point is, you always make an agenda. If you don't want it on there, you don't put it on there. But when the chair and presiding officer get to it, they get to it. They say, any unofficial communication, and then it don't be no action or debate, and then you go to resolutions. It ain't a prerogative of the chair when we vote on council rules to put this stuff in here to say that I can skip over it. It ain't the prerogative of the chair until we change the rules and take it off the agenda.
Okay,
so
thank you, Mr.
I'm gonna do
Mays.
just like
This-
Attorney Kim or Ms. Brown. It's hard to hear over here, Ms. Brown. I've been saying that. I don't be hearing the chair. We can't hear you. And so when the council decides to take it off the agenda, we will. The point is, she follows the agenda.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Lewis. You have the floor.
Okay, so I was just trying to get an understanding because
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was trying to get an understanding so I will know going forward. Because I know that quite often we skip over the presentation of minutes. We don't even acknowledge presentation of minutes. Yeah. So we do. We haven't skipped over presentation of minutes. Okay, so well, let me, through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk. Well, I ask you because you do the minute. So do we always do the presentation of minutes?
If there are minutes presented to the council,
Point of
that's
order.
what they are.
She said through you to Madam Clerk.
Oh,
You
I'm
ain't
sorry.
been here. She said to Madam Clerk. And the answer gonna be, we'll say minutes, and the clerk will say there is none.
Thank
If
you,
it
Mr.
is
Mays.
some, we
Mr.
vote on them.
Mays,
So she
thank
didn't
you.
say to you, Ms. Priestley. She said through you to Madam Clerk.
Okay,
We arguing over your interpretation.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I did not hear that she said Madam
Point
Clerk.
okay, yeah, it's
I
hard
thought-
to hear. I can
Oh,
understand
okay.
that.
Well, and it's also hard for you to hear when you're talking over me. I did not hear that she said Madam Clerk. I thought she said Madam Chair. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We did not have the minutes done for this particular meeting, so you'll see it shows the presentation of minutes. We have none. Okay? And I can
Okay.
explain, if you would like to meet, I can explain all of it to you privately and so forth, but we're doing things the way they've been done for years and years, even before my arrival here. But I think the thing that you have to understand is that we are the keeper of the records. So if there's a court document that comes in, such as the tribunal information that's on here, we have to keep it as a matter of historical record, and we catalog it. We're the catalogers for the city of Flint, like a librarian, okay? So that if 100 years from now somebody wanted to go back and look at something that came through the Michigan Tribunal Commission, we would be able to look at, whoever's here 100 years from now, they would be able to look it up and find it in the system.
Okay, I still don't feel that my question is being answered because I'm just trying to get whether we need to acknowledge. Here's the difference. It's tradition versus what's on the books.
Point of information. Through
What's
you
your
to Ms.
point?
Lewis. It ain't tradition, it's the law. It's council rules and law. It's on the agenda. It is what it is. It ain't tradition. Do you realize that?
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
In other words, Ms. Lewis, records would have to be maintained, and this is a maintenance of records that came in the last 2 weeks that would be appropriate for us to present to council. And this is the way we're presenting it. If you wanted to see the document itself, each of the actual 5 documents is listed, we can provide them to you.
Again, maybe I'm not conveying this appropriately. I'm just trying to find out. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Brown. I think I do, all the way over here, because it is difficult to hear and don't have on my ears. But do we, the chair went from council pretty much response, and then we're moving on to resolution. And she said that typically we don't read this, acknowledge that. And then Mr. Mays is saying that ain't true, that we must acknowledge this. I'm just trying to figure out if does the chair has to say, and I mean, it costs nothing but a few seconds, Madam Clerk, are there any petitions and unofficial communication, yes or no? I want to know, is that optional of the chair, or is that mandatory by state law per Mr. Mays? Council rules, thank you. I'm just trying to figure that out.
We have always, and this is not against the president, the vice president, we have always indicated, that person has always indicated, are there any additional petitions and communications per this? Anyone who looks at this would see there were 5 items that came through, is communications. Historical communications. Now, if there are actual letters that come through for you all, that's not put on here. Because if you get letters and so forth, those are things that we have to address with you all head on at that point in time.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All righty. Is there anyone else in this appeal? Is there anyone else in this appeal? Is there anyone else in this appeal?
Madam Chair?
All right. Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Point of information, can you tell me exactly what this appeal is?
To start entertaining a motion to pass resolutions.
That's the appeal?
Information, Mr. Piper. The appeal is whether the chair has the option to skip the agenda with, is there any presentation of minutes, any other, before we get to that. She says it's the chair's prerogative. We appeal because in every meeting, what's on the agenda, we follow the agenda's reasons for it. It's in the council rules. And so her appeal was to go straight from council response to resolutions, and we did a point of order. She refused to do it. We could have been done. And so we appeal that it ain't the chair's prerogative. It's in our rules, it's on the agenda, and you don't skip it.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Whether or not it's, I don't know who even made the appeal, but I guess I'm going to be supporting Clerk Brown and the historic nature of this. Since it's been done for how many, 30 years, 25 years, then I think that it was probably that way for a reason. So we'll be voting against the chair, I guess?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody else in this appeal? I have nothing else to say. I think this has just been a waste of time. I just want to make sure that we keep going. If the chair makes a mistake, we all, by all means, as a body, have the ability to appeal the ruling of the chair. We just got to make sure that we're trying to talk to people so we can explain what's going on instead of yelling at them. All righty. So we're on the vote for the appeal. Yes sustains the ruling of the chair. No overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain.
Mr. Murphy?
He's not here.
He's gone? Okay. Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 1 yes and 5 no.
And one abstention, right?
1 abstention.
All right.
I'm
One
sorry,
yes.
And 1 abstention.
Okay, 1 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. Madam Clerk, are there any other petitions or unofficial communications?
No, not at this time.
All righty, so that brings us down to our first resolution.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, and communications. Are there any other
You've got
communications?
more.
Okay, as I just stated, are there any other, Madam Clerk?
There are no additional communications.
All righty, so that brings us down. The chair will entertain a motion to approve Resolution 220-222.1.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Madam
What's-
Chair.
What's your point?
You got that appointment wasn't moved from Special Affairs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer was,
Madam Chair, I make a motion for a master resolution with any separations.
all right, there's a motion on the floor for a master resolution. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion or separations? Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
The Joe Davis resolution was fixed up. I'm in favor with that. I'm going to separate 220-284 and 220-285.
Point of order.
285 did not make it out of Special Affairs.
It didn't make it out of Special Affairs,
That's
so that
correct.
means,
So just 284?
let me think about the Donnie Houston versus the City of Flint at all. I'm remembering that one. That's the one that made it out of Special Affairs.
Yes.
Okay, and that is the okay. The Matthew Baker didn't make it out. That's the group of folks.
Correct. The two
And
that did not make it out.
Let me finish,
okay.
Ms. Herkenroder. I'm talking across the aisle to Mr. Piper. I don't even trust you. And then the Donnie Houston, through you to Mr. Piper, anybody else on the council but you at this time, the Donnie Houston that had to do with the car incident. Okay, so I'm not going to separate the Donnie Houston, but I thought it was the group of folks. And I mean what I say. Until Ms. Herkenroder respects me and respects this council, I'm going to say what I say and do what I say. Been doing it for 9 years. Once you lose my respect, and I'll ask you over and over and over, I'm not talking to you. I ain't asking you to interrupt me. So if I'm talking to anybody on this council, if I'm talking to you, I'll talk to you. But you done been a little much for weeks and months, and I don't trust you, and you say you don't like a lot of us. I don't like your ways. Thank you. Let me see if there's any other separations. I have none.
Okay.
Other than that.
Okay, for
And
clarity
so I'm in discussion on the motion to pass the master resolution.
Yes.
As long as that Joe Davis is straightened out from Joseph Davis. But the family communications, you know, Mr. Neely ought to cut that stuff out. I'm seeing too many folks being used a certain way. I'm seeing things being done to capitalize on certain things, and I ain't down with that. And so, you know, I'm gonna start speaking on it specifically, and some of this stuff is a little much. I'll be voting yes on the master resolution.
Okay, is, for clarity, to Resolution 220266 did not make it out of Special Affairs.
Let me
Right.
say one more thing on
Sure.
the second round when you get there.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah. I just have a quick comment. I see Mr. Edwards in the back. I think I asked for a list of the properties for the landscaping one. Can I still get that? It was for 220267. I'm just asking for a copy of the properties that this company will be mowing. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All righty, anyone else for the first round of discussion?
So,
Dr. Lewis?
so we're doing just are we making recommendations for separations, or are we just on discussion about the specific separation?
Both.
Okay.
We're on the master resolution, first round of discussion. If you want to make a separation, you can do that now, or you can do that in the second round.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to separate Resolution 220249.3.
Okay.
They just separated yours separately.
You still have the floor.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Do I need to give a reason why? Okay.
Okay, is there any other discussion first round?
Point of information
What's your
through you
point?
to the speaker. You say, what reason why? Did you say that, or did I mishear you?
You misheard me.
Oh, okay.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? First round? Second round? Is there any discussion? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, in this second round of resolutions, and I want to put it in context of doing millions of dollars with the city, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, can you approach? Mr. Edwards, as you walk up here, this is what I'm going to ask you about. I know a lot of y'all staff is gone, but this Boyd's lawn and landscaping and mowing, abatements, parks, trails, cemeteries, and triangles. I'm using this opportunity, 5 minutes in discussion. Cutting the grass is a concern for you and or the administration, would you say?
Yes, I would.
And I met with Mr. Jarzinski from the compliance firm. We talked about whether or not the firm that's here with us was a part of the news story. He gave me the details. He's going to come to Finance Committee meeting and explain to the council. But when that hit with the biggest fine from the SEC in the country's history for people cheating accountants on their recreditation, or I want to know, was he one of them? And he explained to me who was and what offices, and you spoke about that the last meeting. And so I've requested, and he's agreed to be here, because this meeting went way too long. We got millions of dollars setting, and I did talk to him about cutting the weeds and using ARPA fund money, Ms. Winfrey Carter, front and back. And we talked about how that can be done. In our ward, Ms. Brown, across from Northwestern, wheat fields, all throughout the first ward, wheat fields, swaying in the wind. And we can't wait till October to get those things abated. I proposed an emergency ordinance before this council where you can cut that stuff this summer. Some of it is a safety hazard. Through you, Madam Chair, hold on a minute, Ms. Edwards, to the city attorney. Attorney Kim, when I asked you about developing the emergency ordinance to try to abate that stuff and deal with contractors locally, you said you would help, correct?
To be honest, at this point in the evening, I can't remember exactly what I said.
Okay, I do kind of remember, and I think it was you. You said you would help. I haven't contacted your office, and I don't know if I think it was you. So I want to contact your office today or tomorrow. And I'm going to try to get that ordinance drafted up. We did the emergency ordinance on the purchasing, right, Ms. Brown? That's correct. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Brown, and you and I and Davina, we got that done. So now, if I can't get movement, who would you think you assign that to in the legal department, Attorney Kim? If I contact you tomorrow or the next day, will you do it, or will it be assigned to somebody? What do you think?
I have no idea at this point, sir.
You don't? And you're the chief legal officer, and the charter says you should help any one single council person? Maybe you'll have an idea in the morning. If I don't talk to you, I'll leave a message for Vicki, for one of y'all to call me. I'm saying right now on the public record, I want the ordinance drafted. I'm requesting that an ordinance be drafted, and through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Edwards, the purpose of this ordinance is to do emergency purchases. When I talked to Mr. Jarzynski, if we do it right, we can activate all of those zero turns that's out there. Don't have to put out a request for proposal. And as long as we monitor it and deal with compliance right, we can use ARPA funds. So when we get the ordinance in place, show the process of how it will be monitored and checked. The land bank use a process where you take the picture kind of at first, whoever monitored. I'm thinking about using the NSOs because they ride around, each ward got an NSO officer, and we use them to be the ears and the eyes with pictures before and after, and we abate some of these weeds. Now, when we did, she's shaking her head, Ms. Lewis, no, and that's a prerogative. But see, when we gave $16 million to the land bank, I also did an amendment, had it drafted up with legal, and Ms. Priestley introduced it before I could. It passed, and right now I'm dealing with the list of 161 houses in the first ward. Talk to Freeman, and I've got input. So let Ms. Lewis shake her head. If it passed, maybe she'll set it out in the second ward. She might not participate, but I'm gonna try to, where the NSOs and the council people from each ward can help affect this. And she can shake her head. But she wasn't shaking her head when her and others was cleaning up a park during a campaign with city resources. I'll wait for the second round if there is one.
Okay.
Or Mr. Edwards, since I don't want to get arrested for going 30 seconds over, we'll continue to talk. You see where I'm headed.
Alrighty, thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. So, unfortunately, we have this, accusations. I shook my head because my colleague in the first ward is trying to add more duty to the NSOs, and they're not even doing what they're supposed to do. That's why I shook my head. We want to put extra items on their plate, and they can't even eat what they already have.
Point of information, what do they supposed to be doing right now in your opinion?
They're supposed to be monitoring our ward daily for blight issues and also which are police-based and also far as neighborhood ordinance-based. And then they're also supposed to do it daily.
Point of information. So wouldn't tall grass and weeds be a blight issue that they should already be monitoring daily?
See, Mr. Mays, you're too busy trying to be on the offense. You're not listening. Of course they're supposed to do it daily. Unfortunately, they do not. So before we try to get them to do something else extra, we must make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So when I rolled up on my NSO talking to another NSO in a parking lot under a tree, that's not looking for blight in the neighborhood. So what I shook my head for and what I laughed at was the fact that, yes, what you're saying, it sounds good and it's a great idea. But if they're not currently doing what they're supposed to do, that's not going to work.
Point of information. So then will you accept my apology if I misunderstood your shaking of the head no?
I would.
Okay, God bless us all.
So with that being said too, yes, I do clean up the park with city resources because it's sponsored through Keep Genesee County Beautiful, and they supply all park adopters with lawn bags, garbage bags, and also tools to maintain the park premises. So you're right, I was, because before I was elected, I was a park adopter, and I'm still a park adopter.
And one last point of information maybe. So do you understand if the clock hadn't ran out, I would have coupled the council people with the NSOs in this proposed program and whoever else I need to couple with.
So as I'm talking about, you accuse me of cleaning up the park with city resources, I just want to be clear because like I said before, I want to put things in context. And the context is I'm a park adopter for this city before I was elected for this position. Then I cleaned up parks. It just so happened I ran for office and I continue to do my job. As I sit in this elected seat, I will continue to do my job. And in order to do my job as a park adopter, I must use the resources provided by this city to keep the park clean. I don't want to take shots at people and say things so people can be like, oh, she using city money for campaign. No, because if I would have let that slide, someone would have went left with that. So let's be clear of what my role was, what it is, and what I will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
We'll do Ms. Priestley, then Mr. Pfeiffer.
No, I think there is a need for mowing. I don't know that an emergency ordinance is the answer. I've spent the last 2 weekends driving every city block in my ward looking for houses in the land bank, and I've come up with 300. And like I said, I don't think that using ARPA dollars is not, I feel, a good resource to use in this manner. I think that ARPA dollars should be done for a long-term benefit. I do think that mowing is important because as I was driving around, I couldn't tell if that was a vacant lot with a foundation on it or not. I couldn't see it. The only way I could have seen it is if I'd gotten out of the car and I had too much to get through to order to do that and walked up. I asked neighbors, it looks like there might be a foundation in there. Is there?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Priestley, do you understand without the emergency ordinance, you might take 2-3 months to bid this out?
Well, anyways, and in discussion a couple weeks ago with Mr. Brown, I asked him point blank, do you want us to vote on this now, or do you want to wait? He wants to develop a plan in order to tackle it in a systematic fashion. What I have found is that good ideas happen, but without forethought and what the consequence will be down the line. So I'm not necessarily in favor of an emergency ordinance.
Point of information.
What's your point?
You say good ideas happen with forethought. Do you think this ain't had none, and is you open to hear the whole plan before you make a decision?
Go ahead.
So, as I said, I think that there is definitely a need for mowing. And I do think that we need to develop whatever we want, whatever needs to be developed needs to be in conjunction with the people who are responsible for maintaining the mowing schedules and whoever needs to mow whatever. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Oh, sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. So this is still the master resolution, right?
Correct.
Yeah. A couple of things. Where we are with mowing is exactly where I thought we were going to be. Nowhere. That's why I wanted to put money and get people and get boots on the ground. And that's exactly where we're at. We're at nowhere. It's been 2 weeks. The 6 inches higher, I'm sure. We could have already started mowing 1,000 lots. This body said no. Mr. Brown did mention a plan. Has Mr. Edwards, has there been any meeting or a plan on mowing lawns through the blight department?
Excuse me, I would have to get with Mr. Brown about that to just get clarity on where he's at. If he discussed the plan with, before, I'd have to get with him.
Thank you. I would like to know if there's a plan, but as far as I know, there's not a plan. And in regards, I agree with Ms. Lewis that adding anything onto the NSO is another task that's not going to be done. And I applaud you for actually finding an NSO officer, because I drive the ward 2-3 times a week to report blight, and I've never seen an NSO officer. And as far as I know, NSO officers all drive pickup trucks. But if there's a tire or something on the side of the road, you'd think that they would stop and throw it in the back of their pickup truck. No, they don't do. As far as I know, the NSO might be the biggest waste of time and money that goes through this city. Nothing gets resolved from the city in the NSOs.
Point of information. So are you proposing we leave them alone and let them do nothing, or put them to work?
Until there's, and Mr. Mays, I appreciate that, because, and I will answer that, and it goes to every other ordinance where we don't have any enforcement. Until there's leadership and accountability to have enforcement, nothing is going to happen.
And then, Mr. Piper, through
Do
you,
you
Madam
have a
Chair, another
point?
point of information to Mr. Piper. You heard Arnold Brown say he only have 2 contractors and he can't get it done with them 2. He need more.
So, Mr. Mays, there was other conversations with Harletta that said that there was people available.
So I guess my final point of information, Mr. Piper, if the council don't pay attention and the mayor and administration don't, what do you rather we do? Don't scrap an idea, scrap a proposal, or call a special meeting and try to get these weeds cut before September and October? The summer ain't waiting still. It ain't standing still.
Mr. Mays, I'm not disagreeing that we need to do something. And whether or not we give it to the NSOs to actually follow up to see if stuff was mowed, that's one thing. But I doubt that we will actually get accurate information. That's my point. That's my point. So I know we're off of the master resolution topic, but it goes into the mowing topic that is on this for the one contractor. And maybe this one contractor who's not on the blight list could take more up. So I just want to state the point that until we get proper leadership in front of the NSOs, nothing is going to improve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round?
Madam Chair,
And then Ms. Burns.
I do want to echo the sentiments of all of my colleagues who spoke, because they've stated some very real facts. And for you, Mr. Edwards, there is through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, there is an issue with our NSOs. It would make your life easier. My NSO texted me back and said he can't talk to me anymore. Gas is $5 a gallon, and I have a V8. And if I'm riding and seeing every day, if I imagine what my NSO would see if he rode every day. Because if you're riding, you're seeing, you can't miss it. I send lists every day. My busiest day is Monday morning, when residents start to call. So we talk about the grass cut in the triangles, the grass in the middle of the, like Chevrolet, down there with the grass in the middle. We have to fix the NSOs, and we have to make sure that they're properly supervised, because right now it's not working, and it's in every ward. It's in every ward. And
Point of information. Who told you you couldn't talk to NSO?
My NSO contacted me and told me he cannot talk to me. He told me he cannot.
Last point of information. Did you tell him you can subpoena him or her? Did they tell you you couldn't subpoena folks?
That did not happen. You get it's very tiresome to the mere clean up blight. It shouldn't be that hard. By the time it goes through Frost, Reed, maybe to you, Mr. Edwards, the chief, and then through blight, and you just get tired. If I'm calling my NSO, hey, I'm riding, let me shoot you a picture. I was doing that. It worked. It worked. And I would send him like a list once a week of, hey, I want every car in my neighborhood tagged winter time, if they have no plates, because then the whole street doesn't get plowed. And that was a huge problem. I shouldn't have to be patrolling out in my truck. I had a semi-truck parked on the side, literally the sidewalk. And then he thought I wouldn't come back. I had to double back around. That should have been my NSO. He had been parking on the sidewalk, and it was a semi-truck that was a carrier of gravel. And so our sidewalks are made for walking and not for supporting a semi-truck. And so we got to do something about the NSOs. If our NSOs are driving around, they're able to see if the homes are city-owned or if they're land bank-owned, and if there's an issue, and they could do those tickets. A lot of the things just aren't making it into the system. And it's difficult because if you don't ride around with your laptop to shoot an email, because the phones are, I need a laptop, I'm old. I need a bigger screen. So, and I ride around with my laptop. And people probably think I'm why is this lady in front of my house typing up and putting stuff in? Because these homes have to be addressed with blight, trash, grass. I don't cut my own grass. And I'm allergic to grass. And it's a burden when most of the homes that the grass isn't cut is the land bank homes. We got to do something with the NSO. If my NSO is driving around all day, hey, give me the red truck with the light. I even wear the safety vest. I bet you we could see some results in the week, because it simply needs to be done. And it's not that hard. It's not. I don't know where the management of them is going array, but it is not working in any of our wards. And when I ride through the other wards, I'm going to visit relatives or friends, I see the same thing. There's couches on the street, mattresses on the street.
Point of information.
What's your point?
You want me to tell you what a mismanagement of them is? It's in Neely and Clyde's in them office.
Okay.
They say they the head of blight, cutting weeds, grass. I can tell you where. You want me to tell you point of information? You want me to tell you where the mismanagement is at?
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So when we talk about this and we talk about beautifying our city, it's not that hard. They're in that truck, they're riding. Hey, you stop, you write a ticket. And I was told it takes about 15 minutes to write a ticket. You had one NSO who wrote 62 tickets. The other 8 had only written one for a month. I can write till the shift was over if I was writing tickets all day long. And the community would appreciate a great NSO because it's showing that the city cares. That NSO, they'd be, oh, come on, let me give you something to eat, baby. Come on over here, I got you. You don't see them. They said, the NSOs, they said meet up at the Kettering Center. Up there at the little Kettering, the community is ratting on them. I mean, the community would say stitches get stitches. Oh, they rat out the NSOs. They could care less because they're tired of the trash. They're naming things. They call it buy here, pay here car lots because they're illegal car lots that they have. So when we talk about, what things that the NSOs should catch, they're not catching them. If you're riding around, you see these things. If I'm riding around, I see the trash cans in the middle of the street, I put my flashers on, I jump out, put them back in. There's a mattress that's been pulled out. I got a home that's a put out on my street. My NSO hasn't seen that. It hasn't been turned in. And I had a guy put a Tahoe in 2 in his front yard. I done stopped by his house so many times. I know everybody that's in there now. And I'll end up yelling at him because I'm frustrated. I shouldn't have to be doing the NSO job.
Okay.
It's not my job, but it's my community. And I will gladly do what I need to do for my community. So we need to develop a plan, something that's working to them. And we should be able to speak to our NSOs. We should be able to.
Okay.
Because then you're very busy.
Thank you, Ms.
I am wrapping up.
All
So
right.
we need a plan, please. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else in the second round? In the second round?
Madam Chair?
Dr. Lewis, you've already spoken in the second round.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Why do y'all let these goofy rules exist? Why
Okay.
do we follow them?
All righty. Is there
Ain't
anyone
it
else in the
crazy? You
second
can't
round?
speak, you're elected, you can't speak around, and
Thank you,
your
Mr.
time around.
Mays.
Why do y'all live with that mess?
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Crazy.
Point well taken. I think that's everybody for the second round. Roll call, please. Madam Clerk, on the motion to, wow, hang on, let me rephrase that one. We're now on the vote to approve the master resolution. For record-keeping purposes, that is resolution number 220222.1, 220264, 220265, 220267, 220268, 220273, 220228. Oh, nope, not 284. 273 is the last one.
Point of
284
information.
got separated.
Point of information.
Oh, what's your point?
Is it a fact that the only separation is this man's car lot and business, correct?
I thought you did I thought you did the Donnie Houston versus City of Flint. Do you not want to separate that?
Ms. Lewis separated that, didn't
No,
she?
she didn't. She separated the car lot.
That's what I said. Ain't the only separation
no.
that man's car lot business.
Let me clarify. I was under the impression that you wanted 220284, which was the Donnie Houston.
No, the lawsuit.
you want.
Once
Okay,
I cleared
okay.
up the two, that's not separate.
Okay, all right, so that's included in the master. I apologize. I thought that was included as a separation. So yes, that is the only separation.
That's the only separation. Okay.
So that brings us on the vote. Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no on the master resolution.
Okay, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no on the master resolution. That brings us down to our first separation. The chair will entertain a motion to approve resolution 220249.3. We're all at yeah.
I know. Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
make a motion to approve 220249.3.
Okay, is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Hearing multiple seconds, I'll do Ms. Burns first.
I second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So, like I said before, when you know better, you do better. And let me just start off with saying this. I'm 100% for them getting the property. But after meeting with the Economic Development Department and Ms. Fountain, they made it abundantly clear that it goes against policy that they gave us, and is highly unrecommended that we sell for anything less than the $5,000. Now, it's a few things I want to point out. The first thing I want to point out is these gentlemen did not well, first, I'd give it to them free if I could, but I can't. I voted for the 1,000. It was before I was told that we couldn't do that. So, okay. When I learned that we could not do that, and that we need to sell it at the low price that they already asked for, I said, okay, I understand. What I understand is that it's not, again, our property here is for a steal. Our house, the Esther initial deal was a steal. We were trying to give the museum to the Sloan, the Children's Museum land for a steal, and this is definitely a steal, and it's cool, because they did not ask for a discount. But we must look at this. When other people come before us, and the city says, hey, for example, $100,000, they can come back and say, well, you guys gave that one business, that one car lot, you guys took off a third of the price, because that's what it would be if we gave it for $3,500, a third of the price. So this $100,000 building, you need to give us to us for $66,000. Why? Because you gave them a third discount. Why not give us? That's the precedent that we're setting. And I don't want to set that precedent, because we're going to end up in litigation, in a closed session, talking about it.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Lewis, you know whether or not what you just said is a fact or speculation. You don't know if we're going to really end up in litigation, do you?
All right, proceed.
My point is, I don't want to set the city up. And this will set the city up to even, because we might not ever get in litigation. They might be like, well, you know what, we're just going to pay full price and we're just going to go forward. But we are putting ourselves in a position where we can be sued in the future by other business owners because we cut you a 1/3 discount that you ain't even asked for. And if we just go ahead and just give you the property at $5,000, which you were totally okay with, then we wouldn't even have an issue. So because I respect the fact that you have something to say, I'm going to say through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Dover.
Mr. Dover, can you turn your microphone on? Push the red button.
Hello?
There you go.
Hello?
There you go.
Yep, okay. Well, okay. No, if you got to realize, McConney, when he came over there, when we first came over there, we've been cutting that lawn and doing maintenance and trees, and we spent thousands of dollars over there cleaning it up. We could have came in at the city at that point and said eminent domain. We could have came in and said we've been maintaining this property and sent the city a bill and said you pay us, but we didn't do that. When the neighbors was arguing, man, look at this junkie, we cleaned it up, So if somebody comes and says, hey, we were there and we did this and did that, then maybe you could give them a deal on it. Maybe you could give them a break on it. It ain't like we just came and said, we want this lot over here for $35,000. Okay, it's not like we walked over to give us this lot for $35,000. We've been over there maintaining it for 3 years. Doing the stuff that y'all sitting there arguing about. Oh, we got to cut some lines over here. We got to do that. We didn't call the city. We didn't do nothing. We cut the lines. We paid the money. We didn't. When he said something about a water bill, that water bill carried over, and Mr. Jarrett made me aware of the land bank gave us a quick claim deed. And if you quit claim deed it over, a lot of that utility stuff go along with the property, the electric bill, the water bill. So that was like leftover from just selling it, just like they put a quit claim deed on this. We don't know if there's a water bill on that property. We don't know. We just think through faith. I didn't even think about it. So it would be, again, if we got that property and then y'all come say, hey, there's a $10,000 water bill on there. We didn't know, but we willing to take that chance. So, nobody's trying to get nothing for nothing. And I don't think you're setting yourself up because you got to look at the totality of the whole circumstance. It wasn't like we just saw some property and said, we want that. We've been there. We've been maintaining all of it, not just that little parcel, the whole thing, the whole block right there. So we want to go not only with this piece of property, but we want the next piece and the next piece. But this is paramount to getting to that level. I can't even deal with the land bank without getting that piece of parcel to do anything. And nobody else is going to do nothing there unless we do it. So it'll just be an empty piece of property, not get no tax dollars or anything. So, I think if you just take every individual situation, look at it for what it is, then you can make a decision. The city ought to be able to make a decision, and you're not setting yourself up. If you say, hey, man, the people been over there maintaining that for 3 years, or they spent thousands of dollars, well, we ought to be able to cut them some type of slack. I don't think that's setting yourself up. And anybody that walks in here that says, hey, give us that building, you say, well, what did you do? Did you put new windows in that building? Then maybe you should take something out of it. If they fixed that building up so that it didn't have to be tore down, maybe you should give them a deal on it if they put a lot into it. Think about it. If the land bank, if you had a building and you were leasing a building and the landlord lost it to the land bank, but you put $200,000 worth of leasehold improvements inside the building, the land bank would probably sell it to you for a lower amount of money. They would say, okay, we'll let you, because we know you got a lot into that building. They ain't gonna sit back and say, well, you done put all this money into this building, now it's worth $1 million, is we want 1.1 million. They would say, well, you've been there, you maintained it, we'll give it to you for X amount of dollars, period. But we never came in and said that. We never said, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to cut you off because for this, and thank you for what you're adding.
Yeah.
So again, that's not my point. My point is this. They asked us, 5,000, that is definitely a steal for city property. You all agreed to pay 5,000. You didn't have a problem with it. My issue is I don't want to go against when they came before us and spoke about the policy. And again, this could put us in litigation. Because let me tell you this. We have no proof. You say that you took care of the area, that you were taking care of it. We ain't got no proof of that. We just have your word.
You just, all you do is drive down there.
And so,
all you gotta do is drive down there.
Point of order. Y'all, come on now. Come on now, audience.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. You can have a seat, Mr. Dover. Thank you. So my whole point is this. I don't want to put the city in a position of litigation. And so I'm fully on board for giving it to them at $5,000. I'm totally on board for that. Again, if I could give it to them free, I would, because I appreciate them coming to them.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Lewis, do you know it's illegal to transfer a deed in the state of Michigan for free less than $1? That ain't even legal.
Okay, proceed, Dr.
You got to
Lewis.
do at least $1, ma'am.
Thank you. Proceed,
Y'all
Dr.
just
Lewis.
say stuff up here. Do you realize what you're saying?
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Proceed, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I do realize what I'm saying. I said if I could. Because of state law, I cannot. And so because of city policy, this is why I cannot give it at $3,500. I really don't know what's so hard. They made a recommendation, and in my point of view, per the information that was given.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Do you realize per city policy you can give it for less than the assess if it's a community benefit? I'm just listening to you. You realize what you're saying?
Thank you. Proceed, Dr. Lewis.
So keeping in mind that we're giving it to them for over a third off, I don't want to have to be faced with litigation with others coming before us in the future requesting that we do the same thing and going strictly off word of mouth that the property's being taken care of. None of that, that's not the deal. The deal is just this. I mean, $5,000 already cheap. So hopefully my colleagues will understand where I'm coming from, but I wanted to make sure it was on record. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I saw Mr. Pfeiffer first and then Mr. Mays.
Yeah, real quick. I understand what you're saying, Dr. Lewis. I do. But I don't think that we're ever going to have somebody try to buy a $100,000 side lot. If it was an isolated piece of property, I would 100% agree with you. But if it's a side lot, chances are nobody's ever going to want it if it's a small enough property. So because it's a side lot, I agree with this resolution. I agreed with I wanted to give it to you, Mr. Dover, for $1,000 because I want to get it off of our books and onto yours so we can start getting money off of it. So I agree with you, but because it's a side lot, I think we have a little bit of leeway to do this. If it's an isolated piece of property, I think that the purchasing or the obsessed value should come into play. But if it's a side lot and nobody's ever going to look at it, I mean, who's going to buy a little side lot next to the car dealership without, some other piece of property attached to it? So that's the whole reason why I support this. If it wasn't a side lot and there's a $100,000 bid, I wouldn't be cutting this. There's no way. So that's why I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, let me say this to the public and the council. It kind of gets under my skin when I hear council members mayors and politicians throw out what I'm gonna call scare tactics that ain't based in fact. In this particular case, I'm not scared to follow policy and law that say when something is to a benefit to the community, we don't have to deal with the assessed value. That's what the policy says. It gives us the right in the policy. We ain't going against policy. I've been in litigation with the previous council, Ms. Lewis. When we make well thought out decisions on the record, we have what's called legislative immunity. People can sue and lose. I'm paying back $34,000 right now on a case I disagree with. But normally, if it ain't for the ratchetness, and I'm gonna say it that way, of Mr. Neely and others, I ain't paying $34,000. I mean, this is a bad administration. And you falling into that trap believing that when we help a business, black, white, young, old, Hispanic, we going to jail or somebody getting sued. Don't put that out there. These people have done nothing wrong and we ain't neither. And you can read the policy and it talks about community benefit. I think Ms. Burns or somebody read that y'all creating jobs as a community benefit. I hate to see public officials sitting in meetings that I know 100% people watching from Arizona to Colorado to Mississippi, all across Flint, and they call me and they say, why do some of them talk like that? I say, this that forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do and say. That's all we can do. And then hope for the best when it comes to 5 people to vote. It can happen. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do or say. Ms. Lewis, I think that's bad when we word and say public stuff like that. I say you can't transfer a deed in the state of Michigan for free. It'd have to be at least $1. You say it's against policy because of our policy. I guarantee you the policy talks about a public benefit. These young men is fitting to create a business and jobs. They meet all the criteria. It's too bad that we perish sometime for a lack of understanding. I mean, this is scripture. We perish sometime for a lack of understanding. My job is to try to help you, the community, the residents, and the business people understand. Try to provide positive leadership, honest leadership with integrity in order to get stuff done. Not only business deals, but grass, cut, make our community better, public safety. Public safety. So I'm just getting used to it. I'm used to politicians talking. Talk is cheap. I want to do action. Move the city forward. Be honest. Be truthful. Make it plain for people to see what we can do. Don't get caught up in believing what Mr. Murphy, Mr. Neely, Suzanne Wilcox, Attorney Kim, them tell you. Some of that ain't true. You can believe it if you want, but it ain't true. Attorney Kim say y'all could deliberate on my demise outside of a meeting as long as you don't make decisions. Wrong. It's in violation of the Open Meetings Act. Deliberations. Section 3, subsection 3. Open Meetings Act, read it. Y'all met some of them when they say, according to charter and law, we have to post meetings on the website. Mr. Piper called that to your attention, my attention. Bomb, you met anyway. You can't remove elected president without first having a public hearing. Bomb, you do it anyway. Mr. Dover, I ain't no way scared. I'm gonna be voting to move this resolution, wouldn't have separated it. God bless you, and God bless the people of the city of Flint and any employees, if it's 2 or 3. Keep the faith. And I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to keep representing. I'm going to keep standing up. I'm going to keep fighting.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
this property, we need to get this done. I mean, it is ridiculous. It's not a prime property. It doesn't have prime frontage. And then we went from 5,000 to 1,000 back to 3,500, and now they're requesting 5,000. The SCV on that property is not even that, so they set that price. And here's where it came from. It came from down from the administration through economic development. She did her due diligence. It came to council. We have a right to. We don't just give our power to them. I'm not willing to give all my power to anybody. I also didn't vote on the budget that didn't have any amendments. That was the first time done in the history of the city of Flint. So when we look at this property and we talk about the community benefits, how does it benefit? And the property disposal policy that we have, they're meeting at least 2 points of this criteria. One is they're hiring and giving their employees a livable wage. The other one is they're hiring local. Stop fighting this. I mean, we look foolish. Foolish. People so tired of this property talking to us about us like we have no sense. None. I have a cousin who's watching. He's like, I can't stop watching. He's a professor at the University of Michigan. His students are watching. And this property, he's laughing. And so are the students. Come up with every reason to not support a project, and the best side of town is not the first, second, third, fourth, parts of the fifth, and parts of the sixth. We need to welcome anything that's coming over there that's going to be an improvement. Because maybe it'll catch on to where other companies will say, you know what, he's got a nice building here, let's add this building here. It'll catch on like wildfire. Right now, nothing's being done, and it was a dump, a junkyard. It hasn't been nice for 30, 40 years. So when you know what you're talking about, know what you're talking about. I want to charge $5,000. $1,500 is not going to make a break. And don't give me no hypothetical situations that we may go into be sued. Yeah, but I may be a size 6 tomorrow. That's hypothetical. So we need to stop all of that. Help these businesses. Encourage them. Don't discourage them. Quit looking for reasons to tell them why it can't work. But give them solutions to say, hey, we embrace this. You know, we agreed as a body to reduce it to 1,000, then to 3,500. You know, make sure we're there for ribbon cutting day. You know, support these bids. 15. We may get sued. It's not going to set no precedents. The precedence has been set that if you come to the Flint City Council, want a property for $5,000, you might be in there for a month. That's the precedence that's been set. That is silly. It's silly. Never seen anything like it in my life. You know, it's going to be fight. We may get sued. Well, let's wait till we get sued. Well, as a matter of fact, we settle all cases anyways. We don't take anything to court. So, I mean, at this point, I don't want to see these people no more. Not on the bad, but yeah, all of this time that we're spending. That first time, people are like, we spent 2 hours on this property. Then again and again and again, and we're still doing it. Look, y'all got your $3,500 check that God bless Papa Jared gave to you, that he just said, get on down the road, I'm going to support you. Let's stop this let them get that property and move on down the road. That's what we need to do. I mean, it's not some prime property where they really want it. No, it's not. We need to move. This is ridiculous. And we're not hypothetically going to get some, we're not setting a precedent. The precedent was set when they was given the farmer's market for $36,000.
Point of information. You
What's your
might be
point?
too young to remember, Ms. Burns, but do you know the city of Flint sold my brother a house for $1, Kevin Mays?
I'm not too
Proceed.
young for that, and they had the dollar program where they sold homes. So I absolutely know about that, where they gave them homes, and a lot of those people are still in those homes. So we need to stop finding reasons to not make things progressive. Flint has lost people, Flint has lost jobs, Flint has high crime. So if somebody want to do business in here, hey, if it could give it to $1. But this has been the most fluctuating price. Jesus Christ, you would think that you're growing gold on those grounds. It's just ridiculous. I want to move this forward. There's no precedence that's going to be set if we do this. There's no hypothetical. We're going to be sued. They need to stop it, embrace it, and move on down the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Is there any other discussion in the first round? Is there any other discussion in the first round? In the second round, is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. I wish I could do as I want to do, but it's not about what I want to do. You all are at liberty to vote however you choose. As for what I learned that this might not be a good idea given it at this price. So, through you, Madam Chair, hold on, Attorney Kim. Through Attorney Kim, are we, through this sale, are we positioning ourselves, do we have the potential to position ourselves for litigation?
I would say that the chances of litigation are higher the further that you're deviating from the assessed value of the property that was as described by
Point of information. Can the speaker speak up? I don't think all council members can hear you articulately.
Thank you. Bring it, yeah.
Can you hear me better now? Mm-hmm. I would say that the city's exposure to litigation increases the more that you're deviating from the recommendation of Ms. Fountain in terms of the sale price for this property.
So I just want to be clear. So you said the more we deviate from what Ms. Fountain suggested, we're putting ourselves in line with litigation?
The more that the exposure to the city to litigation increases, yes.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. So I know that you are not Ms. Fountain, but just for the record on today, I just want to ask you, so what do you have to say about the sale at $3,500?
From the standpoint, she and I had discussions, it was all about staying within the context of the ordinance or understanding what we have as a...
Point of information.
What's your point?
Are you sure it's an ordinance or a policy created in the department?
Well, we talked about ordinances and the policy combination. So Attorney Kim had the best understanding of what we could do in terms of that property. So you just got through discussing with him. It was based on our discussions with him as to some of the decisions that were made and direction to go. So we were talking about the values, and the 3,500 was in that range. So that's how our discussions had gone.
So I just want to be clear. So you said $3,500 is in the range of fair value for the property? Is that what you're alluding to?
Well, I didn't know what Ms. Fountain had discussed with you, $5,000. Then I heard the $3,500 value. I didn't hear any opposition to that. So
So she approved the $3,500?
I didn't hear any opposition to it. That's what I would say.
Opposition from Ms. Fountain?
Yes, correct. If she did have that discussion in front of council, I'm saying I didn't have a discussion where we talked about opposition to that dollar figure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Is there any other
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Let me say this to Ms. Lewis specifically. You'll learn after a while how attorneys talk. This is what he said. You say, well, can we be sued? It increases the possibility. Now, he don't know if it increases 1%, 10%, 50%, 80%. and you buy into that. Could we get sued? Yeah, anybody can get sued any day of the week. Costs $175 to file in the circuit court, and then you win or lose. This council disposes of property. This council has governmental immunity as long as they use rational thoughts in a public meeting and follow the rules. Can this council be sued? Yeah, I done sued them. And in court with them now, over something y'all did. You didn't ask Attorney Kim. It's impossible Mays can sue you if we remove him allegedly from president without a public hearing based upon 1-603 of the charter. Every decision.
Point of information.
What's your point?
To you, Madam Chair, Councilman Mays, do you know I did ask him that question?
Proceed.
Oh, I know you did. You the one that requested a legal opinion for Attorney Kim, and he put 1-603 nowhere in the legal opinion. That's when all them got excited because of the legal opinion you requested. I say some people don't know when they throw that rock and might hide their hand. In other words, they might not have did that if it wasn't for you. Now, you didn't vote for it because you did some homework. But you caused that problem in a way, in my opinion, fooling with some folks on here who don't understand. Oh, yeah, politics. And that was after you kind of came out. I have my ideas of why people come at me politically at certain times. And my job is to protect my reputation, my daddy's reputation, and my son's reputation. While other people ask the question, Attorney Kim, can we do this? Attorney Kim, can we get sued? Some of it is common sense. The answer is yes, yes, yes. The question is, can you win? Or do you lose? Attorney Kim don't know. A judge can rule. It can go to the Court of Appeals. This is infinite. So you get on this council, you make logical decisions. I wouldn't have never separated this. We'd be out this meeting. This meeting would be adjourned. I never knew Ms. Lewis would, hypothetically, we ain't setting no precedent. Mr. Dover, I know properties and sold in the city of Flint for $1. My brother got a house on Piper, 300 block, $1. We can create programs. We can sell them to individuals. We can sell them to businesses. But you got new folks. They new. Is they scary or is they political? Is these city attorneys political or is they law? It's a combination of both. They dealt with me for president on the same day he was trying to get votes to be the city attorney, on my back. Oh, we don't like Mays, it's 5 of us, Herkenroth and them. We want to do something never been done before. We want to remove him from president. You can do it. You can deliberate outside of a meeting. You can vote 5. You don't have to have a public hearing. I can tell you who went for it. Priestley, Liddell Lewis, Quincy Murphy, Piper, Herkenroth. They wanted to. People do what they want to do and then make excuses. This ain't no precedent. You're in a political arena. You're dealing with common folks who don't know. Ain't been here but 2-3 months. Miss Lewis, Dr. Lewis, we're setting the president. We could be sued. Attorney Kim, what's the likelihood that we can be sued? Well, I don't want to say a percentage, but it increases 0.5%.
Decorum and respect.
Say what?
I said decorum and respect.
I am being respectful. I'm just parroting what was said. You just don't
mocking-
like the way I said it.
Mocking a fellow council member is not respectful.
It is respectful. I said what the Bible says. Sometimes you have to forgive them, for they know not what they say or do. When Jesus talks, he's respectful. He's got proper decorum. When you go to telling me the Bible and Jesus ain't respectful, I'm going to ask, is you an atheist? That is respectful in my community. Forgive them, Lord, for they know
Alrighty.
not what they say or do.
All right.
Forgive you,
Thank you, Mr.
because
Mays.
you don't know what you say or do sometimes.
Alrighty, thank
Repeatedly.
you. Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
real quick, the city has 1,500 of these properties, and I can't not do this every single time for these. So, you know, I'll make the motion every time to reduce it by $1,500, whatever they come with. There'll be no litigation. I'll reduce every one of them by $1,500, because that's what we just did. That's how you skirt that. So, I mean, the city is not capable of managing and taking care of any of these properties. And we've put Mr. Dover through the ringer here. And we cannot continue to do this. I hope that my colleagues vote for this so that we can just move on and get out of here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Final call for discussion. Okay, I will just briefly share my remarks. I shared these on Wednesday. I will not be voting in favor of this for the reasons that were articulated by Dr. Lewis. I think that it could
Point
be.
of information.
What's
Did
your-
I hear you just say you wouldn't be voting for it?
That's correct.
I
You did.
could have guessed that before you
Okay.
said it.
Thank
You believe
very
that?
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mays. We had a conversation with your, I don't know if they were co-owners or whoever was here from Dover last Wednesday. We had a conversation about it. The reason why, it's not a personal thing, it's just a protecting the assets of the city thing. Nothing against you guys, nothing against no one. We are the trustees of the city. We got to protect the city. All right, that brings us to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 220-249.3. Roll call, please.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lewis here?
No, she stepped out.
Okay. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, thank you, Jesus.
Okay, 5 and 1.
Okay, the vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
All right. Vote is 5 yes, 1 no. The vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
Madam
that
Chair.
passes. Yes, Mr. Mays.
I don't think there's no more action items on this
That's
agenda. is
incorrect.
it?
That's incorrect. There are 2
Oh,
more.
we got what, a ordinance?
There's 2 more.
Two
Just-
more
just-
ordinances,
yep,
because I
yep,
was going to make
yep.
a motion
Okay.
to adjourn.
Okay.
You gave me the floor, right?
The chair.
Let me
Mr.
finish once you give me the floor, please. I'm like, forgive you, for you know not what you repeatedly do. I asked a question, had folded up my stuff, was going to make a motion to adjourn, and you still going on.
Mr. Mays, in all due respect, you did just ask a question. I answered that question, so that still goes back
But I
to
wasn't
me.
even listening to you. I was looking at
okay.
Piper. Remember, I don't like you because
Okay.
you don't like us. I don't like your ways, and I don't trust you. So I'm just saying, once you give me the floor, based upon my reputation with you, look at us. Don't look down. Look at when I chair. Hold up, I got the floor. It'll be done in 30 seconds. When I chair, I look at everybody. Demeanor is admissible in court. I was looking at Piper. You looking down, you never look up, and I wasn't talking to you. And so believe me, it ain't funny. It's your reputation in serious problems with me. And I ain't gonna bite my tongue about it. You can laugh with the people over off of Court Street, but the people over on the north side, we ain't laughing. We talking about you.
Okay.
And how you talk and act toward me. So in all due respect, if you had looked up, you'd have seen me communicating with the other side of the aisle.
Alrighty.
You wasn't being communicated with. When you give me the floor, take a breath and let me have it. Don't take a breath and then go to try to disrespect me, because when you do, I'm gonna do like I'm doing now. You laugh and giggle and hee with the Culture Center, and I'm gonna go to the north end and laugh and giggle and talk about you like a dog.
Ooh, that's a warning on that one.
Oh, it ain't a
That's
warning,
a
it's
warning
the
on that
fact
one.
and truth of what I do.
That's a warning on that one, Mr. Mays.
Look, You can
That's a
warn me,
warning on that
but
one.
I'm gonna talk about you like a dog.
Okay, all righty.
That's the fact.
Okay.
Don't be playing me in no council meeting and think I ain't gonna go back and talk about you, because you showed talking about me. Deny it.
All righty, so the chair will entertain a motion to send to send ordinance 220272 to second reading, excuse me. Ms. Priestley.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? Would you like the floor? You have the floor. Your mic's not on, Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, your mic's not on.
Through you to anybody but you. This is ordinance what? Miss Priestley, you can hum and hire anybody can do what they want, but I'm gonna do what I do. I guarantee you, she talking about me. Not only in public, that's how she treat me, but when she get with her friends and buddies too. Now that's my belief. Prove me wrong, because we showed talking about you. What ordinance is this?
This is
Winfrey
ordinance-
Carter, you know.
This is very disrespectful, Mr. Mays. The chair is trying to
Now,
answer.
through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Winfrey Carter. Do you know Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, Councilman Mays. Through
On
you,
what
Madam
page?
Chair, to Councilman Mays. This is on page 7, Councilman Mays.
Okay, page 7.
Yes.
And this is second reading and adoption of the first reading of the blight, emergency blight.
Right, it's a.
Okay, that's a motion and an ordinance that we had drew up. And in discussion, if it ain't got the votes, I'll table it back. But this is an emergency ordinance. No, this is blight. What is the amendment for a blight ordinance? Anybody know through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Piper, tell me what this is.
So, point of information.
No, I'm just going through her to you.
This is an amendment to make blight a nuisance, and we can go through the route of fining people and quicker action through a nuisance.
Where did this ordinance come from? Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. He raising his hand. What is this, Attorney Kemp?
Yes.
This is an amendment to the blight hearing officer's jurisdiction to add several sections of the city's code of ordinances to that jurisdiction so that he can hear cases related to the to vacant and abandoned properties. That would be it.
Who drafted this ordinance?
The law department did.
You drafted to your department, and you drafted it in a way where it's given the blight department, who would that be, Clyde Edwards, more power to do what?
This is a tornado siren. That's a tornado siren.
Yep. Where's the, you gotta go down.
Well, we in the middle of city business. Y'all ain't willing to risk your life to take care of the city of Flint.
be adjourned.
No.
Madam Chair, can we have a 20-minute recess?
We'll go downstairs until it's done.
I don't think we need a 20-minute recess to find out what's going on. So whatever we do or don't do, it is what it is. But I'm so tired of, that's why we should have been out of this meeting earlier. I mean, this group is live. Hell, like if I hear that at home,
is 11:58, back from the recess from the tornado siren. For the tornado siren. Mr. Mays, would you care to join us? Okay, so given that we do not have a quorum at this present time, there are only 4 members present because Mr. Mays will not join us. It looks as though this meeting is adjourned at 11:58 for lack of quorum.